CBSI Connect system is one of our main regional projects under the Caribbean Basin Security Initiative, which started in 2010 and was a recognition by the CARICOM states, the Dominican Republic and the United States, that we needed a joint approach to some of the security issues that we're facing in the Caribbean. So CBSI Connect was a way to promote law enforcement information sharing across the Caribbean region.
CBSI Connect allows each institution to act independently with its own independent portal site, but also replicate credentials to a shared site where collaboration and learning can take place among all participating institutions.
Through the Caribbean Basin Security Initiative, we've started several regional programs, whether that's justice sector training, training on ballistics investigations, or law enforcement investigations training. And through CBSI Connect, these trainings can be broadcast to all member states.
Academies, agencies have been using it. We have had an increase in enrollment of participants for courses.
The knowledge that has been gained in the field, the knowledge that has been gained in the region can be shared, and that sharing and that collaboration is what makes this a very special asset moving forward for Caribbean law enforcement.
CBSI Connect users can either view our trainings at the academies themselves that are installed conference centers, or they can even use it at their on their laptops at home. And I believe we now also have mobile capability, so it is truly a training system that's accessible anywhere.
We have regular meetings with heads of academies. We meet regularly with agencies in the region. We get their input into courses and programs that are being offered on CBSI Connect.
Trafficking in people, trafficking in drugs, trafficking in money transcends the participating institutions in the region and truly becomes regional problems. The sharing of information, shedding sunlight, sharing expertise is a very important tool in combating these issues.
We've seen several positive impacts from the availability of training on CBSI Connect. One of them, of course, is a travel cost savings, because you no longer have to spend a day traveling and buy an expensive flight to go receive a training at another academy.
The training that has been done on CBSI Connect for law enforcement officers has had tremendous response. We have had an increase in enrollment of participants on CBSI Connect. We have had academies putting more courses on CBSI Connect. We have had training every month on CBSI Connect.
We encourage the use of the system for both internal training and external training. And we are trying to build out the library of available courses stored on the system. And we encourage our member states to upload their individual training, which they want to share with the community.
If there are courses that are available that pique your interest, that could enhance your job, your ability to perform your duties as a professional over CBSI Connect, seek them out, participate, engage. This is really the value of what this technology brings to the region.
And that has allowed different academies to build much stronger ties with each other and cooperate on shared law enforcement challenges in the region.
His Excellency Tim Stew, British High Commissioner, Trinidad and Tobago, Justice Gillian Lockie, Justice of Appeal and Chairman of the Judicial Education Institute, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Jones, Executive Director, Acting CARICOM IMPACS, Lieutenant Colonel John A. Nurse, Superintendent of Prisons Barbados, Mr. Vigilio Murillo, Director of Corrections, Belize, Mr. Hilary Herman, Director of Corrections, St. Lucia, Dr. Khadija Khan, Lecturer in Clinical Psychology, University of the West Indies, Mr. Calixtus Joseph, Regional Crime and Security Strategy Coordinator, CARICOM IMPACS, virtual audience. Special mention to Mr. Stephen Barrett, Director of Prisons, Cayman Islands, and Mr. Luis Guerrero Plancha, Chief of Staff Prison, Haiti, who were panelists for this session and were unable to join due to unforeseen circumstances. Good morning. I wish to extend a warm welcome to all to the fifth and final day of the first ever virtual security conference entitled Securing Our Community Within the Era of COVID-19 and Beyond, which commenced on Monday, 27 July and ends this afternoon. Welcome to the 10th session labeled The Impact and Implication of COVID-19 on Prisons and Correctional Services. I am Joycelyn Hughes, Border Security Affairs Specialist at CARICOM IMPACS. CARICOM IMPACS is honored to be a part of the CBSI Connect platform since 2018 and to be partners with the police training academies in the region, the regional security systems, and as well as the training academy in the Dominican Republic. And these are participating members on the platform. As a result of the pandemic, the CBSI Connect is the first go-to platform for facilitating law enforcement training in the region. The focus is always on learning and implementing international best practices in crime prevention and detection, criminal prosecution, and includes sessions on the holistic well-being of our law enforcement officers. There has been an exponential growth of all the users of the learning platform and a remarkable increase in the numbers and types of trainings that are being offered. Between 2018 and 2019, over 8,000 persons were trained with impacts, facilitating and leading training for over 2,000 officers. Therefore, we at IMPACS are happy to host you on this platform and to announce that the transition has already begun for the agency to manage the CBSI Connect learning platform. We look forward to the coming months of transition as we not only will have the opportunity to work with the current training partners, but also with regional universities. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Nadine Bushell, Program Officer, CARICOM IMPACS, who will give remarks. Nadine.
Good morning, conference viewers. Good morning, panelists. On behalf of our Executive Director, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Jones, welcome to this important session, which looks at the impact and implications of COVID-19 on prisons and correctional facilities. In recognition of the fact that effective administration of the activities of corrections and prison systems is imperative to the management of crime and security in the Caribbean, the Council of Ministers for National Security and Law Enforcement approved the incorporation of a standing committee of heads of corrections and prison services to the CARICOM management framework for crime and security in 2015. One critical element of our CARICOM crime and security strategy is the modernization and enhancement of correctional services and institutions management. The need for this modernization and enhancement was exponentially increased with the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic compounds an already precarious situation of this vulnerable population group. The World Health Organization has identified people in prisons as more vulnerable to COVID-19 than the general population because of the confined conditions in which they live and proximity with one another, conditions that facilitate transmission of diseases. Today, we have a diverse panel who will offer first-hand accounts of how COVID-19 affects incarcerated people. They will discuss steps prisons authorities are taking to minimize and prevent infections. They will analyze the challenges and opportunities the pandemic provides for sustainable reform. And very importantly, they will explore policy solutions for keeping prisoners, visitors, correctional staff, and their families safe and healthy. To guide this discussion is Lieutenant Colonel John Nurse, who is the Superintendent of Prisons of the Barbados Prison Service. Allow me to share a few of Colonel Nurse's accomplishments. His detailed bio is on the conference webpage. Colonel Nurse was formerly a member of the Barbados Defense Force and was seconded to the prison service to oversee the transition of change within the service. To his credit, Colonel Nurse has modernized the structure and management systems of the Barbados Prison Service. He has overseen and initiated a prisoner classification system, re-engineered and strengthened the rehabilitation of programs for the prisons. He also proposed the need for psychological testing and profiling of all inmates in prison. He improved the prison medical services and introduced a multi-faith approach to religious teachings within the prison with the inclusion of Muslim and Rastafarian with ministries. As you can see, Lieutenant Colonel Nurse is ideally placed to expertly guide our panel of experts in this discussion. I now leave you in his capable hands. Colonel Nurse, over to you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bushell. Good morning to the Executive Director, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Jones, and his team, the keynote speaker and panelists for this morning's presentation, and to the audience who have graciously tuned in to witness and participate in this discussion. I firstly would wish to express thanks and appreciation to CARICOM IMPACS for the invitation to moderate on this extremely important topic, and for the foresight in identifying and showcasing an area of our community which largely goes unnoticed or ignored, that of prisons and corrections. Through this innovative approach, CARICOM IMPACS has provided us with a platform from which we can provide a forum for stimulating discussion on the realities, the appropriate strategies and models for preventing infections within the prison population, document the nature and scope of the challenges facing prisons and correctional services, offer interventions from a public perspective, advance knowledge on policy issues that must be considered by prisons and correctional officials, and identify areas for future research and development on disease control within a prison and correctional setting. It is a distinct pleasure to be able to join with my colleagues in delivering this presentation, and we hope that at the end of it, you too would have a greater appreciation for the complex system of activities which accompany the life and work within prisons and correctional services. Our topic today looks at the impact and implications of COVID-19 on prison and correctional services. Globally, prisons and correctional services are generally considered to be amplifiers in the spread of infectious diseases, due in large measure to the systemic barriers to health promotion and disease prevention programs provided to the incarcerated populations. However, with the advent of COVID-19, these populations have become an integral part of the public health response to disease, as we seek to minimize the spread within communities. The World Health Organization identifies people in prisons as more vulnerable to COVID-19 than the general population because of the confined conditions in which they live and the close proximity they live to one another, conditions that facilitate transmission of diseases. The COVID-19 pandemic compounds an already precarious situation of this vulnerable population group. As you're aware, within member states of CARICOM, there have been protests amongst prisoners and even prison breaks because of prisoners' anger and fear over their risk of contracting the illness due to prison conditions. We have also witnessed the unfortunate outbreak of COVID-19 within prisons, specifically the case of prisons in Haiti. Today, we are particularly fortunate to have a distinguished and diverse panel that will, among other things, examine the impact and implication of COVID-19 on prisons, offer first-hand accounts on how COVID-19 affects and or continues to affect incarcerated people, discuss steps prison authorities are taking to minimize and or prevent infections, analyze the challenges and opportunities the pandemic provides for sustainable reform, propose solutions for keeping prisoners, visitors, correctional staff and their families safe and healthy, and address the far-reaching effects of COVID-19 on the administration of justice, taking into consideration human rights and the adherence to the Nelson Mandela rules and the Bangkok rules. In addressing this challenge, we are very fortunate to have as our keynote speaker, His Excellency Tim Stew, British High Commissioner to Trinidad and Tobago. And then following our keynote speaker, we will have presentations from our panelists, who I will introduce later to continue the conversation and to offer insight into their own experiences. So at this stage, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, His Excellency Tim Stew. Tim Stew has been British High Commissioner to the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago since the end of July 2015. Mr. Stew joined the Foreign and Commonwealth Office in 1988. Most recently, he was head of the Foreign and Commonwealth Department, leading reform, conflict policy in the Middle East and North Africa since the Arab Revolution in 2011. During his career, he has covered a range of different roles, including serving previously in the region as Deputy High Commissioner to Belize and other postings to Bosnia, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Egypt. Tim Stew was appointed an MBE in 1996 for his contribution to British foreign policy during the conflict in Bosnia. It gives me great pleasure at this stage to welcome and to ask His Excellency to lead us off with his keynote address.
Colonel, thank you very much indeed for that warm welcome, and good morning to all of you. I am really delighted to have been asked to be the keynote speaker for this session. Before I begin, I would, like the Colonel, just like to commend CARICOM IMPACS for organising this event this week, which has struck me as ambitious, but has been very successful from everything we have seen and heard as we've tracked it. It's a really great opportunity to exchange information and ideas to strengthen the region's response to the pandemic. And I'm particularly pleased to speak today because security has very much been at the heart of the work of my mission, the British High Commission in Trinidad and Tobago, in the last 5 years. We have been working closely with TNT's prison service for the last 2 years, since 2018, helping to tackle criminality within prisons, including by encouraging information sharing and multi-agency working. And we have facilitated the sharing of expertise with prisons in the UK and forged close links, for example, with the UK's East Midlands Special Operations Unit, which is a collaborative counter-terrorism police unit with extensive experience of working with UK prisons. And our cooperation has been progressing really well, and we've already seen the benefits through a number of high-profile operations here. This experience of working with TNT's prison service has given us a really good, clear, first-hand appreciation of the varied challenges facing prisons, and also of the dedication of the prison cadre. As the region responded to COVID, we were pleased to be able to help support to CARICOM IMPACS for critical PPE and sanitation supplies to prison facilities across the region. But we're very clear that COVID has posed an unprecedented challenge for prisons. As prisons have sought to follow government guidelines and implement measures to prevent the spread of infection, things that have already been mentioned this morning, long-standing issues such as overcrowding, prison conditions, and lack of funding, those have all taken on greater significance. Prison commissioners and staff we have seen across the region have worked tirelessly and often very creatively to prepare prisons, educate and support inmates and staff, and adapt to new ways of working. Governments too have supported, looking to innovative solutions like virtual courts and early release schemes to ease the burden. And these efforts have delivered well so far in combination with border closures and other measures, with most prisons in the region remaining COVID-free. But the question is, what more needs to be done? And can this experience help shape longer-term improvements to the prison system? So in joining this discussion this morning, I wanted to start off the conversation by sharing something of the UK's experience of COVID. I'm struck that irrespective of size of prison population or resources, many of the challenges faced are universal, and I'm quite sure there is much we can learn from one another. When the pandemic broke in Britain in late January, early February, Her Majesty's Prison and Probation Service already had the benefit of learning from other countries further along the pandemic curve. In Italy, for example, we had seen how prison overcrowding and fear of the pandemic could build tension and rapidly undermine prison stability. We've seen the same here in TNT and Guyana. The UK prison system had only a few weeks before the British government took special measures for the general public. And in tandem, 118 British prisons went into lockdown. In order for the prison system to respond to the evolving pandemic threat, it moved quickly to a crisis command structure led by a single gold commander, supported by regional silver commanders to ensure an agile and consistent approach across the entire prison estate. Of course, British prisons outnumber those here in the region, but a quarter of the British prison estate is more than 100 years old. And with around 79,000 inmates, overcrowding is always a problem. As in the Caribbean, the prospect of keeping prisoners in lockdown for a prolonged period with no contact with family, limited space, and in often dilapidated conditions was a serious cause for concern. For the UK, the timing of the prison lockdown mirroring lockdown for the general public generally has served us well. There was an understanding straight away of why regime changes within the prison were necessary. This was an early lesson that clear and consistent communication is crucial to maintaining order and adherence to new hygiene regimens. This has become increasingly important in the UK as restrictions relax for the general public, but the easing of measures inside prison may no longer be in lockstep as the spread of infection varies from one prison to another. Self-distancing has been managed through creating cohorts of prisoners akin to family units in the community, and these groups eat, sleep, exercise, and when necessary, quarantine together. This has worked well, and in many facilities where time out of cell is usually in big groups, moving to smaller groups help many prisoners to feel safer. As within the Caribbean, lockdown has resulted in a marked reduction in illicit economy and violence. The new restrictive regime needed also to be consistent and fair for prisoners to accept the changes. If there was only 1 hour out of cell permitted per day, then that hour could not be missed. And if family visits are no longer allowed, then phone calls have to be provided. If there's no possibility of employment or education programs, incentives can be offered, such as enhanced spending at the commissary. These are simple solutions that make a difference to morale, protect the health and well-being of inmates, and help maintain order. And of course, staff welfare has also been a priority. Early on, as COVID spread quickly outside prison, staff absences were inevitably high, and it was clear the system wouldn't be able to deliver even a restrictive regime without adequate staffing. The prison service responded with communications specifically for staff and by implementing incentive schemes which included bonuses in recognition of the risks being taken. At its height, there were up to 40 live outbreaks of COVID across the UK prison estate, and there have been tragic losses of both staff and inmates. But throughout the pandemic, prison staff have unfailingly reported to duty. Overall, British prisons have responded well to the first wave of COVID, but prison leadership inevitably remains keenly aware that the threat has not disappeared, and they are focusing on the immediate lessons learned. For example, the cessation of prison transfers contributed to overcrowding in some prisons and also impacted prisoners' access to off-site health appointments. They will need to adjust their approach accordingly. There is also pause for thought. COVID has forced British prisoners to review their risk tolerance, permitting the use of in-cell phones for family contact when cell phones represent one of the biggest security challenges for prisons is one example of where a balance has needed to be struck. It's also interesting for a prison regime predicated on the belief that time spent out of cells is essential to maintaining control, that the restricted regime demonstrated that increased cell time can be managed if balanced with time out of cell that has purpose. One thing is really clear. Overcrowding and prisons conditions will continue to exacerbate our ability to manage the pandemic. There's no quick fix. Money and new build prisons will help, but won't solve the problem. More thought and investment is required to advance criminal justice reform, to consider non-custodial sentencing, probation, and rehabilitation to reduce recidivism. We can't underestimate the vulnerability of the prison setting, nor the potential impact of a serious outbreak on the wider community and healthcare services. So while COVID is a common challenge, we must acknowledge that each country faces individual challenges and constraints. So I'm really keen to stay and hear as much as I can from fellow speakers on their experience and their reflections. What help is needed? What challenges have we not yet considered? How can COVID help shape the prison service in a positive way for the future? As the virus continues to evolve, so too must our response. And Britain, of course, remains an ally in this effort. And wherever we can be helpful, we will continue to offer our advice and support. Thank you again for inviting me this morning, and I look forward to a really fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Very inspiring delivery speech. I heard a number of matters that came out in your address that resonates with me. And if I can firstly, as President of the Regional Association of Heads of Corrections and Prison Services, again thank the British government for their very generous assistance with the PPE when the pandemic was really kicking in, and we had to be looking at how we would be able to supply the prison services with that level of equipment. So I thank you very much again for that. I also would wish at this stage to thank you for the work that the Foreign and Commonwealth Office did quite a few years ago in preparing our prison services through the help of the prison advisors that were in the region. And I myself benefited tremendously from that particular program. And I would wish that we could somehow regenerate such assistance because, as you know, we are constantly changing, and with this pandemic and with the experience that you have had in your own system now would help us tremendously in the years to come. I note what you said, that the challenges, regardless of the size of the system, basically are the same. And I must agree with you there. And I'm quite sure you're going to hear my colleagues bring that out, because we have experienced exactly what you have been saying. So I thank you very much again. And we look forward to your input in the question and answer period at the end when we get to that point. Thank you. It is now my pleasure to introduce our next presenter, and that will be Mr. Calixtus Joseph, Regional Crime and Security Strategy Coordinator. Now, Calixtus has been recognized as an expert in regional security strategy. I was the lead author of the CARICOM Crime and Security Strategy and the CARICOM Counter-Terrorism Strategy. He presently serves as the Regional Crime and Security Strategy Coordinator at CARICOM IMPACS, and is also an expert facilitator for the German Federal Office for Economic Affairs and Export Control. During his career, he has covered a range of different roles, including serving as a member of the CARICOM diplomatic team during the UN Arms Trade Treaty negotiations, a member of the UN Counterterrorism Committee Executive Directorate Assessment Delegation to Jamaica in 2017, and previously a lecturer of international security at the University of the West Indies, Trinidad and Tobago. Mrs. Joseph is a key contributor to the proposal to establish a CARICOM Standing Committee of Heads of Corrections and Prison Services, a proposal that we are very thankful for, and which has led in large part to prisons being able to participate in such a meeting as we are today. So without further ado, I introduce Mr. Calixtus Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the outset, I would like to acknowledge and recognize our keynote speaker, His Excellency Tim Stew. I'd also like to recognize the work of prison staff who deliver critical service that too often goes unrecognized. My fellow presenters, friends, viewers on Facebook and YouTube, good morning and good evening. Mr. Chairman, permit me to warmly congratulate the Executive Director and the IMPACS team for the remarkable work in organizing this important virtual conference. It is indeed a great privilege for me to share some insights on COVID-19 and its impact and implications on prisons and correctional services. It is a truism that COVID-19 has created extraordinary challenges for the authorities in places of detention in all member states of CARICOM. Today, I am reminded of Nelson Mandela's famous statement, and I quote, "It is said that no one truly knows a nation until one has been inside its jail. A nation should not be judged by how it treats its highest citizens, but its lowest ones." This quote lends particular significance to the subject matter being examined. As the world wrestles with the COVID-19 pandemic, it is critical that we reflect on how we treat people in detention. We must ensure our response to the crisis respects the human rights of everyone and ensures prisoners' inherent dignity as human beings. We must follow Nelson Mandela's lead and ensure the needs of all members of society are addressed and safeguard the rights and health of all persons in places of detention. First and foremost, CARICOM impacts. For CARICOM impacts is the need for all citizens to adhere to national government protocols. Our role as a regional agency is to support and complement those protocols, whilst acknowledging the clear imperative to take firm action to combat COVID-19 in the region. Measures must never result in inhumane or degrading treatment of prisoners. COVID-19 pandemic has laid bare many of the egregious and inhumane issues in prisons and correctional services. In many countries in the region, correctional services, prisons and detention facilities are often overcrowded and suffer from a lack of resources, as well as inadequate quality of healthcare for prisoners. A key theme that has reverberated throughout this conference is that COVID-19 has disproportionately impacted the most vulnerable. While many CARICOM states in the region have taken immense positive steps to protect the general population and the prison population, however, the prison population remains particularly vulnerable, for whom social distancing is a challenge and for many impossible. A recent study from researchers at Johns Hopkins and UCLA noted that prisoners are 5.5 times more likely to get COVID-19 and 3 times more likely to die from it. The challenge is, and perhaps a key limitation, is that when we examine the impact and implications of COVID-19 in prisons, we usually have a singular lens of just the prisoner or prisoners. We seldom include prison administrators, prison officers, persons who work in places of detentions, visitors, as well as the community in our analysis. Studies have also shown that prisons can contribute enormously to COVID-19 cases outside the wall. Infectious diseases move back and forth between communities and prisons. Prison staff are vulnerable as the incarcerated. I would also like to note that there have been instances of riots in prisons in several countries in the region, caused, at least in part, not by the pandemic itself, but by fear and uncertainty of what might happen. In response to the pandemic, CARICOM Impacts quickly focused much resources to help complement national actions to minimize the risk of infection and transmission of COVID-19 in prisons by providing sanitation supplies, personal protection equipment, training, and advisory services to prisons in the region as part of a comprehensive assistance package. At this moment, I would like to thank the British High Commissioner and the work of British Aid for assisting CARICOM Impacts to help prisons in the Caribbean. With regard to our work in the region, we have looked at 4 key pillars in terms of advancing work in prisons from the time the COVID commenced. Looking at building networks among prison chiefs. Also, best practices, sharing best practices on prisons and how to deal with the issue of COVID-19. We are also highly thankful for the work of CAFA, and CAFA has worked with us diligently in terms of assisting prisons, providing much supplies to prisons. But even though you provide supplies to prisoners or the prison officials, they still need to be trained. CARICOM Impacts have provided much training. For instance, we've trained persons in PPE, also trained persons in stress management. And soon we'll be tracing the prisons in cyber intelligence. And that's very important, given that most persons are moving on to the virtual space. From CARICOM work with regard to the pandemic commenced long before the WHO demarcated COVID-19 as a global pandemic. In fact, our work started since January, whereby Impact started assisting the CAFA with regard to tracking persons of interest and high-risk persons coming into the region. We've had many special meetings with prisons chief in the region also, in terms of advancing and promoting protocols which relate to COVID-19 in the region. I would also like to recognize a few partners of Impact, in particularly the RSS, which assisted us greatly. As you may know, most borders were closed at the height of the pandemic in the Caribbean. And also, we had much trouble in terms of getting goods, in terms of procurement issue. The RSS was there by our side in terms of assisting us. To reiterate, COVID-19 has created an extraordinary challenge for places of detention. But it has also created an opportunity to push for reform for a more humane prison system. As we fight this pandemic, the lessons of Nelson Mandela continue to guide us. I leave you with the words of the late Nelson Mandela. The way that a society treats its prisoners is one of the sharpest reflections of its character. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexis. Very thought-provoking presentation. I commend you on the work that you continue to do and the fact that you have embraced the prisons and corrections in all that you have been pushing forward. I pay particular attention to your comments on the treatment of prisoners. It is very important, and I hope that that is being understood in the wider community, that how we treat our highest, we also need to treat our lowest people in prisons. If we do not look after people in prison from a health perspective, those issues will eventually come back to the community and impact the community negatively. So I thank you very much for your presentation. And again, I look forward to your contribution in the question and answer period at the end. It is now my pleasure to introduce one of my colleagues for many years now, Mr. Hilary Herman, Director of the Bordelais Correctional Facility in St. Lucia. Mr. Herman is the Director of that facility in St. Lucia, Bordelais, since 2019, a post which he's held previously, I think as far back as 2002. He previously served as well as a Deputy Director of Corrections in the United States Virgin Islands, 2008-2009, and the General Manager of the Import-Export Fish and Seafood Distribution Company in St. Lucia from 2014-2019. Hilary is he's a retired Command Sergeant Major from the U.S. Army with some 27 years of service. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Criminal Justice, a diploma in Business Administration, and is a qualified National Rifle Association Small Arms Instructor, certified air traffic controller, licensed rotary wing pilot, qualified hostage negotiator, and a certified United States Army instructor. So with those credentials, we can only but expect an outstanding presentation, Hillary. So I turn the floor over to you. Thank you.
Well, good morning. His Excellency Tim Stew, Colonel Jones, Colonel Nurse, good friend, and my president of the ACH CPS, distinguished panel, participants, and of course, our participating audience. Good morning from St. Lucia, of course. Special thanks to Colonel Jones and Mr. Callistus Joseph for their leadership during this COVID-19 period. You guys have been great. You've taken us under your wings. We've always felt like the stepchildren. So we really feel embraced, and thank you for all that you've done. In St. Lucia, we are fortunate to have had no cases of COVID-19 introduced into our system. St. Lucia, as an island, has had 25 confirmed cases on island, and thanks that we have not had any within our prison system. We've adopted most of the recommended best practices, the sanitization, the hand washing, all of what most of our colleagues have been doing. We've done that with much satisfaction. Today, we currently have some 539 inmates within our system. As you know, we have a 500-bed system. So having said that, physical distancing is quite an issue for us, in as much as we do most of the preventative issues that will help us continue to keep COVID-19 out of our facility. But the social distances and physical distances is a challenge to us, as it is in most of our systems around the region. Of that 539 inmates, we have 532 that are remanded detainees. That is our biggest challenge group, as you would know. What COVID-19 has done for us is the absence of regular courts. We had issues with courts prior to COVID-19, and COVID-19 has only complicated that. In spite of our use of virtual courts, that has helped, but it still continues to be one of our major issues. So our remanded population, as I said, is 552. Only 168 of our population is actually sentenced inmates. And as Colonel Lewis talked about earlier, regardless of the size of your system, we do have the same challenges. The transportation, the social distances, those still continue to be problems within our healthcare system. Like I said, regardless of the size of your system. Since March of this year, we have adopted all of the WHO recommended preventative measures. We continue to restrict visits to our inmates. We are doing some virtual visits, but because of the courts taking up most of our bandwidth within our prison system, our location, we're having serious issues with internet connections. So we're having problems with that. But we continue to work that challenge and have some virtual visits. Most of our time is spent on virtual courts. One of our biggest gains if I should say, over the COVID-19 period has been, we changed from a 3 8-hour shift system to a 2-hour, for a 2-shift, 12-hour system. And that has worked remarkably for us. I hate to say that to the public because it may reverse on me because it has worked. Prior to COVID-19, we had some serious attendance problems. But since going to the 12-hour shift, it has worked great. Our attendance has improved by 70%. So this has been one plus for us. It has brought the team closer together. I have my fingers crossed, hoping that that continues because the 12-hour shift, as we had tried it many years ago, and we had some complaints of having to change it because the staff complained that it was too long a shift. But having reintroduced it, it has worked great for us. And we're hoping that we will continue it until we get complaints. But so far, with the, like I said, the leadership of IMPACS and the assistance given to us has really, really helped us keep COVID-19 out of our facility. Colonel Jones, Colonel Nurse.
All right, thank you very much, Hillary.
Yes.
Again, very insightful. I'm hearing you loud and clear as you speak to the challenges that the COVID-19 has brought as it relates to highlighting the pressures that the remand population brings on facilities, especially if the courts are not working as quickly as we would wish. You get a backlog. And we all know that remand people are the most unsettled people within the system and create the most challenges. So if your courts are not moving quickly, then you have that challenge. I'm also hearing you as well as you relate to the need for innovation within the system to make sure that you remain compliant with the national standards as it relates to the health standards and safety standards that are required if we're going to keep COVID-19 out of our prisons. So again, we're going to be hopefully trashing that out in the question and answer period to see how best we can inform more of our colleagues. Thank you very much, Hillary.
Welcome.
So I move now swiftly on to our next presenter, and that is Mr. Virgilio Murillo. He's the Chief Executive Officer of Belize Central Prison, and again, a colleague of mine from the Association of Heads of Prison Services and Correctional Services. Mr. Murillo is they said he's the Chief Executive Officer of the Colby Foundation, which is a non-government organization formed by a group of Rotarians to manage Belize's only prison system since 2002, when they took up that challenge. He has held the position of CEO or Director of Prisons since 2014 and has worked with the Colby Foundation for the last 18 years. Prior to working at the prison, his background experiences included education, intelligence and security services, aviation and airport security, and construction. I've had opportunity on many occasions to speak to Mr. Murillo, and I'll say to you, he's very knowledgeable, and I'm looking forward very much so to his presentation. So over to you, please, Virgilio.
Good morning, one and all. Protocols having been established, I want to start off by first thanking CARICOM IMPACS for having given us the opportunity to present on, for inviting us to present on this very important topic, which is the impact and implications of COVID-19 on prisons and correctional services. I'm just trying to open a PowerPoint that I wish to share. Give me 1 second, please. Okay. Hold on a second. Seem to be having problem. Are you seeing that PowerPoint?
No, we're not.
Okay, hold on a second. I'm trying to. Okay, sure. I don't know, having difficulty getting the PowerPoint. Let me see, share screen. Okay, I think I have it now. Share. Are you seeing it now? Hello?
Yes, it's there now.
Okay, beautiful. All right. So I just wanted to share this PowerPoint with everyone. All right. First of all, I want to look at the positive impacts. We would say that it was the impetus for the mass making and tire arts project that we started as a form of replacement revenue for revenues lost by the prison industries and the commissary as a result of the COVID-19. It also created a great opportunity to emphasize health awareness, proper hygiene practices, and a commitment by both the inmates and staff to lean towards a more healthier lifestyle. Some inmates certainly learned skills in screening for the COVID-19 virus. We saw a significant reduction in drugs and incidents, even though the population had increased by 9.38%. We used the period of complete lockdown to cross-train staff. We also sensed an unusual level of teamwork and unity amongst the inmates and staff in the fight against the virus. This is just a picture of the mask making for you to look at. And these are some of the tire arts that were produced during the lockdown. The negative impacts. There was psychological stress created on inmates and staff because of the reported deadliness of the virus and uncertainty about the information that was being disseminated on it. We saw a sense of discrimination for the new admissions by the inmate population for fear that they may be infected with the virus. Of course, we experienced shortages in officers caused by the shutdown of the transportation industry, and majority of them living out district. The mandatory isolation limited our ability to properly classify inmates and required more cell blocks. There were not enough staff and PPEs to properly supervise and care for isolated inmates. There was a temporary suspension of visits and drop-off for inmates. There was a huge drop in sales, like I said earlier, by the prisons commissary and the industrial zone. We had to reduce recreation time and the number of participants in programs, of course, that is to sort of honor social distancing. Then we also had to cease physical sporting events in order not to have to refer people for injuries to the main hospital. Implications. With the borders and airports no longer being able to remain closed, thus exposing those in the society to contracting the virus, it means for us that the prison administration will need to remain vigilant and step up its campaign to mitigate and prevent it from entering the prison. Of course, we had mass incarceration of illegal immigrants and states of emergency offenders. And if this continues, we can start experiencing temporary overcrowding of the isolation and quarantine blocks. There will also be a tremendous need to enforce and sustain all COVID-19 prevention measures, which will be very, very costly. This chart is showing that for the states of emergency that have taken place within the last 3 months, we have received 362 inmates, of which you will note that 55% of those were gang members. Because of the wave of killings that were taking place in Belize, they had to time them out of the prison. The population, therefore, as of July 16th, still stood at 235, with 64% of them being illegal immigrants, not being able to be deported because of the closure of borders that continues to happen right now. And the rest are pretty much state of emergency violators for the COVID-19 regulations and the gangs. When you compare the pre-state of emergencies along with the post-state of emergencies, we saw that there was a 6.92 increase in population, and there's a 14.04% increase in remanded population. So there's convicted and remanded. First, on accounts of how COVID-19 affected or continues to affect inmates, the lockdown of the prison prevented families from visiting their loved ones. Families cannot visit as often, and in some cases not at all, because they have lost their jobs. Families cannot deposit any cash into the accounts of their loved ones due to joblessness. Prisoners are concerned about their families contracting the virus. Prisoners are worried about the prison having to go on lockdown again. Then the steps that the prison has taken to minimize and prevent the infections. First, we insist on mandatory hand washing and sanitizing, wearing a face mask, screening for the virus, and non-contact temperature checks for everyone visiting the prison, regular disinfecting of heavily trafficked areas, surfaces, objects, and prison staff transport, social distancing for visitors and staff. We refuse entry of any person who displays any flu-like symptom. COVID-19 free status clearance certificates for all immigrants are mandatory. COVID-19 education through posters and the prison's radio station. Isolation of newly admitted inmates, and of course the readmitted inmates who are going out for their hearings. Belizeans 14 days and illegal immigrants for 21 days. This is just a couple of pictures to sort of show the screening and the hand washing and the social distancing and face mask wearing. Challenges the pandemic provides for sustainable reform. Well, we must agree that COVID-19 is a new phenomenon with new information and experience emerging daily, which requires close monitoring in order to formulate the right contingencies, strategies, and policies to prevent and mitigate it. The prison was not lucky to have received any COVID-19 PPEs and supplies from any entity or person. So when CARICOM IMPACS came through with that donation, it was like manna from heaven. However, once the stock is exhausted, we will be at risk of not being able to effectively prevent and mitigate it if we're not replenished due to our limited financial resources. Limited equipment and human resources were challenges, particularly for the medical services. Management of medical emergencies, because the main hospital was only taking high-level emergency cases. We having to house most staff continuously at the prison due to transportation shutdowns. COVID-19 rapid tests are not approved by the Ministry of Health. Thus, screening methods are limited to proper and concise training. The need to constantly remind inmates and staff not to spread false information and create unnecessary panic. Continued incarceration of illegal immigrants and suspension of deportation due to border closures, that is a challenge for us. Delays with COVID-19 free status clearance certificates by the Ministry of Health for illegal immigrants. Increase in incarceration of persons for violating COVID-19 state of emergency regulations is also a challenge. Opportunities the pandemic provides for sustainable reform. Well, one thing I can say for sure is that I saw more collaboration and stronger bonding with other prisons in the Caribbean. I have begun sharing experiences like Colonel Nurse just alluded to, virtually with other counterparts and experts and vice versa. Support with COVID-19 supplies and PPEs for the prison and training for prison personnel by CARICOM IMPACS. An experience of flour shortage in the country some time ago also taught us that we need to take it as an opportunity to plant more ground food to serve as substitute. Virtual meetings and webinars certainly reduce costs and should continue. Policy solutions for keeping prisoners, visitors, correctional staff, and their families safe and healthy. Full implementation and use of the video to court link to help remanded inmates obtain their bail without having to risk catching the virus during in-person appearances. Enactment of laws for inmates who are considered lesser offenders to have their trials done via the video to court apparatus to reduce excessive remand. Consider reducing fine for not wearing masks from $5,000 Belize to about $200, as instituting such a fine is literally handing down a mandatory prison sentence to the offender. I just wanted to mention at this point in time that our remanded population is 36%. The prison population currently is 1,272 inmates, of which 36% are remanded and 64% are convicted. Virtual communication between inmates and their loved ones can be added as another means of maintaining family contact. Far-reaching effects of COVID-19 on the administration of justice. Enforcement of COVID-19 preventive measures and regulations can cause prison officers burnout, no doubt about that. Imbalanced prison officer to prisoner ratio. Increase in incarceration and inmate population, which will put a strain on the public purse. It can cause temporary overcrowding and undue hardship to prisoners not being able to get a hearing within a reasonable time due to increasing criminal court cases. With jobs being lost, many of the marginalized group of our society will be unable to pay attorneys to fight inmates' cases, thus leaving them to languish in prison. In some cases, they may be prone to losing their land or other valuable property to attorneys for their services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Virgilio. I was listening to you very intently, and I note that you listed a number of opportunities, and in fact, that you used this pandemic as an opportunity. You saw scope for that, and you capitalized on it. Firstly was the business opportunity in terms of the mask making, the improvement of health standards, and the ability to help to reduce any misconduct that was going on in the prison. I know there are going to be a number of questions coming up at the end surrounding this, but there is one that I need to ask before we move on to the next speaker. As it relates to the mask making, was that for commercial purposes only or simply for internal use?
That was a form, like I said earlier, it was a form of revenue generating, because we lost quite a substantial amount of sales as it relates to the commissary, because at one point we had locked down the prison fully, and it meant that there were no cash coming in for the inmates, so they didn't have that buying power. So we lost there, and we also lost in the industrial zone, which produces furniture and blocks and all of these things. And what that did for us, there were nobody coming to purchase. So we lost in those areas. So the mask making was a brilliant idea, and people locked onto it and they wanted to purchase, and we received huge requests. And that was a way of offsetting what we lost in other areas.
Great, thank you very much. I've got a few more for you later, but I'll keep them till later.
Thank you.
If we can move on to our next speaker, and this is Dr. Khatija Khan, and she is a clinical psychologist and a neuropsychologist, a lecturer at the Faculty of Medicine, University of West Indies, and a member of the University of West Indies COVID-19 Task Force. She's an Executive Council member of the Caribbean Alliance of National Psychological Associations and a past president of the Trinidad and Tobago Association of Psychologists. For the past 20 years, Dr. Khan has been a passionate lecturer, researcher, and public advocate promoting mental health and well-being across the Caribbean. She provides consultant psychology services to the Trinidad and Tobago Children's Authority, Medical Research Foundation, North Central Regional Health Authority, and the University of Guyana. Since the COVID-19 pandemic, she has worked with various stakeholders, including CARICOM, CARICOM IMPACS, PAHO, Trinidad and Tobago Ministry of Health, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service Victims and Witness Support Unit, Trinidad and Tobago Medical Association, Coalition Against Domestic Violence, and Rotaract, all to promote stress management, psychological coping, and well-being. So without further ado, I invite Dr. Kian to make her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Nurse, and good morning to all the other esteemed panelists. I'd like to start by thanking CARICOM IMPACS for this invitation to participate in this panel this morning and for this week of activities. I think it's very timely, it's very important, and I think it's something that our region could benefit from. I'd also like to commend you for acknowledging a role for discussion about psychology and the impact, the psychological impact of the pandemic in the prisons and correctional services systems. So let's start with that. So one thing that we have realized is that this pandemic has had a significant impact in pretty much every aspect of life and every sector. And so the prison services is no exception to that. And what has happened is that it has caused a heightened level of stress. So notwithstanding what existing stresses might have existed, so whether work-related, personal, organizational, etc., what we have found is that the pandemic has heightened everybody's baseline of stress. So we're coming into this, we're experiencing this with significantly higher levels of stress. And that has a significant impact, which I'll go a little more into. Now, I'm going to speak a little bit on the impact on staff as well as the impact on inmates. So what we have found is that stresses for staff within the prison services, and Director Murillo mentioned some of those, but so staff are faced with an increased fears about a risk of infection, exposures at their workplace, and also access to having sufficient PPE, which is why it is so good to hear about the partnerships with organizations like the British High Commission, who can help fill some of those gaps in providing resources regionally. Staff are also facing stresses in terms of changes to their work roles and work functioning. There are also concerns for their own personal family situations. So in terms of going back home and risking exposing their families as well. Having access to information and two-way levels of communication at the workplace. And finally, their level of satisfaction with the workplace response to the pandemic. So that's not an exhaustive list, but it's just an idea of the additional stressors that staff members may be facing in dealing and coping and responding to the pandemic. As it pertains to inmates, so we also heard from Mr. Joseph that they are a special population, they are a vulnerable population, and therefore responsibility is greater. So they are a unique population in terms of their limits to their choices, their agency, their independence. So in terms of practicing physical distancing, practicing hand and respiratory hygiene, and other public health measures that have been advised, they are limited in terms of their choice, and therefore the responsibility falls on the organizations. But what that means is that it can pose a source of stress to them based on how satisfied they are with the measures that are in place. We've already heard from, I think, many of our speakers about the issues with overcrowding, which will pose a significant challenge to the physical distancing that's required. So it's about how do we adjust to these and how do we manage the levels of stress that it would provoke. So in addition to what I mentioned, inmates have also faced stresses based on changes to their routines and the services that are available to them. So we just heard about accessing the commissary, but also in terms of their court proceedings, in terms of visitation, in terms of exercise and recreation, in terms of social and educational programs that are available. All of these would have been affected by the pandemic. And then the responses to adjust to these would vary across the different organizations and countries. So compounding that as well, heightened levels of stress, and this now is not just within the prison service, but they are finding this globally, that this pandemic has had one of the fallouts is its ability to exacerbate existing mental health issues. So we know that many inmates struggle with mental health issues. And so the pandemic has the risk of exacerbating these. And in fact, other physical issues as well, even physical health issues, it has the risk of exacerbating. And finally, they're going to be at-risk populations, inmates who are even more vulnerable. So for example, the elderly or inmates with pre-existing health conditions, that puts them at greater risk of infection to the COVID-19 virus. So that's going to cause an additional source of stress. So we are outlining then all of these sources of stress. And I just want to stop and put a pin there and also a caveat. And it's to acknowledge something that Director Murillo raised, which is not all of the fallout of COVID-19 pandemic has been negative. There have been some positive outcomes, and he mentioned some in terms of opportunities for revenue generation. Mr. Joseph also mentioned, you know, this improved network and communication and sharing of resources. So some of the responses have been positive. But when we talk about stress, it's the negative aspects that we want to consider, because those are the ones that are likely to have negative outcomes, both personally and organizationally. So in terms of stress, the other thing I wanted to highlight is that we all react very differently to stress. So in terms of your ability to identify whether stress is having an impact on your staff or on inmates, stress can impact us psychologically through a range of different reactions. Some people may get more sad and withdrawn, whereas others may be more agitated and frustrated. There are also cognitive effects. So if you're seeing a lack of concentration and attention, more procrastination, issues with memory, and just having to repeat yourself more, people not understanding what seems to be clear instructions, you might want to consider whether this is also a stress reaction. Stress reactions can be physical. So if you're seeing an increase in complaints of aches and pains and tensions and digestive problems, headaches, toothaches, etc. Stress can also exacerbate existing health conditions. You can also have an increase in the prevalence of more somatic conditions. So you might see that, well, first of all, mental health and physical health are inextricable, but I wanted to highlight that some of the physical symptoms may have a psychological cause like stress. And finally, it may have an impact on our social activity and our behavior. So appetite, the use and consumption of substances, it might affect eating habits, sleeping habits, etc. So if you're seeing some of the changes in behaviors, you might also want to figure out if it's stress related. And finally, there is no one prescriptive way for people to respond to stress. How I respond to stress is going to be very different from somebody else's response. So that stress response is variable and it's subjective. So you do want to look out for those variations and realize that people may react differently and may react with different intensities. So what do we do then? How are we going to respond? How are we going to cope? So again, I'll separate it into staff and inmates. And I think the first thing is for us to be cognizant of the impact of the psychological fallout of this pandemic, of the impact of things like stress, and the relationship between stress and other mental health conditions like depression and anxiety, etc. So the first thing is having it on our radar and being aware of it. And then how do we respond? So as it pertains to staff, so we want to have frequent information and two-way communication so that they have the opportunity and a forum to also ask questions, to get feedback, to provide input on decisions that are being made. Where possible, it may be important to have flexibility and workarounds. So while in many of our societies we are out of total lockdown and most businesses have resumed, certain things are still not operational. So for example, childcare facilities. So you may have staff members who have childcare issues. So where possible, where feasible, you may want to have flexibility, flexi time, workarounds, etc., where it is applicable. In terms of personal safety and risk reassurance, that's going to be very important for staff. So availability of PPE, proper communications of what protocols have been implemented. You also want to monitor your staff for things like burnout, compassion fatigue, and the effects of stress. Sometimes not everybody is able to recognize it's happening to them. So as leaders, managers, directors, you want to be able to recognize that in your staff and realize when they may need either a group intervention or an individual intervention. And finally, emphasizing self-care and having encouraging systems of support. So many of these issues that I mentioned, we can manage when we prioritize self-care. So yes, we want people to show up and work hard and to perform their duties. But in order for them to do that, they also need to have appropriate self-care, appropriate mechanisms for coping and managing their stress. And I'd like to end off now by touching on some measures for inmates. And so the first one is considering the impact on their mental health and understanding that this pandemic, as I mentioned, globally, is going to exacerbate mental health issues. So there may be an increased need for emotional and psychological support in the inmates to reassure them in terms of their fear, their concerns. There may be a need for regular and sensitive communication. So same as the needs for staff, we need that two-way communication for inmates, for them to express their concerns and for you to inform them of the measures that are being put in place to safeguard them. There's a need for also transparent awareness raising and information sharing. Now, one of the things we know about the pandemic is, and it happened early on, but it's still happening to a certain extent, which is the issue of fake news and conspiracy theories. So these abound. And so inmates may be getting access to these, and we have to find a way to debunk that and counter that so that it's not increasing their levels of stress. We also want to consider as much as possible alternative methods of delivering all manners of services. So whether it is having virtual court appointments, whether it is allowing communication or facilitating communication via other means, so telecommunications, video conferencing, digital means. And, you know, even prior to the pandemic, this was mentioned in the Nelson Mandela rules of 2015, where they spoke about inmates being allowed to communicate on a regular and consistent basis with their families and loved ones. So facilitating these visitations via electronic means is going to be really important to also help with their psychological well-being and also mitigate against a potential fallout or backlash for increased stress levels as a result of not having access to whether it's visitation or court appointments or access to social programs or educational programs. And finally, the need for monitoring risk and stigma and threat. So we also heard an example from the previous presentation about stigma in terms of new inmates that are coming in and current inmates fearing that they may have the virus and transmit the virus. So we do want to monitor for levels of risk and also for the existence of stigma, and then put things in place to intervene and to be aware of the different needs. So to assess the needs of different populations. So those who are more at high risk. So the elderly, those with chronic health conditions, those who have other types of needs, we do want to be aware that all needs are not going to be the same across inmates. So finally, in wrapping up, what we are realizing is that our pandemic response is a marathon. It's definitely not a sprint. And so this is not a singular event that we have to recover from. Rather, this is a chronic event that we have to adjust to and learn how to cope with and adapt. So until a vaccine becomes available, it is the behavioral measures and the public health measures that are going to keep us safe. And therefore, psychological well-being that also allows us to comply. Having healthy coping across the board, from staff down to inmate, from the highest level down to the lower levels. These are the things that are going to help us cope and adjust to this pandemic and help keep it at bay. And with that, I thank you.
Dr. Cam, thank you very much indeed. I'm hearing you loud and clearly when you speak to the fact that this pandemic will bring with it associated stresses, and we need to take those actions to help minimize the level of stress. But I can't let you go yet, because there are a few questions I would like to ask before I ask the next presenter. You have the onset of the pandemic, and you're introducing new technologies and so on into the system to deliver the services. Wouldn't that also create further stresses, not only on the inmate, but staff who have to deliver or facilitate?
Yeah, so I think, yes, change always, we always have a process of adjusting to change, and that in itself can be inherently stressful. But if we're looking at what the outcome is, so if we know that this is going to have a positive outcome, you know, everything has a cost-benefit analysis. So introducing the technology, there is going to be a period of adjustment where you have to learn how to use it, how to implement it. But what we realize is that in the long term, this is going to be beneficial. There might be cost benefits in terms of efficiency, in terms of facilitating even more regular and consistent contact. So I think understanding that change always comes with a certain amount of stress of adjustment, but there's good stress and there's bad stress. And so perhaps we can see change, we can reframe change, part of change as being the good stress that motivates us to perform. And if we also align whatever we're implementing with some of these higher principles. So we mentioned the Nelson Mandela rules, the Bangkok rules. So when we realize that these changes we're trying to implement help us to be more in accordance with these rules and principles, then I think that helps to motivate people so that we'll get more buy-in, hopefully more motivation, and hopefully more positive outcomes across the board. So I hope that helps.
Yes, it does. Thank you very much. Now, additionally, when we talk about approaching stresses at the workplace and so on, there's always this belief that you only focus on junior staff. But could you discuss the whole treatment of stress as it relates to senior people as well, you know, the managers, the person in charge of the entire system and so on, and the need to do well, the need to keep people safe and so on, vis-a-vis the junior person who is taking orders, want more information and so on and so on. Could you compare the approach that is taken on both sides of the scale?
Sure. So I think the first thing we have to acknowledge is that no one is immune from stress. So no matter what strata you are at in the organization, you're going to be impacted by stress. And so everybody needs to have good coping mechanisms. The needs, however, may be different, and also the responsibilities are different. So if you are in a position of leadership, in a position of management, you have an even greater responsibility placed on you, because it is probably your responsibility to cater for some of the needs of your junior staff. So I think one of the things, I think even more so, it's important for management to have good coping mechanisms, because often they set the tone for the culture in organizations, and they also would be able to model healthy coping. So what we want then is the modeling of good, healthy strategies and not negative strategies where people are not coping very well. So I think it is very important for management to have a good repertoire of those skills. And one of the maxims I always use is, you cannot pour from an empty cup. You can't pour from an empty cup. So you have to make sure that your cup is full. And in this context, your cup you have to recharge. You have to ensure that you have good strategies in place, whether it's communication strategies, stress relief, problem solving, decision making. So you have to make sure you have all of those strategies in place. And you also do that. So remember, I mentioned self-care and I mentioned having support systems. So you may have to have these support systems at all levels. So there may be a peer or buddy system at that management level. And you will also have it at the junior level. So I think having interventions, having resources, having systems in place at every level is really important. And no one is immune from stress. So we all need to acknowledge that. We all need to take responsibility for it. And we all need, I think, to support each other through this process.
Thank you very much indeed. That was extremely helpful, and I hope it benefits everyone. And we surely will have some more questions for you at the end. So thank you very much again. It is now my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, who is Justice Gillian Luckey. And Justice Luckey was recently appointed to the Court of Appeal and was called to the bar in 1991. She joined the judiciary in 2009, 2010, and then again in 2014. During the period 2010 to 2014, Justice Luckey was the director of the Police Complaints Authority. Prior to the appointment as a judge in 2009, Justice Luckey served in the positions of Senior State Counsel in the Office of the DPP, Minister in the Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs, Opposition Member of Parliament, and Member of the Crime and Justice Commission. Justice Luckey was a columnist, host of a TV program, Just Jill, and principal of the Academy of Tertiary Studies. Justice Luckey is also a lecturer at the Faculty of Law, University of West Indies, and the Hugh Woodin Law School, and was appointed the chair of the Judicial Education Institute of Trinidad and Tobago in January 2019. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Justice Luckey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, Lieutenant Colonel John Nurse, British High Commissioner for Trinidad and Tobago, His Excellency Mr. Tim Sue, Acting Executive Director of CARICOM IMPACS, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Jones, esteemed panelists, and the listening and viewing audience. It is worth repeating the words of Nelson Mandela when he said, and I quote, "No one truly knows a nation until one has been inside its jails. A nation should be judged not by how it treats its highest citizens, but its lowest ones," end of quote. And what in 1947, Mahatma Gandhi wrote, and I quote, "All criminals should be treated as patients, and the jails should be hospitals admitting this class of patients for treatment and cure. No one commits a crime for the fun of it. It is a sign of a diseased mind," end of quote. And I say this to everyone for us to understand that when we are discussing the impact and implications that arise out of this COVID-19 experience on prisons and correctional services, that we have to remember what Mandela has stated in terms of the standards So Mandela spoke to standards, and Mahatma Gandhi wrote on responsibility. And the question we need to ask ourselves today in this broad discussion is, what role are we playing to ensure that we meet those Mandela standards that we get in the Nelson Mandela prison rules? And how do we meet the responsibility as articulated and written by Mahatma Gandhi? And it is my view in this discussion that it took a crisis called COVID-19 to catalyze action and stimulate innovation in the right direction. And COVID-19, in fact, has forced all of us to do what we should have been doing a very long time ago. Mm-hmm. And I genuinely hope that when we overcome this COVID-19 crisis, that we recognize it is not back to business as usual, but rather it is for us to continue taking our responsibility and meeting our standards to the next level. Before we could discuss the impact and implications, I think it's good to still remind everyone listening and viewing. I know many of our panelists, all of our panelists know this already, but to ask ourselves the who, the what, the when, the why, and the how when it comes to those persons who are in prisons, detention centers, and correctional services. It is from this important data that we can inform our process for change. Because many times we talk about change, but we speak about change in a vacuum. Change cannot take place in a vacuum. And if we want sustained change in the right direction, then we have to know what we are dealing with. And all the panelists this morning have shown that great level of knowledge and understanding in terms of what we are dealing with. So who are the people in our prisons? And when I say prisons, I want to include correctional services and also detention centers. And I like the word services, because the persons who operate in these facilities are providing a service. And many times they are taken for granted, and they're not serving, meaning those who are in charge or the custodian of those who are in the facilities. Those who are in charge of those facilities are really providing us a service, and many times they are just cast aside or forget what they are going through. I was very happy to hear Dr. Cannon, her presentation, speaking to those who are in the system and those who are in charge of those in the system. So who are people in the prisons? We all know they're mainly men. There are many women. The number of women has increased. There are children. I'm defining children as persons under 18. They are the vulnerable. We have the elderly. We have mentally challenged persons. We have differently able persons. We have pregnant women. We have very young children. We have persons who have existing health conditions. We have persons from the LGBTQ society. What are they in jail for? Many times when people hear persons are in jail, they discard them because they think they must have committed some serious crime. Well, yes, there are persons who are in jail who have committed serious crimes such as murder and sexual offenses such as rape. But there are some who are in jail for petty non-violent crimes, such as simple possession of marijuana in small quantum. When a person is sent to jail, they're sent to jail soon after arrest in situations in which they are unable to raise bail or they were not granted bail. And why are people in prison? Well, people are in prison as convicts, but there are also persons who are in prison remaining trial, they're on remand. There are persons who are detained because they are legal immigrants. There are persons who can't access bail. There are persons who are in default of payment. Because during the COVID time, you would recognize that many persons might have had to make payments as part of a sentence or in terms of maintenance for young people or their children. And because they were without jobs, they just couldn't pay and in default sent to jail. And how are these people in our jails and detention centers? And so how are they kept? Well, it's usually in overcrowded cells with little access to the outside world. And I recommend to everyone to read that publication on global prison trends for 2020. I don't intend to address all, but what I do suggest is that each institution, each person in each walk of life, look to the key messages from that document, Global Prison Trends 2020. And in the key messages, do as I have done and what the judiciary has done. And that is to highlight in those messages what is being highlighted so that we could know what we have to do to fix what is stated in the message. And as I said, I don't need to go through each one, but I'm saying there's a message for everyone because these key messages are not just for the persons who are prison officers or the heads of the correctional facilities. It's for the entire society. And that is why very early in the day, I want to commend Nadine. I've been reading what you've been saying on the chat. One of the things that Nadine has mentioned in the chat in our presentations on our platform today is this: what are we doing as a society to ensure that we are not sending people to jail, or just looking at what are the solutions in terms of the jails and the correctional facilities and dealing with COVID-19 crisis? What are we doing then for crime prevention, restorative justice, rehabilitation? And therefore, what can we do to ensure that we protect the rights of these persons who are in these facilities during the pandemic of COVID-19? I was very happy to speak to our Acting Commissioner of Prisons, Mr. Dennis Pulchan, who was excellent in terms of sharing with me all the initiatives taken by Mr. Pulchan and his team to deal with the COVID-19 crisis. And I say special kudos to the High Commissioner for Trinidad and Tobago, our British High Commissioner, His Excellency Mr. Tim Stew, who has continued the work of the United Kingdom in terms of giving that level of resource, expertise, knowledge, and strength to our prison services. Because in 2012, it was the United Kingdom who, in great measure, ensured the establishment of a radio station in the prisons to connect people in the maximum security prison called RISE. And it is good to know that these initiatives continue. Mr. Pulchan spoke to me about the continued role being played by the United Kingdom. Commissioner Pulchan indicated to me that there are 63,860 inmates in the prisons of Trinidad and Tobago, and to date, not one has COVID-19. And this is because of the teamwork, the collaboration. Again, the point being made on the platform today, the need to collaborate in the region. And that is why I commend the work of CARICOM IMPACS for having the wide variety of persons with expertise and knowledge, not only today, but for the entire week. The continued role CARICOM IMPACS plays under its leadership with Lieutenant Colonel Michael Jones, and also to all those commissioners of prison who are using CBSI Connect and other platforms to remain in contact, to ensure that it's not just about law enforcement being in constant connectivity, but all involved in the criminal justice sector. So let me get now, in my remaining time, to what the judiciary has done. I'm happy to indicate that our Honorable Chief Justice, who leads the judiciary, is firstly an engineer. His first degree is in engineering. And as you know, engineers are meant to fix things, and mechanical engineers are meant to see the bigger problem and give us that vision, share the vision, and fix things. And our Chief Justice, the Honorable Justice Ivor Archie, Order of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, is also the president of the Judicial Education Institute. And what was done before COVID-19 was a plan, an action plan that looked at what the challenges were in the criminal justice sector. And one great challenge was what was happening to those persons who were waiting trial for a number of years, the criminal backlog, the criminal cases backlog, and how do you deal with it? It can't be churrup, it can't be vai. There had to be a process. And way before COVID-19, our Chief Justice, Justice Ivor Archie, spoke to the need to take the judiciary into the digital age, the need to have virtual hearings, the need to ensure that persons were not spending longer times awaiting their trials than when they eventually had their day in court, would be given sentences less than the time they spent in pretrial custody. And therefore, we had criminal procedure rules implemented. We had the maximum sentence indication, whereby prisoners could know, and I say people on remand could know, what were their likely sentences should they want to plead guilty and choose to plead guilty. And we worked hand in hand with educating, because it's about educating people, the importance of education. So even in terms of bail, there was a major transformation before COVID-19 to ensure that persons were not denied bail because they were without property. How many people in the Caribbean who find themselves charged are also in possession of property? Not many. And therefore our Chief Justice said to us and challenged his officers, his judicial officers, find innovative ways without raising any risk that there would be, the commission of further offenses by these persons if they were allowed to spend time not in jail while they were waiting their trials. And this was done. So now we have cash bail, we have a bail supervision program, we have a bail monitoring program, so that when bail is granted, it isn't that you need property, it may be a surety coming forward, and the court must be satisfied that this person is not going to only ensure your attendance on the day you have court, but more importantly, ensure that during that time you are waiting your trial or your day in court, you are dealing with improving yourself, in dealing with whatever may be, as Mahatma Gandhi put it, whatever may be that trouble of mind causing one to commit crime. And I'm so happy to indicate we have special courts. We have the children court, we have the drug rehabilitation court. We are following that message from the global prison trends of 2020 saying that the first resort for children under the age of 18 who have committed crime mustn't be send them to jail, because you're increasing a population in which you are putting vulnerable people. And we have to remember that to deal with vulnerable people, there must be special training. And therefore, our Judicial Education Institute, I'm very happy to say, met with one of our premier education providers in Trinidad and Tobago, COSTAT. And we have already begun now a process and more that programs that will deal with persons, especially vulnerable persons, but across the board, who are in our prisons and correctional facilities and detention centers in terms of education before, during, and especially after. And yes, our courts have gone viral, and I say viral knowing the word is virtual, and I say viral because what is being done in Trinidad and Tobago, we are being seen as leaders, not just in the Caribbean, but in the world. And I'm always very proud when our Caribbean people, because I see us as Caribbean people, do well, where we can follow good advice from others, but we can also share what we are doing, and it is working. So we have ensured access to justice, because that is critical in our judiciary, access to justice. We recognize that the face of the judiciary is changing. Our judiciary is not just about judicial officers. It is about court administration, our IT department falling under court administration, ensuring that we can deliver. That when we say that we are going to have these virtual hearings for bail, for criminal offenses, for trials, that our IT department and our court administration are working hand in hand with us. We as judges cannot do it alone. Judicial officers cannot do it alone. We have been innovative. We now institute delayed sentencing. As many of you would know, we come from a process by which, in terms of the sentencing, when you sentence a person, he immediately goes to jail. That's not happening now. What we do is this. We recognize that is the rule. So what we have done is the persons who have been not in custody, but have been awaiting trial for a number of years, once the prosecution has no objection, if they plead guilty or found guilty, they are not necessarily sentenced that same day. We give them an opportunity to go back to their families, to explain to them, well, listen, they will be going to jail, to put things in order, to make sure that there's proper financial provision and social support systems in place while they will be going to jail. Electronic monitoring, there's been the commuting of sentences. We look actively at the alternatives to custodial sentences. This is the type of change, this is the type of action plan that has been catalyzed. But I say, with the greatest respect to the judiciary, we were doing this before COVID-19. And I stress it because many people say it takes a crisis. Some say it takes a village. I say whether it took the village or the crisis or both, we've got to move forward. And as I come to the end, I want to again commend all of those who are playing their role, because it's not just about those in the prisons or the correctional facilities. It is our society and our community that has to come together. We all have to ask, what is the role we need to play? The executive, the legislative, the judiciary, prosecutors, defenders, probation services, prisons, correctional detention centers, the schools, civil society, NGOs, places of learning. Our Attorney General, Faris Alwari, has made it his mission to focus on criminal justice sector reform. There have been initiatives to clear the criminal law backlog, judge-alone trials. We have the decriminalization of the possession of marijuana in small amounts. We have the boosting of the offices of the DPP and the creation of the Public Defender's Office. And then you ask, well, Gillian, what does all of this have to do with the implications of COVID-19? Well, it does, because everybody has a golden thread running through the presentations. It mustn't be about just sending more people to jail. And society has to understand that when we use these initiatives and when we talk restorative justice, it isn't easy. It isn't about going easy on crime or just trying to find an easy solution to the backlog. No, it is about us recognizing that we need to ensure we protect rights of persons. We remember what the Mandela prison rule tells us, the Bangkok rules, all of these things have been there for a long time. We have to remember we have a duty to all our citizens. We need to focus more on crime prevention, rehabilitation, and restorative justice. And as I end, I want to remind everybody, stop working in the silos. Let us work as a team. Today we are speaking about the implications and the impact of COVID-19 on the prisons, but you have a judicial officer speaking and showing that we recognize we too have a role to play. And I encourage everybody to rise up, recalibrate the way you operate. It is not the old way. It is a new normal. Innovate, come up with new ways we can do things. For example, in Trinidad and Tobago, visits are now done via the virtual platform. teaching, persons who normally would not want to go to the prisons are now saying, listen, we can do so virtually. You're keeping the prisoners in contact with their family, whether they're in remand or serving sentences. Court visits, which were done physically by judicial officers, will also be done virally. So we talk about R, recalibrate, I, innovate, S, strategize, E, energize, and for up, U, utilize, and P, prioritize. It's about rise up. I hope if anything else, you remember that acronym of rise up. Recalibrate, innovate, strategize, energize, utilize, and prioritize. We cannot go back. COVID-19 has prompted us to go to the next level. Let us keep moving forward. Let us rise up. And I thank you very much for your attention.
Justice Lucky, thank you very much for that very powerful and impactful presentation. I listened to you as well very intently. COVID-19 has forced us to do what we should have been doing all along. Change cannot take place in a vacuum. Who do we have in prisons and why? We provide a service, and we should not forget this. And the greater need for collaboration and innovation within the prison setting. I thank you very much for that very powerful and impactful presentation. In listening to all of the presentations this morning, one is forced to recognize that prison or corrections should be looked at as an investment in human development and developing the human capital. It should not be to discard human beings. We need to invest more to prevent problems from arising in the first place. And COVID-19 has shown the need for institutions to work closer together, sharing information, best practices, and techniques. But I'm also aware that corrections does not only impact what happens in the prison, but also impact those offenders who are not incarcerated, but maybe on community sanctions or treatment programs within the community. And with those comments, I would wish now to pose a few questions to the panel and to receive their responses. Many of the questions that I came prepared with were expertly answered already in the presentations. So I do have a few more, however, and I'll push them through as I go through. And any member of the panel can answer this one. To what extent is the muted voice of prisons and corrections contributing to the perception created by those who do not know what goes on in prisons? Would anyone share to or care to approach that one? Virgilio, would you wish to address that one?
Repeat the question again for me, please.
To what extent is the muted voice of prisons and corrections contributing to the perceptions created by those who do not know what goes on within the institutions?
I don't know. I have a different perception with respect to the muted voice of prisons, because in our facility, for argument's sake, nothing really is a secret around here. As a matter of fact, you will know that from your experience in prisons. Prisons are pretty much one of the biggest rumor mills, and nothing that happens in here goes unnoticed. For argument's sake, just about every building has phones, telephones. You call them pay phones, that is, and prisoners are allowed to maintain those contact with their families via phone lines during their recreation. And if there's anything going on wrong, they have that ability to call and tell on us. It is so bad in our prison that they literally call the radio station sometime and complain about frivolous issues. Then we do have volunteers who come to the prison. Right now they're on hold, but on a normal basis, we would have close to 50 different prison ministries coming into the prison to lend some kind of support to prisoners, trying to let them change their behaviors and attitudes and go back out into society being productive and law-abiding citizens. And I am always of the opinion that if there were anything wrong happening in our prison, these are some of the very same people who would be taking back that information out on the outside. So in a way, I try to run the prison in such a way that we don't shy away from people coming to the prison to offer support and help. Now, you don't want that to get out of hand too. So you have to be very careful, but it's not necessarily to hide anything. It's really to just try and control what goes on in the prison, the number of people coming to the prison, because everything comes with risks and security risks for that matter, because there is the issue of drugs, and the more people you have coming to volunteer in your prison, the more there's more potential for contraband to enter your prison, particularly drugs. And one of our stance on that is that drugs definitely disrupts order and discipline within the prison. It leads to violence, so we try not to have that. But the muted voice, and I encourage prisons all over to please, if there are people who want to come and see your operation and see what you're doing and try to volunteer to assist with rehabilitating inmates, I encourage them to do it in a very controlled way, but because these are the very same people that get to go back out into the society. Aside from your staff, you know, they get to go back into the society, and if they see something wrong, more than likely they're going to mention it either innocently or deliberately to somebody, and this is where you start to have all those scandals. And I think that the society really do not necessarily know what goes on in a prison, because they are judging us by what happens in other prisons in the United States of America and other harsh places like maybe Venezuela and Brazil. So we're pretty much being stigmatized, if you want to put it that way.
Thank you very much. Hillary, would you like to weigh in on that?
Yes, Carlos, I think in some cases, we as the prison leaders, we contribute to that perception in that we tend to maintain this large mentality. And it's important that we allow access to our prison. So the public, the media, let them see what we have going on in there. It's important that they see what we do and not restrict, for restricting's sake. That permits that impression of stuff going on that we don't want anyone else to see. It's important that we try to have an open facility, allow them in, give them access. That destroys the attitude that there were black rooms that were beating inmates, and it's important that that happens, that we run an open facility.
Thank you very much, Hillary. My next question now is aimed at Justice Lucky and Dr. Khan. And this is something I've been hearing for quite a while, and I would wish to put this to you to get your response. Among the many challenges to the seeming love affair of the region for incarceration, is it time in our region for a paradigm shift in the way we treat the criminality and crime, stressing more on treatment and de-emphasizing incarceration, and considering crime more as a public health phenomenon?
I would go ahead and answer, and very much so, moderator, because in the Caribbean, we have to recognize that the original thinking, it's really a cultural change and a mind shift, because we have always believed in the past that when somebody commits a crime, they have to do the time. So you do commit a crime, you do the time. And that has made the focus be on one of the important principles of sentencing, which is punishment. And that comes from what we call the Benjamin Principles. But since the Benjamin Principles in 1964, and now we are in 2020, we have to recognize the importance of the character and the characteristics of the persons coming before these courts who are being sentenced. You cannot treat each criminal blindly and in the same way. And what do I mean by that? Even when we say justice is blind, we see the traditional look of Lady Justice with that blindfold. But we have to remember there are two different concepts between equality and equity, and the overarching objective must be fairness, that people must be treated justly. So for example, if you have a person before you who has committed a crime, who has a mental challenge, you just don't send the person to jail. As our Chief Justice has said, it isn't just about warehousing the criminals or persons who have committed crimes and just expecting that the prisons will be able to deal with them. Some of them have underlying challenges and problems. It's all about, and I'm sure Dr. Khan would agree with this, us looking at the mental and psychological well-being of persons coming before us. And I'm not saying that we ought not to send persons to jail, but we really have to get more information before us. And I don't just mean by testimonials, so that we could ensure that we are giving appropriate sentences. And that's what we've been doing in Trinidad and Tobago. We are not just saying, okay, go to jail. We are looking at sentencing on a case-by-case basis. And I can tell you, the driver in that has been moderator, panelists, and those listening. The approach taken in the children court. And one of the key messages in that Global Trends for Prisons 2020 makes the point that for children, for example, jail is supposed to be the last resort. So what we have done now in the High Court and in our other courts is that we have taken that approach in terms of what are the other types of punishment, non-custodial punishment that would be or may be appropriate in a particular instance. Let's hear from the prosecution and the defense. And at the end of the day, let us remember what we are seeking to achieve: restorative justice, which is something Senator Hazel Thompson he speaks about all the time. She's the chairleader in the Caribbean and the world on restorative justice, rehabilitation, and preventing recidivism. Because as we keep saying, when people leave the prisons, they are going back into society, and you have to give them the tools that are required. Some people don't need to go to prison to be able to get that tools to be able to reintegrate.
It's true. Thank you very much, Dr. Khan.
Yeah, so I certainly want to agree both with Justice Lucky and to the person who posed the question. Yes, I think we definitely have to have, it's going to call for a change in culture. Huh? So that paradigm shift is going to have to start mentally. We have to have that buy-in and the philosophy that incarceration is not the best option for many of the persons who come before the justice system. So for many of the factors Justice Lucky mentioned as well. So when we look at the recidivism rates, they're unacceptable. So what we're finding is that prison is not serving the purpose it's supposed to be serving. If it is supposed to rehabilitate, if it's supposed to deter people from committing crimes, then we have a problem. So what we find is that if that system is not efficient, if it were efficient, then we could have an argument for continuing it. But what we have found is that it is not efficient. What I also want to mention as well are some of the other factors that are pertinent to cases. Now, many of our prison services utilize the LSCMI assessment form. So that's the form they use when prisoners come into the system, where it categorizes the risk factors, the need factors, the responsivity factors for each inmate. But I want to question, what do we do with that information? So when we realize somebody has social risk factors or mental health factors or finance or other psychosocial factors involved, what are we doing with that information? How are we using that to help get a better outcome for this prisoner? So I think even utilizing some of the resources we already have, I think they're underutilized and we need to be capitalizing on them more. But also that framework, that punitive idea, which I think is maybe part of our colonial legacy, that we figure that punishment is the way to go, and then we don't think about what happens after. So when we look at the outcome of incarceration as well, and the stigma for persons who have been in the prison system, their ability to get a job, their ability to reintegrate into society and the community, what we would find is that our system is not as effective as we want it to be. So we do have to consider other alternatives. We have to consider, as Justice Lucky mentioned, you know, the non-custodial punishment options. Where does restorative justice figure into it? What are we doing for rehabilitation? So for example, the BARD initiative in the US, where they found that offering education to these inmates. So, and I'm not talking about one-off courses, but proper educational initiatives cut recidivism rates by a tremendous amount. So even our idea of what goes on in our prisons and what inmates should have access to, I think we really do need to every now and then stop and take stock of where we're at to reassess the system and figure out where we need to tweak it.
Thank you very much. And if I can draw Calixtus into this conversation, Calixtus, in your view, shouldn't prisons and corrections be more involved in the traditional conversation on safety and security?
Thank you very much for that question. Firstly, I do agree with you, and this is the position of our executive director and CARICOM IMPACS. In prisons, there exists a wealth of knowledge. There exists also a wealth of intelligence, and prisons must be part and parcel of the conversation with regard to security. Too often, prisons have been left out. This was one of the reasons why in 2015, CARICOM IMPACS brought a proposal to the heads of government and to the Council of Ministers with regard to including prisons as part of its framework. So as Justice Lucky stated, there is the need for recalibration in the thought of what role prison plays in terms of security, and prison plays one of the most vital role in security. Also, we also must recognize that correctional institutions must therefore be more than places of punishment, as stated by a previous speaker. They must serve to rehabilitate offenders who will someday return to society to work and live. Too many times when we put persons in prison, we just throw the keys out. Our prisoners also need to be part of the solution. So not only looking at it through a security lens, but we have to look at it through a citizen security lens and a human security lens. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Could I bring Justice Lucky back into play here now? What is the role of the judiciary with regard to ensuring the fundamental rights of persons in detention?
First of all, let's use as our benchmark, or what is our litmus test. There must be access to justice. And therefore, when we talk about persons who are in the jails, and this may not be persons who are serving sentences, but for example, persons who are on remand, who are awaiting their trials, what we are saying is that it must be judiciary driven in some aspects. We have to understand, and that's why when I ended my presentation, I said everybody has a role to play. The judiciary has literally read all the Nelson Mandela rules. We've looked at the Bangkok rules. We also have visited the courts, because our Chief Justice made it clear that when you want to deal with protecting rights and understanding rights, you have to be able to understand what persons are actually undergoing. And therefore, court visits by judicial officers are encouraged. And what we do, ensuring that we are not biased in any particular way, but recognizing what are the standards, what are the Nelson Mandela rules. We ensure not only in our judgments, but in the way we approach cases, in the way we impose sentences, that we recognize the importance of the role the judiciary must play in terms of the sentencing principles. But as I said, we have also done that paradigm shift. So whereas before judicial officers wanted very much to ensure that the message to society was persons are punished, they have committed a crime and they must be punished. And punishment was only seen back in the day as being sent to jail. Persons have to recognize that you could be punished because certain certain, I wouldn't want to use the word rights, but certain privileges may be taken away from you. In other words, you may not be sent to jail, but who knows, depending on the type of crime, you may not be allowed to drive for a period of time. So in other words, your ability to be a driver in a vehicle has been taken away for a particular period of time. And we recognize the importance of education. And that's why I said just yesterday, we met with COSTAT, and the Chief Justice, as the president of the Judicial Education Institute, made the point that the judiciary and its face and its role has to change. In other words, we must partner now with external stakeholders to determine what we can do to educate, because education still remains the fundamental key in terms of persons getting accessibility, not only to justice, but also in their ability to rehabilitate in society. And in all occasions, I should say, not just many, when or before we sentence, what we do is we encourage prisons to play a role. I can tell you that's something I have done, and Mr. Joseph Alexis, you'd be very happy to hear this. I am one of those always saying that prisons was treated as a neglected child. Prisons is where we have our intelligence. Prisons is where we have our information, not only in terms of crime detection, but in terms of what is best for those we sentence. What are the best measures? Is it that this person ought to be sent back to jail? Is it that this person is somebody who now has rehabilitated enough to be reintegrated in society? And therefore, when I was in the High Court, when I sentenced, I always insisted that a person from prison be present to give me that level of guidance. We in the judiciary, I assure you, with our Chief Justice, we are ensuring that we are playing our role in terms of the achievement of the goals of sentencing. Our focus now is on restorative justice, ensuring that every party involved in a crime has a say. And more importantly, we recognize that when persons leave the prisons, they are going to go back into society to make sure they're properly prepared. As I have the ear of the panel and those listening, one of the concerns we have in the judiciary is this: when we learned that persons who are on remand awaiting trial are not the beneficiaries of all the programs available to those who are convicted. So when you deal with persons who are waiting trial in custody, in remand for a period of time, and you think, well, okay, they've been in jail for about 7 years, when they come before us, they may actually be time spent depending on what sentence is imposed, whether convicted or pleaded guilty. But what have they gotten in terms of training? Now, we are not in the executive. We can't go and say, well, here is money. That would be overstepping. But what we do is we ensure that we're not operating in silos, so that the executive is aware that with this backlog and with the fact that persons who come before us and are sentenced may have already served their time, they would not have benefited from programs. And therefore, they need to ensure that programs are available to all prisoners, available to all those who are in remand. That is what we are doing. We are tweaking the way we operate to ensure that we are fulfilling justice, fairness, and accessibility to justice.
Thank you very much, Justice Lucky. Now, when we're looking at COVID-19 and the impact it has had on prison institutions and the people who live and work there, there's the argument that with the use of technology, we are basically tearing families further apart, in that there's no longer that in-person contact. You have now to rely on whether it's a telephone or if you have teleconferencing facilities, but you don't have that in person. You can't have that close bond. What would be your views on that statement, Dr. Khan? And can I also have Hillary and Virgilio stood by to respond to that comment after Dr. Khan, please? Thank you.
So I think certainly it's recognized across the board the importance of inmates being able to have contact with their families. However, in the midst of a global health pandemic, public health measures and restrictions are going to have to take precedence. So until the time comes when we are confident that we have this pandemic under control, we're going to have to abide by what the recommendations are for public health restrictions. So, but the thing about it is that if What are the decisions that are informing whether visitation should be face-to-face or electronic? So that should be made on the basis of public health considerations and not for any other reason that would deprive the inmates of their human rights. Let us also not discount the effectiveness of technology. So because the technology enables us to have video conferencing, they can see their family members. So I think that additional, the additional visual cues helps. So framing it as well to the prisoners that this is what has to happen in light of the pandemic. So we're trying to mitigate risk, and therefore face-to-face contact introduces too much risk to you, to your families, to everybody else in the organization. So I think communicating, so I mentioned earlier the importance of communication. So sometimes I think we leave out that step. We implement a rule and we say that's the rule, people need to comply. And I think we need to remember that sometimes we need to explain why, give people a rationale so they understand the context, and that will help. I think it will aid with the compliance and the motivation. So if we understand that, you know what, we can't do face-to-face, but the technology is the next best thing. And it is also actually effective. So being able to see, being able to hear, being able to have regular contact and still serve that psychological need of having that support of your family and loved ones. And as much as possible, I think organizations, if they're being responsive, so when there becomes a time when threat levels have reduced, risk levels have been reduced, then you can re-implement face-to-face measures. And finally, you may want to keep all of your existing electronic measures. Justice Lucky alluded to this, that some of these things we're implementing, let's not just think of them as short-term measures and we're reverting back to pre-pandemic days. Some of these measures may be very helpful for families who can't afford to visit, they're too far, or for whatever reason it might prohibit a face-to-face visit. Let's consider then some of these measures that we're implementing. Let us think of them as sustainable measures, as things that can be effective in the long run, as things that can actually aid in the psychological well-being and coping of our inmates and everybody else involved.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kemp. Hillary, any comment?
Absolutely. Yes, for us prison administrators, I think we don't have to take much of a survey to know that inmates who get visits, the more visits they get, the better behaved inmates are. It's that simple. We in St. Lucia are actually re-implementing non-contact visits as of the 1st of August tomorrow, which we know we were having problems with some of the virtual visits. So we have decided to go with non-contact visits as of tomorrow. And it's important to us because we know that all of our problem inmates, most cases when you look at their history, they have had no visits. Visits play a very, very, very critical and important role in our prison system. And as administrators, we need to look and make sure that that continues, whether virtual or in person.
Great, thank you very much. Virgilio?
Yes. First of all, I wanted to touch on something that is not related to your question right now. I heard Justice Lucky mention earlier about remanded inmates not having participated in program for all the while they were in remand, and that I didn't know that happened. I know for our prison, we have remanded inmates heavily engaged in programs once they so choose, whether it is programs that deals with their addiction, programs that deal with their criminal behavior and thinking, or vocational program to teach them a skill. But they have access to those programs. It is all it leaves, or all it is left up to, is their willingness and their readiness to participate. And certainly the Supreme Court right now, for somebody to get a bail, for a remanded prisoner to get a bail, they normally contact the prison and get a report on his conduct, his participation in program, etc., while he was on remand. And I think that weighs in with respect to whether he gets bail and that kind of thing. So that's aside. With respect to visits, we had a complete lockdown, let's say for probably a month and a half when the government declared the state of emergency on the 1st of April. That is pretty much when we pretty much allowed only drop-offs, cash deposits that was. That went on for an entire month because while the prisoners cannot get visits, we thought that at least receiving cash for them to buy from the commissary would keep them calm. And then that went on, and back in after 1 month of complete lockdown, I think that was in May, where we never allowed anything absolutely, not even deposits. We restarted non-contact visit on the 1st of June because we tried to keep down this visit thing or no visit thing to the minimum, because we understand that, like I said in my presentation earlier, one of the biggest fear of prisoners is the fear of the prison going into lockdown again. So we try our best. What we have done though is ensure that everybody who visits the prison, visit their loved ones, have to be wearing a mask, and they have to go through our COVID-19 screening protocols and procedures. That is how we maintain the COVID-free status so far. One of the way I gauge it as well is by looking at the prevalence of COVID-19 cases in the community and where it is really affecting. And in our situation currently, most of these COVID-19 cases are up north, which is pretty much far away from the prison. So those are some of the things I use to gauge at what point you restrict visit again.
Thank you very much. I have a double-barrel question now for you as well, Dr. Khan and Hillary and Virgilio. There are some correctional systems that already have training programs for staff dealing with their own stress management and so on. Stress and also mental health issues, particularly for the inmates. Would any one of the panelists have sample lesson plans that they can share throughout the region, or even with impacts for dissemination later, which would include training, the training policy and suggestions for senior staff?
So I can jump in here first. Coincidentally, last week via CBSI Connect, we delivered a stress management workshop. I think it was approximately 1 week ago, and the slides are available for download through the CBSI Connect website. So that pertains, however, to the actual stress management workshop. As it pertains to policy for stress management, certainly that's something I would be willing to work with CARICOM IMPACS and CARICOM with to develop something like that, because I think it is so critical, it is so crucial. Also, I'm sure that there are already existing policies across the board, and so what might also need to happen is perhaps a sharing of these resources, and then coming up with a standard, with a best practice standard that can be used as a template to be rolled out across all of the organizations. But I think it's important as well to have that distinction, that you have your training policies, your interventions for staff, but you also have policies for management. So I think having those two resources are going to be really critical. And it also is placing a priority on something which I think often gets shifted to the side, and that is mental health and psychological well-being. Because I think in the crux of the matter, when you're dealing with things like prisons and corrections, we often think that mental health things are individual and personal. So it's something you should be able to deal with on your own. And it's only when it becomes an issue where somebody needs to take time off from work, or it's developed into a physical health issue, then it comes onto person's radars. So I think having these interventions, having these policies is a very proactive step, that it focuses on early intervention, that we are anticipating that these are issues that people deal with on a regular basis, and that prioritizing mental health and psychological well-being is going to have a positive outcome across the board and it should continue to stay on people's radars. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Colonel Nurse, if I can intervene here. With respect to our prison, we certainly have a program or a couple of programs that addresses these issues with inmates. We do not necessarily have a staff, but we do have counselors who work with us who are full-time employees. And if a staff is going through some situation, I would ask them to have a private discussion with them and use their experience. Of course, I'm not too sure that we have a set manual, but they would use their experience, of course, and guide them with respect to what they are going through and try to advise them how they can resolve their issue. Because prisons, we all know, are a very stressful environment. Imagine all these prisoners are dumping on you with their issues, and they have issues, no doubt about it, and then you don't have anywhere to dump really. So it definitely burns out the prison staff, and it weighs you down, even myself as director. So we do have our in-house counselors or full-time employees who have that kind of expertise, and we ask them to sit with them and talk to them about their issues. I know for the prisoners, they get it during participation in the major programs. There is the ARC program as well as the RRC program, which deals with remanded prisoners. But I don't know that there is a template per se. And I would have to do an investigation. And if there's anything that I can come up with, I am very happy to share with you all.
Thank you very much. Hillary, any?
Yes, Colonel, we had the opportunity to participate in that program last week. In-house, we do not have a program. And so we would welcome anything that comes and becomes available to us. But some of the staff did have an opportunity to participate in the HUE program last week.
Great, thank you very much. Again, Dr. Khan, is there an association or thoughts of forming an association amongst prison psychologists and mental health practitioners to share information, share best practices about issues that have arisen within this region?
So in your introduction for me, you also mentioned that I sit on the Executive Council of the Caribbean Alliance of National Psychological Associations. So what's good about that association is we are a partnership of all of the psychological associations across the region. And so each national association also has its membership of country psychologists. As it pertains to sharing information about particular topics, so it depends. So sometimes when certain issues take precedence, we will mobilize around that issue. So for example, currently we've been sharing information on the COVID-19 pandemic. Another example, in Trinidad, we have put out position statements on things like corporal punishment, decriminalization of marijuana, etc. So what I would suggest is that if there is an impetus and this motivation to have discussion around best practices for prison psychologists, I think that is definitely something that we can assist in terms of CAMPA, the Caribbean organization. We would definitely be interested in partnering with organizations on that. And I think that's fantastic. Now, psychology, I must mention, is still a growing, developing field in the Caribbean. And so we are still looking to establish best practices in many different aspects. So in many countries as well, we're still regularizing the practice and the licensure of psychologists. So you do have to bear with us when you ask and we say we don't yet have these standards, but it's things that we are aspiring to. And certainly as it pertains to forensic psychology, to psychology as it applies to prisons and correctional services, there's a lot of work that is already being done. And we can certainly figure out how to capitalize on that and have a repository of information that's accessible to the listeners.
Thank you very much. And I agree with you that it is new in the region and is even more problematic to get that type of service within prison systems. And if we do get the opportunity that practitioners can share information and so on, those who do have that expertise within their system, I think that would be significantly beneficial to particular prison systems and correctional services. So thank you very much on that.
Colonel Nurse, if I could,
yes.
Pardon my manners, but if I could intervene quickly. I forgot to mention too that our medical officer, he does offer stress management sessions to our staff to alleviate the stress. Okay,
great.
Thank you.
Could I bring Calexis in now? Calexis, we know that you have been keeping your finger on the pulse. You've been looking at what has been going on in the region. You've been listening. You've been asking those very pertinent questions. And so I have one for you now. What can we learn from regional organizations' responses to COVID-19?
Firstly, there is a recognition that COVID-19 respects no borders. Secondly, there is the global acknowledgement that the only way we could manage the risk of COVID-19 is through multilateral solutions. Now, given that the way we could manage it is bringing persons together, bringing ideas together, you definitely need a platform to do that. Regional agencies serve as an indispensable instrument and a key platform for initiating collective response among member states. Take, for instance, when COVID-19 became a pandemic. No sooner than that occurred, we had a meeting of all correction prison chiefs in the region. What came out of that? A number of proposals came out of that. And those proposals were brought to governments. And those are some of the proposals which have ensured that our prisons remain safe. A next point I'd like to make is that regional agencies in the time of COVID-19 has more than ever demonstrated the importance of convening power. And what do I mean by that? In terms of convening power, also bringing people together, being able to bring ideas within a very efficient time, leading to joint standard settings. For instance, we've brought in CAFA, we've brought in UE psychologists together. What we have done is that we have done some great work in terms of joint standard setting for prisons and correctional services also. Regional mechanisms also plays a key role as a connector. And in terms of a connector, we connect other persons, other nations to global organizations. For instance, there are many other persons or many other organizations who deal with prisons. You have in the European Union. In fact, at our last meeting of prisons chief, we brought in Europris, which is the premier organization in Europe for prisons, and they shared their best practices with us. We brought in the International Organization of Prisons. They also shared what they have learned from the COVID-19 experience. Also, from other organizations, including the ICRC, issues of human rights and how to deal with those things. So regional organizations play an important and crucial role with regard to COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I see time is getting away from us, but before that happens, I would like to acknowledge that amongst our many viewers this morning, we do have representatives from the International Corrections and Prisons Association. And so I welcome them to this discussion and to their very kind offer of assisting with some of the lesson plans for staff on dealing with stress and stress management. So I thank them very much, firstly, for being here with us, and secondly, for that very kind and generous offer. I think we have time for one last question. I see one question here from the Secretariat. How can the system maintain a high level of monitoring and accountability with resources attached to the institution, to these institutions of change? Would anyone wish to tackle that question? Any of the panelists? Again, how can the system maintain a high level of monitoring and accountability with resources attached to these institutions of change?
I would like to just go forward, if I might, in terms of indicating what we have done in the judiciary to ensure the monitoring and accountability as best as we can. Many times when a judge imposes sentence, we are told that we are functus, which means it's the end, we can't do anything about it. But what we recognize is that it doesn't end with a sentence. Whatever the sentence may be, I know our focus now is on the prisons and correctional facilities. But what we have done in the judiciary, we recognize that there are limited resources. And what we have done is something called sentencing monitoring, whereby when persons are sent to any correctional facility, detention center, or to jail, we actually ask after 3 months or 6 months that the person come back before us. I have sentenced persons and I've said, listen, I can't force you to come back, but please come back and tell me, is everything okay? Is there any program you want to be in? And as I speak about programs, let me just clarify that those who are on remand in Trinidad and Tobago, it isn't that they don't get any programs. What I'm saying is there's very limited access to the programs that they get. For example, there are no skill training or vocational training programs. What we do when persons are sentenced, therefore, in our courts, is that we ask them to come back, we determine the progress, we keep prisons involved. So it's all about using and strategizing and utilizing whatever limited resources you may have, not only in terms of money, but in terms of thinking and being innovative. I could tell you 20 or 30 years ago, they would tell you it was ridiculous for a judicial officer to ask after sentencing someone to jail that that person should come back before the very officer just to find out how are things going. And ideally, it should be in the hands of the probation office or some other entity. But until those other entities get the resources they need, people have to just step up and be prepared to operate. That's why it's important not to work in the silos. And from this monitoring and the accountability comes what Dr. Khan has been speaking about, and that is getting the necessary intelligence and information that guides what needs to be done. Because even after persons have been sentenced and served their sentences, I would ask them to come back to court to let me know how things went, how are things going. And I remember one man coming before me and saying, Judge, you don't know what it is like for me, but I think in jail was better. I better do a crime. And I'd say, no, don't do any crime. What is the challenge you are having? And how can we get that level of intervention and support? And that is where Learning Institution stepped up. And at no cost to him, allowed him to begin getting the necessary tools so he could move further in education and get a skill that he needed. So that's when you talk about the monitoring and accountability. It is really about pushing the envelope in our institutions. I maintain it's about pushing the envelope in the institution and let people stop telling us what we cannot do and let us do what we can do.
Colonel Nurse, if I can.
Yes, please, Virgilio.
If I can go now. First of all, I want to say that Colby Foundation is a non-profit organization formed by Rotarians, and they're in this issue of prison management for the country of Belize, totally free of cost. None of my board of directors are being paid for being in this kind of thing. It's all a humanitarian initiative by Mr. John Woods back in the days. Secondly, so it means literally that you have to have a passion to do this kind of work. Like Nelson Mandela says, it's a work of great social importance. So you have to have the suitability, the professionalism, the respect for human rights and all of that. Secondly, one of the ways I have very good relationship with the judiciary. As a matter of fact, some time ago, I had invited the members of the judiciary and as well as the magistracy to have come to the prison to more or less see what we do here, because it gives them an idea that prisoners are not wasting their time once they're in the prison. They're being engaged as long as they are ready and they are willing to do so. So the choice is really theirs. We will just offer it to them, and if they so choose to be a part of the positive stuff around here, then they can. Like I keep telling prisoners, two persons look through the same prison bars. One sees mud while the other sees stars. So it's really up to them. We certainly try to we try to give account of everything that goes on around here. We all know that prisons as a whole, you hear a lot of report about the wastage of human resources or the misuse of human resources, misuse of financial resources, and whatever material resources. It is prevalent in prisons. We have accountability systems in place where we make sure nobody can draw conclusions that anything is being pilfered, anything is being siphoned off type thing. And one of the proper way of leading or rehabilitating a prisoner really is to lead by example. I think by now we all know that too. So we try to give, account of everything that goes on around here. Of course, like I said earlier, these volunteers would be some of the very same people who would come to the prison, pick up little snippets of what they hear, and believe you me, they would go back out and whisper that to somebody. The media comes in to check out on good stuff and bad stuff. Because when we had a riot last year, August, they were quick to come here, they rained down on the prison pretty much. And we had to explain to them what went wrong. When we have good stuff like the Thai arts and the mask making projects, they also came and made it a good show to show the public that not everything that happens in prison is necessarily bad. And that is why I agree with my counterpart that we should open up the prison to allow people to come in and see what is happening so they could dispel that myth that they have about prisons.
Thank you very much indeed.
Colonel Nurse,
yes,
if I may.
Yes, please.
So I wanted to just, I jotted down 2 points as I was hearing the conversation. So we're talking about accountability and monitoring. And so the first point I wanted to make was, how are we going to operationalize, how are we going to measure, and how are we going to document accountability? So we have to have systems in place. We have to have information systems. We have to have documentation, protocols, etc. So I think we can't leave things like these just to people's opting into a system. We have to figure out in the organization, how is this going to be operationalized? How is this going to be made part of your system? And the second point I wanted to raise is this also speaks to the issue of ethics and professionalism. So what is the culture that's being promoted in the organization? So, and what's the explicit and the implicit culture that's been promoted? So, both Director Herman and Director Murillo spoke about setting the example from the top. And I think that's really important in terms of promoting a culture of transparency and accountability, so that no one person is exempt, no one person is untouchable. And so rules and accountability only apply to some, but not to others. So I think this having a strong allegiance to ethics and professionalism and promoting that within institutions is important. And finally, being wary and being beware of burnout, because it's things like stress and burnout that make generally good people slip and slide. So they lose compassion, they act in unethical ways. So we do want to be aware of how the impact of things like stress and burnout can lead us to act in ways that do not promote accountability and monitoring.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Khan. Ladies and gentlemen, I see from my clock that we have gone over time just slightly. So I would like to take the opportunity to thank, firstly, His Excellency Tim Stew for his outstanding presentation this morning, and also from our panelists for their sterling contribution in moving this conversation forward. We have accomplished more than the objectives that we set this morning. It has been a wide-ranging discussion, and we have quite a bit of work to do now to try to, as Dr. Khan put it, operationalize a number of the issues that we discussed. We've seen happening in some jurisdictions. We need to make sure that we can have this type of work happening throughout the system. And I also understand we also need to thank the system of Rise Up.
Justice Lucky's acronym, Rising Up.
That's right. Justice Lucky did put that to us. And again, very powerful, very impactful. And I would like to thank everyone for participating this morning. And at this stage, I hand back now to Ms. Bushell for any concluding remarks or directions. I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Actually, we'll be handing over Michael Jones.
All right, thanks, Nadine. With the protocol, the familial pseudonyms, and the practice of allegory already been established, I would frame my vote of thanks also in that context. And again, let's start with His Excellency Tim Stew. I don't think any praise would be too much praise in this regard. When you look at it in terms of at the time of crisis when everybody else was looking inside or internally, essentially the project that we did within the prisons, that was executed within a period of 10 weeks. So from having the meeting on the 25th of March, 15 days after the pandemic was, after it was declared a global pandemic, to be able to write the proposal, have it approved, do the procurement, and have it distributed and so on. I think that that has been a phenomenal achievement. And then to hear the appreciations from the different prisons and correctional facilities around the region, we recognize that it has had a synergistic and impactful upon those organizations. And again, we would want to thank His Excellency and the government of the UK in that regard. To my older brother, Lieutenant Colonel John Nurse, who ably moderated today's session. On reflection, I'm trying to remember now if you spent more time now as head of prisons than being a commanding officer or certainly an army officer in the region, because it just seems like the other day that we did the handover ceremony for you at Paragon when you handed over to Colonel Bostic, who's now Minister of Health, and all that is almost 20 years ago.
That's right. We just 3 more years to go. 3 more years to go.
There you go. But thank you, sir, for moderating the session quite ably, and I will be following up with you for the information you made reference to about the technical advisory services that was provided by the British government some time back, and that we can follow through on that. To Dr. Khan, you have no idea how important. At one point in time, I thought you were actually speaking to me, and I can give a little lesson, well, a little experience of mine from school, because the stress not only impacted my own household and organization, it also had a physical toll on myself. So like, for example, my daughter who was doing her final exams from home, working from home, doing her church service in the communications ministry as well from home, because church was also from home. The physical distance apart from her fiance and so on did cause a physical, she ended up with a rash or something like that on her skin. And we also saw the same things whether reflected either physically or mentally in some of my staff, and having to deal with some of those issues along with the normal things about is there sufficient funding to keep the doors open and that sort of thing. It is not an easy task, and the bit about self-care is important. And I found one of the things that help is having that peer counseling. So being able to sit and chat with persons or similar EDs that will be undergoing the same stresses as we are, that you can relate to, is certainly help. I mean, of course, sometimes your wife may think it's just an opportunity to get away and chat, but it really did help me in that regard. To Justice Lucky, you remind me of those bright, erudite students that I went to school with. I wasn't one of them, but certainly when you came out to exams and you heard that they had the answer that you also had, it makes you feel then that you're not on a frolic of your own. And certainly the advice given today in your presentation reassures me that we are on the right path. And I thank you for taking time out today to share with us so passionately as well. I think there's one thing that everybody can attest to. Two of my children are missing today. Again, we're going with the familial pseudonyms. Executive Director Plancher and Barrett from Haiti and Cayman Islands, respectively. As you may know, there's Hurricane Isaiah now that they're dealing with, which is why they weren't with us today. So our thoughts and prayers continue to go with them. Second last, to my good friend and my favorite son now, Hillary. And I'm going to use the analogy like Jacob and Joseph, who got the coat of many colors. You made the comment before about the prison standing committee being treated or felt like an outside child, but just to reassure you, sir, that I love all of my children dearly and the same. And to demonstrate or reaffirm this, we would have made solicitation to Commissioner Pochan, as we are headquartered in Trinidad and Tobago, for the assistance of providing a liaison officer that we can advance the work that we've already started in this regard with the prison services and so on. So you can look forward to more and more in this regard. One of the other things, going back to Justice Lucky, because you would have seen so far, the prison standing committee is the youngest of the standing committees that we've had thus far. And so far, you've been meeting on your own. But again, one of the lessons learned or reaffirmed for myself, and that came out of Justice Lucky's presentation again, is that there are more opportunities as well, particularly on the intelligence domain, so that there will be opportunities where you would meet on your own to do specific things in that regard, but also the interfacing between the Intelligence Standing Committee, where that intelligence or information can be shared across that boundary, because we need to remove all silos, another point that she also raised in her presentation. So I wanted Hillary to know that we will continue to work hard for all of our children. The last one, the one that would have the coat of many colors. So again, thanks to all of the panelists, our guest speaker, those that tuned in on the various social media platforms. Oh, and I forgot my last son, Calixtus, who answered so ably. Thank you too as well for participating and being one of the key drivers for the execution of this conference. So with those few words, thank all of you and have a good day. Be safe.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike.
Good afternoon. Hello, hello. Hello. It's not quite ready yet.
CBSI Connect system is one of our main regional projects under the Caribbean Basin Security Initiative, which started in 2010 and was a recognition by the CARICOM states, the Dominican Republic and the United States, that we needed a joint approach to some of the security issues that we're facing in the Caribbean. So CBSI Connect was a way to promote law enforcement information sharing across the Caribbean region.
CBSI Connect allows each institution to act independently with its own independent portal site, but also replicate credentials to a shared site where collaboration and learning can take place among all participating institutions.
Through the Caribbean Basin Security Initiative, we've started several regional programs, whether that's justice sector training, training on ballistics investigations, or law enforcement investigations training. And through CBSI Connect, these trainings can be broadcast to all member states.
Academies, agencies have been using it. We have had an increase in enrollment of participants for courses.
The knowledge that has been gained in the field, the knowledge that has been gained in the region can be shared, and that sharing and that collaboration is what makes this a very special asset moving forward for Caribbean law enforcement.
CBSI Connect users can either view our trainings at the academies themselves that are installed conference centers, or they can even use it at their laptop, on their laptops at home. And I believe we now also have mobile capability, so it is truly a training system that's accessible anywhere.
We have regular meetings with heads of academies. We meet regularly with agencies in the region. We get their input into courses and programs that are being offered on CBSI Connect.
Trafficking in people, trafficking in drugs, trafficking in money transcends the participating institutions in the region and truly becomes regional problems. The sharing of information, shedding sunlight, sharing expertise is a very important tool in combating these issues.
We've seen several positive impacts from the availability of training on CBSI Connect. One of them, of course, is a travel cost savings, because you no longer have to spend a day traveling and buy an expensive flight to go receive a training at another academy.
The training that has been done on CBSI Connect for law enforcement officers has had tremendous response. We have had an increase in enrollment of participants on CBSI Connect. We have had academies putting more courses on CBSI Connect. We have had training every month on CBSI Connect.
We encourage the use of the system for both internal training and external training. And we are trying to build out the library of available courses stored on the system. And we encourage our member states to upload their individual training, which they want to share with the community.
If there are courses that are available that pique your interest, that could enhance your job, your ability to perform your duties as a professional over CBSI Connect, seek them out, participate, engage. This is really the value of what this technology brings to the region.
And that has allowed different academies to build much stronger ties with each other and cooperate on shared law enforcement challenges in the region.
Dr. E. Raymond King, Commodore, Royal Bahamas Defense Force, the Bahamas. Colonel Glenn Granham, Chief of Staff, Barbados Defense Force. Brigadier Roderick Williams, Commander of the Maritime Air and Cyber Command, Jamaica. Captain Arrington Sherland, Executive Director, Regional Security System. Lieutenant Colonel Michael Jones, Acting Executive Director, CARICOM IMPACS. Mrs. Vivian Parasam, Director and Head, Center for Maritime and Ocean Studies, University of Trinidad and Tobago. We would also like to recognize the panelists for the next session, which is on regional and international activities to support maritime security, who have joined us in this session. Mr. Giovanni Snyder, United States Alternative Representative to OAS, Bureau of Western Hemisphere Affairs, Department of State. Mr. Hein Knecht, Embassy from the Kingdom of Netherlands in the Dominican Republic. Ms. Inez Rios, Global Maritime Crime Program, UNODC, Mr. Ian Ralby, CEO and founder of IR Concilium. Good afternoon to all. I wish to extend a warm welcome to all to the fifth and final day of our very first virtual security conference entitled Securing Our Community Within the Era of COVID-19 and Beyond. This commenced on Monday, 27th of July, and ends this afternoon with these two sessions on maritime. Welcome to the 11th session on maritime security and the blue economy. I am Joycelyn Hughes, Border Security Affairs Specialist at CARICOM IMPACS. CARICOM IMPACS is honored to be a part of the CBSI Connect platform since 2018 and to be partners with the police training academies in the region, the regional security system, as well as training academy in Dominican Republic. These are all participating members on the learning platform. As a result of the pandemic, the CBSI Connect is the first go-to platform for facilitating law enforcement training in the region. The focus is always on learning and implementing international best practices in crime prevention and detection, criminal prosecution, and also includes sessions on the holistic well-being of our law enforcement officers. There has been an exponential growth of all the users of the learning platform and a remarkable increase in the number and types of programs that are offered. Between 2018 and 2019, over 8,000 persons were trained, and IMPACS led and facilitated training to over 2,000 officers in the region and beyond. Therefore, we at CARICOM IMPACS are happy to host you on this platform to announce that the transition has already begun for the agency to manage the CBSI Connect learning platform. We look forward to the coming months of transition as we not only will have the opportunity to work with the current training partners, but also with regional security. I will now call on my colleague, Ms. Nadine Bushell, Program Coordinator, to welcome you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, moderator, our panelists, and to you, our viewers on Facebook and YouTube. The first of two maritime sessions to be held this afternoon, Maritime Security and the Blue Economy. IMPACS today will address this emerging area with our panelists. Maritime security is essential to supporting the blue economy. Focusing on maritime security emphasizes the importance of protecting maritime space from a variety of threats, including interstate disputes, piracy, illicit trafficking, or other types of transnational crime. Maritime security ensures order on the sea. Without a sufficient degree of security, ocean resources cannot be developed. Whether it is tourism, fishing, or offshore oil platforms, these require a secure environmental protection. These require a secure environment, which is not threatened by criminal activity. Sustainability and environmental protection require law enforcement capacity. Oil spills need to be prevented, fishery regulations enforced, and environmental crime stopped. The relationship between maritime security and the blue economy is undeniable. They are interdependent. An expanded blue economy will create greater demand for maritime security capabilities, and this in turn will trigger increased investment and growth in these capabilities. For the Caribbean region, with its extensive maritime resources, this topic is of extreme importance. And our panel will focus on the key issues in relation to our specific context. This panel will be moderated by Captain Arrington Sherland. Captain Sherland was appointed Executive Director of the Regional Security System by the RSS Council of Ministers in February 2017. He is the former Deputy Chief of Staff of the Barbados Defense Force with over 33 years military service. He also served as Barbados's alternate representative at the Organization of American States and Chief of Delegation at the Inter-American Defense Board. Captain Shillan has also served. He was also an advisor to the Barbados delegations negotiating the maritime boundaries and fisheries agreements with Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago. He is a graduate of the Britannia Royal Naval College in Dartmouth, England, and the Command and General Staff College of the United States Army, Kansas. He holds a master's degree in maritime administration from the World Maritime University in Sweden. His military honors include the Queen Jubilee Medal, the Governor General's Medal of Honor, the Services Medal of Honor, the General Service Medal, and 2 Defense Board commendations. I now invite Captain Shillan to lead off this panel of experts as they share their knowledge with us. Captain Shillan.
Thank you very much, Nadine, and a very good and pleasant afternoon to everyone on the panel, as well as to those who are joining us on the several social media platforms, whether it's YouTube or Facebook. The Caribbean Basin covers some 3 million square kilometers, with only a fraction, 700,000 square kilometers as land area. The seas around us are absolutely vital to our survivability. They are the main supply routes for which imports and exports of goods is found, and also for equipment and supplies for the region. Blue economy sectors such as travel, tourism, maritime transport, fisheries, and seafood production are heavily affected by this very serious pandemic that is COVID-19. Apart from socioeconomic impacts, our region also remains challenged, I would suggest, by transnational threats, particularly those in the maritime domain. Today we have 4 panelists who will review what the current maritime threats are and give some indication as to how states are dealing with some of those threats. Some of those transnational threats which feature illegal drug trafficking and the conjoined challenge of illegal small arms trafficking. How do we protect our borders? What are some of the national initiatives? It is my pleasure to firstly introduce Mrs. Vivian Ramorath Parasram. Vivian is an attorney at law and an assistant professor at the University of Trinidad and Tobago, with over 20 years experience in various areas of law, such as maritime, corporate, environmental, and also mergers and acquisitions. She is also the current director and head of the Maritime Technology Cooperation Center, Caribbean. The MTCC is a center that focuses on addressing the challenges facing the Caribbean in decarbonizing the maritime sector. Vivian is currently pursuing her doctorate in maritime governance for the Blue Economy of the Caribbean with the International Maritime Organization's Maritime Law Institute in Malta. Our second panelist is Commodore Raymond E. King. Commodore King is the commander of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. He's a career military officer with over 33 years of service to the government and people of the Bahamas. During his career, Commodore King has held several afloat and ashore appointments in the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, ranging from commanding, executive, operations, and navigation officer, and also including administrative command billets. In terms of academic achievements, the Commodore has attained a Doctor of Education degree, a Master's of Business Administration, and a Bachelor of Arts degree. Additionally, Commodore King is the co-author of 2 conference-accepted research papers and the author of the dissertation research which examined the scientific effect of organizational agility on transnational crime in Jamaica, and that was done in 2015. Commodore King is the recipient of several medals and commendations for his service and sits on several boards relating to security and the maritime sectors in the Bahamas. Our third panelist is from Jamaica, and he's Brigadier Roderick Williams. Brigadier Williams is a 29-year veteran of the Jamaica Defense Force. He is currently double-hatted as the National Coordinator for Plan Secure Jamaica in the Office of the National Security Advisor. And he's also the Brigade Commander of the Maritime let me read that again. He is the Brigade Commander of the Maritime, Air, and Cyber Command of the Jamaica Defense Force. Brigadier Williams has benefited from numerous professional courses, programs, and experiences throughout his career across the full range of existing and emergent defense, national security, and international security issues at leading institutions in the defense and security sectors spanning the Americas, Europe, the Middle East, Asia, and Australasia. Brigadier Williams holds a Master of Arts in Defense Studies from King's College London and a Master of Science in Computer-Based Management Information Systems and a BSc in Management Studies and Accounting from the University of the West Indies. He also holds a postgraduate diploma in Strategic Management and Leadership from the United Kingdom's Chartered Management Institute. Brigadier Williams is the recipient of numerous honors, decorations, and awards. His current interests include emergent transnational threats, cyberspace, strategic thought, maritime security, citizen security, and the notion of cyberspace warfare. Our fourth and final panelist for this session, session 11, is Colonel Glenn Granham. Colonel Granham is the Chief of Staff of the Barbados Defense Force. He has been serving in the Barbados Defense Force since 1985, which makes him a 35-year military stalwart. During his career, Colonel Granham has held several line and staff positions in the Barbados Defense Force. His career has had many highlights, including his role as the lead architect for the design of the International Cricket Council Cricket World Cup 2007 security plan for tournament events in Barbados, an effort which helped to shape security plans in the other Cricket World Cup host nations, and also added to the CARICOM Regional Security Plan. Prior to assuming the post of Chief of Staff of the Barbados Defense Force on 1st of February 2017, he was the Director of Operations and Plans at the headquarters of the Regional Security System. Along with his several military training courses in Canada, China, and the United States of America, Colonel Granham holds a Master's of Business Administration degree with merit from the University of Surrey and a Master's of Defense Studies degree from the Royal Military College of Canada. Colonel Granham is the recipient of numerous honors and awards for his service to the government and people of Barbados. I welcome the distinguished panel and would wish to offer the floor first and foremost to Vivian to lead off with her presentation. Vivian?
Thank you, Captain, and thank you for that introduction. Okay, so everyone can see the screen. Wonderful. Okay, so this afternoon I've been asked to try to give an overview of the maritime sector as we are in terms of investing in the blue economy. I am amongst very distinguished gentlemen with extensive careers in security. So I will leave all discussions and knowledge with respect to security to these gentlemen while I go into the essentials of maritime governance and the requirements of the blue economy. So the World Bank has defined the blue economy as a sustainable use of our resources for economic gain by ensuring that we also take into consideration the improvement of livelihoods and our jobs while we also protect and preserve the marine and coastal ecosystems. Now, this paradigm is very different from our typical exploitation of our marine and maritime environment because this paradigm of the blue economy asks us to take into account the sustainability of the resources that we're using. And that makes the fundamental difference in terms of embarking on a project or any sort of industrial activity with underlying principles as respect for the blue economy and exploitation in the context of the blue economy. So our moderators and our program coordinator for the session has already identified the various areas of the blue economy. And the Caribbean Development Bank gave a wonderful snapshot of some of the established industries within the Caribbean. And we have, of course, the fisheries, the shipping and the ports, the offshore oil and gas. They've identified shipbuilding. I would have a question mark by that, perhaps more ship repair and as opposed to shipbuilding. We may have some small vessel craft building, but not necessarily shipbuilding in the context of maritime. We have, of course, extensive marine transport. We are also very much emerging in marine business services and maritime business services, although it is here listed as established services in the blue economy. Marine research and development, again, an emerging area. And of course, dredging is very well established because in the absence of it, a lot of vessels won't be able to even get into our ports. Our emerging industries in terms of the blue economy have been highlighted as marine aquaculture. And this is one of the areas, again, that we have to be very careful because of the negative impacts that have been noted in countries that have gone into extensive mariculture. We have a lot of lessons learned from these other countries that have already capitalized on their offshore wind energy, using ocean energy. And within the Caribbean, we also have a wealth of knowledge that we have gained in terms of harnessing and harvesting the resources from our seabed mining. Safety surveillance, I'm sure our colleagues that are presenting here will also present a lot more in terms of what can be done in terms of this as an industry. And marine biotechnology and high-tech marine services, these are all areas that the Caribbean has an opportunity to play in this game in terms of both innovation, in terms of entrepreneurship, and in terms of ensuring that we embrace these new and emerging industries within the paradigm of the blue economy, underscoring the sustainability of it all. So what I also want to talk about a little bit is that you can't discuss the concept of the blue economy and governance of the blue economy without taking into account the regional framework and the legal framework that we operate in. The blue economy essentially requires extensive coordination amongst all our Caribbean territories and countries, of course. So as many of us may be aware, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea is our umbrella. It is referred to as our framework agreement, from which most international conventions that address or impact particular areas with respect to the oceans derive their foundation from. So that is our umbrella international governance framework, establishing the baseline from which all our Caribbean territories would have declared their maritime zones. And our maritime zones is what give us our jurisdiction to act. It gives us the authority to institute our surveillance. It gives us the ability to act, to arrest. And that's why the UNCLOS and adherence to the UNCLOS and implementation of the UNCLOS, that's the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, by all the various countries is very important. Within the Caribbean, we've also moved towards a regional framework, and that is created by the Cartagena Convention, which essentially provides, again, another umbrella agreement for more specific regional action on the implementation of the Law of the Sea objectives. And within that framework, it also goes into terms of the wider Caribbean area. It does not just look at the English-speaking Caribbean or insular Caribbean. It basically encompasses all the states of the wider Caribbean area, those states that touch the Caribbean Sea. And that convention has given rise to 3 other conventions that are in various stages of implementation within the Caribbean. That is our land-based sources of marine pollution protocol. We have the specially protected areas and wildlife protocol, and we have our oil spills protocol, which again is something that lays the foundation for cooperation in dealing with oil spills amongst the Caribbean territories. We also have our revised Treaty of Chaguaramas that also addresses some of the essential requirements for marine governance. It includes ambition in relation to fisheries, in relation to forestry, and all of these things impact the governance of the marine environment. We also have a myriad of international maritime organization-led conventions. Some of the core ones we have here that I've mentioned are the SOLAS, the Safety of Life at Sea Convention, the International Convention for the Prevention of Marine Pollution by Ships, the STCW Convention that regulates the certification of seafarers, and you have, of course, our collision regulation conventions. So that's our legal framework. What do we have in terms of our implementers? We have a variety of international organizations that impact governance at varying levels in the Caribbean. So in terms of our environmental front, we have the United Nations Environmental Program that has spawned the Caribbean Environmental Program and also works very closely with RAC Crim Protect in terms of training and development and building capacity for implementing these conventions that I have addressed and other marine initiatives. Then we have the Food and Agricultural Organization, we have the Caribbean Regional Fisheries and Monitoring Organization, all of those having a direct impact on how we govern fisheries. And of course, as I've mentioned before, we have the International Maritime Organization, we have the Regional Maritime Advisor, which is an institution, but really is one individual. And we now have the Maritime Technology Cooperation Center, which is hosted by Trinidad and Tobago, dedicated to decarbonizing the shipping in the Caribbean region. So that in itself is a very broad snapshot of the essential legal and institutional framework for maritime governance in the Caribbean. So getting back into the blue economy, the Caribbean Development Bank identified certain enablers for the blue economy. And some of these that they have identified, and I'm not saying I agree with all of them here, regional policy for economic sharing, that if we can leverage our Chaguaramas Treaty or CSME, all of these things to try to really bring this to the forefront. A regional agency for ocean governance and management. This is the one I'm a little bit iffy about because we actually do have several agencies that do cooperate but can enhance their cooperation in terms of ocean governance and management. They've also advised that we need an efficient regulatory framework for doing business and of course the supportive infrastructure. That you will hear that cry across almost every sector that they need better and more efficient regulatory frameworks. Advocacy and participatory development, and again, this leads to greater involvement of civil society and non-state actors. And they've also advocated for a regional knowledge hub for information sharing as some of the key, and these are what they have identified as the key enablers for the blue economy. But why are we not enabling? Well, a lot of it from the research that I have done is basically knowledge gaps. There's a significant lack of appreciation. And if there is appreciation, there is certainly inaction in doing something as a result of that knowledge that they may have. But there's certainly a lack of appreciation for prioritizing marine and maritime policies. You know, we across the region, a lot of the legal frameworks that govern the maritime sector are very archaic. So there is a significant need to bring about legal and institutional reform. There's also limited knowledge and data sharing among local and regional institutions. We all tend to get very tunnel in the tasks that are in front of us and do not create a priority for partnerships and fostering of relationships that can in fact lead for better knowledge sharing. Resource constraints and institutional incapacity across the entire Caribbean region. Most of the maritime administrations and even our defense forces and our coast guards can say that they do have resource constraints. And of course, the whole concept of maritime and research into the maritime sector is something that is new to the region. So there's also been a lack of research and development, specifically with respect to enabling the marine environment, the blue economy, and of course, in terms of regional information sharing. So what can we do to harness the opportunities of blue economy? And these are some of the things that I'd like to throw out. I think that we need to build momentum in maritime and marine policy. We need to develop policies that reflect the paradigm of the blue economy. Some countries in the Caribbean are more ahead than others. So for example, since 2015, Grenada had a working paper on the blue economy and blue growth. You have Barbados establishing a ministry of the blue economy. So you have certain Caribbean territories that are actually moving towards the blue economy and implementing the priorities for the blue economy in a very strong manner, while others are still harnessing the marine resources in a very traditional manner. We also need to enhance our representation at international organizations. Very often the Caribbean is not well represented because, again, resource constraints. We don't have the money to participate in all of the various sessions at the IMO, at the FAO, etc. So, but we need to make it a priority. We need to lobby for perhaps digital and video conferencing so that we can make our voices heard and get the Caribbean as a priority, and even to help in the directing of funds towards the Caribbean. We also have to pay particular attention for the adoption and implementation of available technology. Very often you have the technology, but it's not implemented, whether it's because of a piece of legislation that has not been implemented, or lack of training, or software updates, whatever the reason. We do have available technology, but we have not made it a priority to adopt and implement the technology. And I can speak of this from even a cursory review of the different types of software that is used between the customs or defense or police or immigration within Trinidad. Interoperability was not a priority. And right now we have legislative barriers to interoperability existing in Trinidad. We also need to create knowledge hubs. So I certainly do agree with the Caribbean Development Bank here that we definitely need to invest in research and data collection, because that data paucity is what is hindering the development and investment in certain sectors. And we also need to recognize that maritime training and education is very expensive. So far, Trinidad and Jamaica has invested in maritime training and education centers. And I think it would be difficult for these centers to be replicated throughout the Caribbean. So I think what we need to do is bring our resources together and support these institutions so that they can better support the entire region with respect to marine and maritime research. And following on from that, we need to, of course, leverage existing local and regional initiatives to maximize our access to key resources. And this, I'm particularly looking at non-state actors, civil society playing a key role. But civil society has to be enabled in the legislation for them to become implementers. So there's a lot of opportunity here for discussion as to how we can do things better. And I would like to basically close here by saying we have an opportunity for enhanced cooperation. And through forums like these, we can perhaps advance our agendas, at very little cost. So, UTT has always been championing what is referred to as a triple helix approach, government, industry, and academia, as an ideal marriage or fusion for the purposes of advancing economies. But we also need to add another player there. We need to embrace civil society as a key implementer in our obligations, in our methodology for harnessing the blue economy. So that's my 7 minutes, hopefully. I did not go overboard. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Vivian. I think you've kind of set the stage by providing the governance structure, the relevant international legislation that applies to the blue economy. And I think it is an excellent start off. And as we segue into our next speaker, I'm going to ask Commodore King to deliver his presentation at this time. Commodore?
Yes, sir. Mr. Moderator, esteemed panelists, viewing audience, good afternoon. I would like to extend our gratitude to CARICOM IMPACS and the facilitators of this critical and vital conference for the Bahamas' participation in it at a critical time, particularly for our region and the Bahamas specifically. It is time securing our community within the era of COVID-19 and beyond. And it's ironic for us in the Bahamas, right at present, we have this newly formed hurricane that is now moving throughout the southeastern islands, and that we are currently managing at this time, and right on the heels of post-Dorian and COVID-19. And so now it's a unique, more complex environment that we have to manage at this time. But I want to permit me now to go into my presentation. I would like to begin by introducing the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. Our mandate is the defense of the Bahamas, protection of our territorial integrity, the patrol of our waters, provision of assistance and relief in times of disasters, the maintenance of law and order in conjunction with other national agencies, and any other duties as determined by the National Security Council. Our geographic footprint for our viewing audience who may not be familiar with the Bahamas. We cover some 100,000 square miles of water, which is a vast and broad area to manage in terms of transnational threats. It consists of some 700 islands, keys, and rocks. We have the second longest coastline in the region. We have within 50 nautical miles of the United States of America, 50 nautical miles of the coast of Cuba, and 80 nautical miles from the Republic of Haiti. Collectively, our islands constitute the second longest coastline in the region of some 2,000 nautical miles. But what are some of the current threats to the Bahamas? I've often said this, and it's true, particularly for the region, national, regional, and international levels. We all have more in common than we have differences. And for us, we have our issues with illegal migration and human trafficking, arms and ammunition smuggling. We also have poaching or illegal, unregulated, and fishing, illegal drugs trafficking. Those are some of the major threats that we have to guard against in terms of protecting our sovereignty and our territorial integrity. What are some of these transnational threat flows? About 85% of our threats emanate from the southeastern Bahamas, where, for example, we have the issue with drug trafficking that stems from southeastern area via the Windward Passage. And we also have migrant smuggling that also stems from the southeastern, as well as to the east, to the west of us, as well as from the Bahamas to our neighbor to the west, to the northwest, the United States of America. And likewise, we have the poaching on our Great Bahama Bank, primarily from our neighbors to the south, as well as on the Little Bahama Bank from our neighbors to the northwest. And so it is a complex situation we have to manage. If you look at our geographical outlay, we have multiple harbors, ports, extreme porosity, and we're seeking to duplicate what we have centralized in New Providence, to centralize our operations in order to be more effective in what we do in countering these transnational threats. But how has the Royal Bahamas Defense Force addressed maritime security as opposed to the pre-COVID-19 era? We have done several things. One, we've implemented complete blockades of our maritime borders, and that was done consistent with the emergency power orders as deemed and ordered by the competent authority. Organizationally, we've implemented a series of COVID-19 awareness training at all levels to ensure that persons deployed at satellite bases, persons deployed at sea, etc., all of those persons are aware of the concerns, the need for respiratory etiquette, social distancing, and all of those health protocols at all levels within and outside of our organization. I'll give an example in terms of how COVID-19 has changed the way we now operate. If I look at our boarding procedures pre-COVID-19, our pre-boarding risk assessment primarily focus on either the target of interest or the target vessel would have had some weapon or weaponry on board, whether the boarding would have been a peaceful or hostile boarding, or the crew's response to the boarding officer's presence. And that was the context of how we assess the risk involved with our boarding exercises. But now, our pre-boarding risk assessment questions focuses on whether on the vessel's home registry and crew nationality. So now we're assessing the vessel's last port of call, the time at sea, its home port, because we are now looking at the statistics and possibly the prevalence of COVID-19 and the possibility of the crew on board may be infected. And our response will either be one of several. Either the vessel will simply be escorted out of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas if the risk level is considered to be extremely high. Alternatively, the vessel will be escorted to an uninhabited port for the boarding exercise to be conducted under strict COVID-19 health protocols to ensure the safety of the boarding team and everyone involved. And so COVID-19 has changed our whole context of the way we conduct our maritime interdiction operations. Some initiatives at the national level, and this statistic it was posted on the 27th, which has changed. I think we have in excess of some 500 confirmed cases and some 400 active cases as we speak, as we seek to stem the second surge of COVID-19 on completely opening our borders to international travel. But we've had a series of emergency power orders which sought to effectively address and mitigate and to streamline and mitigate this increase that we're experiencing now in order that it doesn't become a burden or exceeds our healthcare capacity. Additionally, in terms of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force and maritime security, at the national level, we have sought an even deepened level of joint and coordinated law enforcement missions. What we found is that coordinated and joint activities allows us to maximize our capacities and it increases the capabilities that any one agency possesses. We've also enhanced our integrated exercises with our regional partners. We have a very good relationship with the United States of America. and we work closely with the United States Coast Guard. We have a tripart agreement between the Bahamas, the United States, and Turks and Caicos called the OBBAT agreement. And we work very closely with that component as well. And we have a very good relationship with Cuba, Dominican Republic, and we are reaching out to our partners in the South, Haiti, in terms of their maritime unit and seeing how we can work together. And so we have a series of MOUs that are being pursued via our Ministry of Foreign Affairs to strengthen our relationships. We've had periodic border containment patrols and blockades whenever it was deemed necessary and ordered by the competent authority. And we are focused now on the emergent crimes that has associated COVID-19, financial crimes, cybersecurity, counterfeit goods. And we've seen an increase or an introduction of these sort of cyber and crimes and fraudulent schemes that are now emerging along with COVID-19 and the complexity it now presents to us. But how do we see the region moving forward to support our national initiatives? We see a need for increased regional collaborations on approaches being used to address and respond to COVID-19 by sharing our experiences and lessons learned. We now see a need to strengthen our security cooperation relationships at the bilateral, multilateral, and regional levels. We see a need for even increased joint maritime interdiction operations, as I mentioned earlier, in order to leverage our scarce resources as a force multiplier to increase our capacity and capability. And we sincerely see a need for enhanced utilization or involvement with regional mechanisms like the RSS, IMPACS, and SEDIM. The importance of the blue economy. There's no doubt a link between our maritime interdiction posture in terms of protecting our exclusive economic zone and the fishery products, the resource on the seabed, etc. Because it provides opportunities for economic growth for our country. So we seek to guard that aspect. We also now, in the era of COVID-19, seeing a need now to seriously consider and implement an alternative-based economy, whereby we sort of lessen the reliance on tourism, i.e. the cruise line, airline, and hospitality sectors. We're now being forced to rethink our whole economic model. Employment opportunities, particularly now with the high increase of unemployment that has become associated with social distancing, having to close businesses as containment measures to limit the surge in the prevalence of COVID-19 cases. And so there's a delicate balance between balancing the economy, the social impact and its outlay, and the health capacity to ensure that it is not exceeded by no means. And fourthly, as a source of food security, given now that most shipping borders and borders generally have been closed in response to border containment measures taken by countries globally to protect and to keep the prevalence and the incidence of COVID-19 to minimum until some vaccine is produced to effectively allow us to address that issue. In consideration of the disaster risk management, the potential threats and concerns that we see now that it's linked to our efforts in terms of humanitarian assistance, disaster relief, and the third component, which has been now accepted, is the security operation part in terms of disaster risk management. It's now the modification of our protocols for rapid response teams. What will be our testing requirements? Like we're now being faced with this hurricane Isaac. If we need support from our focal group. What protocols we'll put in place to ensure that there isn't an import or an export of COVID-19. We're anticipating a potential spike in COVID-19 cases. You could have some persons displaced, loss of basic necessities, food, waterborne diseases, persons not being able to sanitize and keep themselves cleansed. The identification of additional shelters that actually support social distancing. And now that public schools and private schools are closed, and they afford smaller rooms with bathroom and heads associated, we're now realizing now that those can be more effective shelters than using just a normal church or auditorium that doesn't naturally afford social distancing. And the need to stockpile on our PPEs, particularly now, in the event that we experience a surge, that we would be able to protect those responders going into the fields under any form of natural or man-made disaster. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commodore. There's a central theme running through your presentation, and certainly that is of Vivian, and that is cooperation. And I'm going to address those particular issues when we come to the question section. But I know at this particular juncture, wish to invite Brigadier Roderick Williams from the Jamaica Defense Force to share his perspective. Brigadier, you have the floor, sir. Oh, I've just been advised that Brigadier Williams may be having a few technical difficulties.
I'm still with you, Ricky.
Oh, you're here. Okay, good. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Pleasant good afternoon to the organizers, the hardworking organizers from CARICOM IMPACS, to you as well, Ricky, a moderator, my fellow presenters, panelists, and of course, all of those who are joining us by various platforms. Good afternoon. You know, for a small island developing state, you know, where crime, corruption, and environmental hazards, both natural and man-made, pose ever increasing threats to sustainable development, I think this conference is very timely and relevant. I want to congratulate the organizers and the participants on an excellent conference so far. And I'm especially pleased to be speaking on the theme of this session, given the high degree of importance of maritime security to the sustainable development of Caribbean states. I can share with you that about 61% of Jamaica's population reside in communities within 5 kilometers of the coast. That's a story I'm sure can be repeated and could be true of almost every other island nation in the region. And we have our two major cities, Kingston and Montego Bay, as well as 72% of our 14 parish capitals, all located along the coast. So like most other CARICOM countries, we also have about 90% of our trade being conducted by sea, and our very important tourism and other blue industries rely heavily on our maritime and coastal areas. So our maritime space is crucial to our economy. And therefore maritime security is also essential to supporting the blue economy through protecting the maritime and marine environment and its resources for sustainable use for economic growth. And we saw the definition put earlier, that of course leads to improved livelihoods and jobs, and we have to do all of this, as was earlier indicated, while preserving the health of the ocean's ecosystem. As you're aware, the Caribbean straddles important sea, air, trade, and transportation routes linking the hemispheres of the globe. And it's also home to significant submarine cyber infrastructure. Of course, the rapid pace of technological advancements, chief among them the internet, has practically erased physical borders and facilitated an exponential increase in social, cultural, and economic interaction among the peoples of the world. The Panama Canal, just south of us here in Jamaica, sees much of the world's shipping, as it is an essential link for maritime trade transiting between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. And Jamaica, as you all are aware, is strategically located along some of the major trading routes through the Caribbean. So in terms of threats, what is ironic about our very, very favorable geographic or geostrategic location is that while we and I guess other countries in the basin try to leverage these air, maritime, and cyber lines of communication to drive greater economic growth and human development, we all are aware that transnational criminal networks and their corrupt facilitators have also exploited the same opportunities to facilitate their illicit activities. So in Jamaica's case, as I alluded to before, we are essentially a stepping stone between the major drug-producing countries in the South and Central America and the major drug-consuming markets of the North. And more recently also, we are amid a burgeoning humanitarian crisis with several other hotspots of civil unrest across the region. So consequently, I served as a major transshipment point for narcotics and other illicit flows. I was pausing to allow my connection to stop complaining. Hope you all hear me clearly. The other unfortunate thing, or other unfortunate reality, is that the corrupting influence of these criminal networks has led to the official ports of entry being frequently used to facilitate illicit activities. So Jamaica's susceptibility to illicit trafficking is further compounded by the illicit use of approximately 145 unofficial points of entry along our 1,022 kilometer, largely unmonitored coastline. So the potential also exists for these illicit networks to be leveraged to facilitate acts of terrorism on Jamaican soil or in our waters. And we have noted that Jamaican criminal entities use the illicit arrangements to acquire weapons, ammunition, and other illicit proceeds to facilitate the expansion of their criminal enterprises, with the inevitable battle for a larger slice of that illicit pie, fueling what is one of the highest murder rates in the world. And in our experience, illicit transnational networks are multi-domain enterprises, and we have found have significant information and communications technology, air, maritime, and other resources to facilitate their illicit activities. Now, to before by the other presenters, that operates within an effective and efficient multilateral framework. It doesn't end there for Jamaica. Since we're talking about threats, we still have to deal with other issues. I mean, our wonderful geographic position in the world, come with certain geologic and topographic realities that also mean that the island is susceptible to a wide range of environmental hazards, to include those that are man-made as well as geologically and climate related. So Jamaica's proximity to major trade and transportation routes to the Caribbean increases the probability of man-made disasters and incidents within our jurisdiction. Things like tropical cyclones, droughts, and wildfires have intensified and become more frequent due to the impact of climate change. Additionally, Jamaica's location along the northern bounds of the Caribbean tectonic plate and the presence of active faults may Jamaica susceptible to major earthquakes. I mean, we've hit right here in Jamaica, that Jamaica is the third most exposed country to multiple hazards in the world. So these environmental hazards and their potential impact on food, water, citizen security must be taken into consideration when strengthening national and regional security capabilities. So as a small island developing state with a disproportionately high level of vulnerability in comparison to other states, Jamaica must remain acutely aware of and become more prepared to effectively respond when these environmental threats and other critical incidents manifest. The impact of transnational organized crime and its associated corruption, plus COVID-19 and other environmental disasters on the Jamaican society and economy, is significant and undeniable, especially where the nexus between crime and corruption is concerned, because this has precipitated a deterioration of the social fabric over time that has spawned subcultures of violence and corruption that have significantly retarded Jamaica's development. Our analysis so far of the impact of COVID-19 on illicit flows showed both demand side and supply side reductions and the attendant supply chain disruptions when compared to pre-COVID-19 levels for the 3-month period either side of mid-March 2020, when we had essentially when we had our first case and started to significantly respond to the implications thereof. So that leads me quickly to talk about what responses and what initiatives are underway at the moment. So I want to start by pointing out that Jamaica's actions in response to maritime threats and threats in general, and over the COVID era, those are guided by Plan Secure Jamaica, which is a comprehensive, coordinated, integrated, flexible, inclusive, and enduring strategic program to secure Jamaica that is essentially implementing the national security policy in pursuance of a key goal, safety and security of our national development plan called Vision 2030 Jamaica, which is itself also aligned to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So Plan Secure Jamaica is geared essentially to prevent threats, to protect against their effects, and appropriately and effectively respond to the many and varied threats, whether existing or emerging. Crucially, it acknowledges the need and makes allowance for a proactive stance to planning for increasingly more severe environmental hazards, to the management and protection of our maritime space, key sectors of our economy and borders, with a special emphasis, of course, on securing precious natural resources and maintaining the agility to cope with external shocks. So it is within this context that I will quickly now briefly outline a few of the specific initiatives that Jamaica has undertaken since we recorded our first case in early March 2020. So the first thing I want to point out, which doesn't involve the water at all, but affects significantly what happens on it, is the disaster risk management financing. So as at June 2020, our cabinet approved the development of a national disaster risk financing policy. And the policy is expected to create greater transparency and efficiencies in the mobilization and execution of public expenditure in disaster risk management. That is to put a more rigorous framework around the expenditures from our natural disaster contingency fund that we created a couple of years ago. And we were able to make what our finance minister labeled a historic transfer to that fund. And that fund, by the way, occasioned by the economic impact of COVID-19. So it was extremely useful to have had, or to have this option. We still have it, and we're still utilizing it, because we simply would not have been able to respond to the COVID-19 related emergencies as quickly and as nimbly as we did without the resources available in that contingency fund. Another key initiative that we are driving through is, of course, trying to, well, we recently resumed efforts to ratify the Treaty of San Jose, which we had signed in October 2015. I know we're all familiar with the treaty, and I think you understand why we'd be very interested in having that in place. There are other legislative, regulatory, and policy reforms that we're undertaking. And significantly, I should mention here that the government established what they call the COVID-19 Economic Recovery Task Force, which is essentially a multi-sectoral group to recommend legislative and policy reforms and essentially guide Jamaica's recovery from this pandemic. And of course, its membership include key industry sector leaders, etc., to include the CEO and President of the Port Authority of Jamaica. Other notable activities underway in this area also include other legislative amendments being done to other laws to facilitate the ratification of the Treaty of San Jose, an ongoing review of our national cybersecurity strategy, and just to make the link more obvious, you know that the maritime infrastructure, communication infrastructure is vulnerable, and we are ensuring that we have a robust cybersecurity capability in order to protect those networks, among other things. And of course, they're also pursuing the development of our border security policy and strategy. In terms of core security, in particular, a new initiative that might be of interest to all of you. Effective this month, July, we're at the end of it. We expect it to be renewed, but we started in July actually. So we have implemented a protocol for the changing of crew members on vessels at our ports. Now, this is a response to the emergent humanitarian crisis that's unfolding at sea, precipitated again by the COVID-19 related cessation of crew changes on merchant ships due to disembarking restrictions. So we are going to facilitate that happening here in Jamaica as far as practicable, being a major transshipment point and shipping being so critical to our economy. Also, in terms of the goods coming through, our customs agency has also made some adjustments since the pandemic. They've had to ramp up their database scrutiny. They've had to be providing more alerts and advisories to frontline officers on trends. They have had to intensify cooperation with regional and local partner agencies, and of course, make investments now in training and leveraging electronic platforms to focus on training on targeting, etc., for the officers. And the last thing I want to talk about in terms of these initiatives is probably the one closest to my heart, is of course defense capabilities strengthening. So prior to the pandemic, the JDF had evolved into a significantly more bespoke organization geared at providing sustainable solutions and contributions to Jamaica's long-standing defense, security, and development challenges, with a focus on more effectively treating with Jamaica's unique defense and security realities, to of course include our international obligations, like the requirement I think all of us have as countries to provide a world-class aeronautical and maritime search and rescue capability within our designated search and rescue regions. And so the establishment of the entity I command, the Maritime Air and Cyber Command, is basically the epitome of those efforts to ensure that as the force transforms, it remains cost-effectively fit for purpose. So by bringing together maritime, air, cyber, and other strategic capabilities under a single unified command, we have realized greater efficiencies, as well as higher levels of interoperability and greater effectiveness across all the domains that we operate in. So in the near to medium term, we'll be strengthening our operational relationships, and we will seek to deepen and broaden our multilateral and bilateral arrangements with our regional partners as we continue to strengthen our national capabilities. Because, as you all would agree, the current strategic security situation and the contemporary operating environment demand it. So in respect to what we're doing in terms of the capability enhancements, we have looked at our offshore patrol, I should say, maritime interdiction, aeronautical and maritime search and rescue, coastal surveillance, airborne intelligence surveillance and reconnaissance, air troop transport, cyber, intelligence, special operation forces, airborne firefighting, air medevac, marine resources protection, and humanitarian and disaster responsibilities, just to name a few. So those are the ones that we are focused on significantly enhancing over the near to medium term time horizons. So this, of course, to be more specific, to make it more obvious to you what we're talking about here. And that would come with a tripling of the fleet of offshore patrol vessels. With the latest addition, of course, being completely implementing a comprehensive and persistent coastal surveillance system, in addition to enhanced global maritime distress and safety system infrastructure and processes. We're adding more helicopters with enhanced capabilities for maritime interdiction and search and rescue, as well as a more robust and resilient ICT and other infrastructure. So these enhanced capabilities will strengthen Jamaica's ability to break the insidious link between transnational criminal organizations and domestic ones, as we make Jamaica less attractive to illicit trafficking by effectively securing our air and maritime spaces. They will also strengthen our ability to protect our blue economy, of course, by making our waters and coastal areas safer. Also by deterring the illicit exploitation of our marine resources and responding to occurrences with adverse environmental and health consequences through more effective and efficient maritime law enforcement, maritime safety, and humanitarian assistance and disaster response capabilities. So it's important to note that the ingenuity with which criminals and criminal groups continue to operate, even within the current global pandemic, must not go unmatched by states and those of us who are operators in delivering maritime defense and security outcomes. So notably, not only are we operating a climate of increased vulnerability and threat, but of course, the problem is further compounded by the resource constraint occasioned by the very pandemic itself. So taking into account all these variables, it therefore means that, similar to the criminal enterprises, our nations will have to be even more adaptive and creative in our efforts to counter them. And, you know, we will have to ensure that we are drawing the right lessons from these experiences to inform our future responses. And it's one thing, if it's one thing the COVID-19 pandemic has taught us so far, is that in going forward, our efforts must be built on and guided by the principles of sustainability, interconnectedness, shared responsibility, shared resources, and synergistic partnerships. So let me quickly make a few recommendations that I believe could help us to more effectively and collectively undertake maritime security within the basin, within the Caribbean region, in this period we're in now, and of course, even post-COVID. So the first one, of course, no surprises there, is that we all need to ratify the Treaty of San Jose and try to find ways to even improve it. And of course, strengthen other other bilateral arrangements to deliver on security. Of course, we appreciate that the diversity and impact of maritime threats and challenges essentially make it impossible for any one state to effectively tackle them on their own. They're transnational in nature. And so we have to recognize these Second is that we need to ensure that our frontline officials and our processes and procedures as countries, including those that we conduct at sea and at our ports, that we, in treating with all of that, we ensure that we reacquaint with identification and referral tools and be cognizant of how the pandemic has altered the human trafficking landscape. Because I think that is one of the illicit flows that could get overlooked in this particular time as we make the necessary adjustments. Third, we need to strengthen our maritime information and communications technology, because as the threat actors sit at home and have more time on their hands, they are going to be targeting these types of networks, and the maritime information networks that has to do with the logistics and all of that is vulnerable, and we can expect that those will suffer from the increased risk based on the new normal. And the other one I'd like to make is that we need to look at strengthening our information sharing arrangements, and of course the associated information sharing infrastructure to better facilitate the kind of outcomes that we like to see in terms of interdictions and treating with transnational organized crime and illicit flows in particular, and some of the other challenges we have in the maritime space. And also, I'd like to recommend that we continue to focus on protecting our environmental resources, because the pandemic and issues surrounding climate change have reinforced how vulnerable we are and how dependent we are on our environment, and sort of underscores the importance of seeing to its protection. And my final recommendation would be that we find ways and means to build resilient and sustainable institutions and systems to basically withstand the unknown unknowns that we can expect to befall us from time to time. So in closing, I'd like to say that I look forward to the outcome document from this conference that I think IMPACS is going to prepare on the lessons learned, and I think you're doing a guidance document as well for preparing and responding to threats such as pandemics and other crises. So we look forward to the outcomes of this very good week of interaction, so we can all learn and grow from it. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brigadier Williams. I was about to give you the signal, but you were going so well, and I wanted to hear your recommendations. So I allowed a certain measure of latitude, but I was reassured certainly by your call for ratification of the Treaty of San Jose. You and I have not discussed this in the past, but certainly my colleagues more in the region, the sub-region, I should say, know my passion about security cooperation and collective agreements, and Treaty of San Jose that has been around for quite some time is an excellent piece of international legislation. And on that note, I would encourage you, if you do have the time, Brigadier, to stick around for the next session, because that will certainly go in depth in discussing international arrangements. I've been advised that Colonel Granham is not available, but he has delegated to Lieutenant Colonel Carlos Lovell to make the presentation on behalf of Barbados. Carlos, I'll give you the floor.
Very good evening to you, sir. Captain Errington Sherlin, Executive Director of the RSS and moderator of this August session. Commodore Raymond King, Commander of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. Brigadier Roderick Lewis, Commander of the MACC. Ms. Vivian Rambaraf Parasram, Director and Head of the Maritime Technology Agency. Distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you. Colonel Granham sends his regrets as he's unable to attend this afternoon, and he's asked me to deliver this very brief presentation. The bottom line up front for this presentation is that online, COVID has forced the world to stop. They say don't travel, stay at home. Oppositely, the maritime space has remained active with the Caribbean's maritime space gathering widespread attention. Cruise ships, vessel-bound COVID-19 patients, quarantine crew, and even US naval presence. Maritime security affects governance and the development of the region. The pandemic provides an opportunity for taking new views and approaches, my apologies. Transnational criminal organizations have also adapted to the COVID-19 norms and are actively exploiting the new vulnerabilities that have been created. It is up to us to adapt faster than our adversaries and bolster maritime security. Security, by definition, is a multidimensional construct. National security considerations are multidimensional in nature, interconnected and interdependent in the region, hemisphere, and the global context. HQ BDF's perspective is that security is achieved through objectively managing identified risks and effectively responding to threats to national security. The achievement of effective security also involves the subjective management of risks and threats to national values. Contemporary security environments are multidimensional constructs encompassing political, economic, social, health, technological, and environmental factors in complex, interrelated interplays of elements, and in other cases, seemingly unconnected factors. The BDF's role is to defend and secure Barbados against threats in order to provide relative freedom from harm, contribute to future well-being, protect constitutional frameworks, reinforce freedom without fear of victimization from crime, and support functioning governance systems. While the caption and focus of this panel is maritime security and the blue economy, I think it is prudent to bear in mind that all contemporary threats are mobile across adjacent land and sea spaces, and also commons. Furthermore, an understanding of maritime security must be based on unraveling its interrelationships with the other four domains of war. Maritime security is therefore a multifaceted construct which responds to risks and threats that traverse or impact our EEZs, territorial waters, or littoral spaces, and have an impact on peace, safety, and the development of our populations. From HQ BDF's point of view, maritime security risks and threats are transnational and can be broadly divided as follows. A, those that make use of the sea passage and resource exploitation, and B, the natural environment. Narcotics and illegal guns smuggling by the sea and the smuggling of contraband through the Office of Ports of Entry and unofficial landing points is our most significant challenge at this time. The region remains highly vulnerable to transnational criminality, featuring illegal drug trafficking and the conjoined problems of the proliferation of illegal small arms and the rising levels of violence. The level of violence is a public health problem. The impact of the multifaceted drug trafficking threat continue to be significant on societies of all member states. The year 2019 saw increases in murder rates in Barbados and several other CARICOM member states, with many illegal gun crimes being in the form of brutal assassination type murders associated with gang turf, area control, inter-gang theft of drugs, and reprisals. The most highly troubling characteristics of the gun violence are the evolution of the threat forces modus operandi from opportunistic violence to well-planned and executed attacks and assassinations, the dangers posed to security forces and the general population of military-grade assault weapons in the hands of criminals, which rival and in some cases surpass the potency of the weapon systems possessed by the security forces. The wide proliferation of high-powered handguns with potent and in some cases specialized caliber ammunition, and a cycle and culture of reprisal acts between gangs is apparent and prevalent in modern day society. I now wish to address the post-COVID actions, initiatives, and recommendations for regional thrusts. Locally, we've been consistent in ensuring that robust cargo inspections and rummage operations are conducted. This involves significant stakeholder cooperation in the form of intelligence-led operations to detect and interdict, among other means of trafficking, underwater placements of parasites on vessel hulls. COVID-19 has not changed our operations activity, and in fact, our analysis concludes that there will be potentially more activity as trafficking organizations seek to take advantage of the global focus on the pandemic. Accordingly, we have increased our operations tempo, and we recognize that regional operations in port state control need to make maximum use of existing technologies employed by regional ports and the advanced cargo and passenger information systems to increase success in our operations. Additionally, we are discovering that there must be continued, consistent, robust, routine patrols and intelligence-led maritime operations. National initiatives designed to increase mission success include greater maritime law enforcement stakeholder participation through joint operations in Bridgetown Port and in the territorial waters. This can only be achieved by improved cooperation and information sharing among enforcement authorities and intelligence agencies. Additionally, the use of platforms such as SailClear and other cargo and passenger-based advanced technologies will widen our situational awareness and set the conditions for mission success. Regionally, it is recommended that the engagement of internal partners and the use of shared platforms like CBSI and CSII and other means of enhancing domain awareness must be increased. Joint regional operations hamstrung by the unavailability of assets needs to be a thing of the past. Illegal fishing and illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing continues to be a significant problem. The local sea egg market, a littoral activity, has been dormant in the out-of-season period. As the season reopens, specific sea egg patrol operations will be stood up and conducted. Of much greater concern, however, is what is happening in our EEZ. Long and area of inadequate surveillance and domination need to be addressed in order to focus on the incursion of vessels that voyage from far-off lands. We will have to rely heavily on RSS earring, intelligence from the local fishing community, and other sources which do have our best interests at heart. Recommendations, the following recommendations are made for regional strategies. Clearly, we have to harness our regional resources and international partners into an active collaboration that goes beyond discussion. It goes without saying that greater information sharing is an important ingredient. While there is a deficit in actionable intelligence, it is believed that some more targeted operations are needed. There's a need to sustain or more desirably intensify robust interdiction operations, leverage comprehensive intelligence networks, and to effect contemporary social intervention actions. An overarching multidisciplinary strategy is needed, especially given the root causes, drivers, and general multi-dimensionality of the illegal drug and gun problem that most ominously threatens the nation's youth. Besides the physical damage and death, the psychosocial trauma inflicted on the state destroys confidence in public safety. Piracy and armed robbery at sea and deliberate pollution of our waters by vessels discharging CBRN, waste, oil, and our ballast water constitute the more significant problems that come to mind. Piracy in particular is a characteristic web that negatively affects safety, health, and blue economies. A comprehensive approach to securing the maritime space is critical. Domestic instability, population pressures continue to be a problem as well. The out-migration of threats from Venezuela also present a concern to the region. While Trinidad and Tobago has been facing many social, health, and security challenges, there are attendant cascading security risks to the other CARICOM member states, given as well that the South American continent being a source for narcotics production. As we continue into the new or next normal, the human trafficking is one of the threats where transnational criminal enterprise, which may take advantage of COVID to make greater use of maritime spaces. The so what is that, among other things, we must improve regional immigration networks, ensure greater sharing of information and intelligence to include cooperation with our global partners. The attrition of ISIS or Daesh strongholds in Iraq and Syria could have an impact on regional security due to the well-documented open source accounts that ISIS included some Caribbean nationals. Intelligence indicates that whole families migrated to the self-declared caliphate. There are concerns about what might be the next wave of global terrorism and what it may look like. And our specific concern to the CARICOM region should be, A, if and how will ISIS terrorist ideology migrate across the globe and specifically into the Western hemispheric jurisdictions? B, what should be the impact of terrorist fighters of Caribbean nationality returning of the terrorist ideology and otherwise surfacing in our region? There has to be a number of ISIS-inspired and possibly directed lone wolf or small unit attacks in Europe and the United States over the years. The physical destruction of the caliphate in Iraq and Syria does not represent an absolute end to the organization or to radical Islamic or other religious-based terrorism. In response, the regional security apparatus with its international partners must continue to strengthen counterterrorism capabilities across a wide spectrum of disciplines. This is to include preventing the development of the terrorist ideologies and stifling recruiting in vulnerable communities, intelligence gathering and sharing de-radicalization. While COVID-19 has stopped travel, we cannot rule out terrorist movement by sea. The existential threat of climate change is another facet of regional security which warrants serious attention at several levels. The impact of the health, security, and socio-economic stability is well included. Increased demand on water and food resources and have even become a source of driver or conflict. Degraded governance and governability could also prove greater opportunities and or freedom of action for transnational criminal organizations to exercise control of parts of territorial spaces. The prevailing interrelatedness, multidimensionality, and transnationality of elements within the security climate requires that Barbados and other CARICOM member states must continue to function meaningfully as members of local frameworks, the RSS and CARICOM. Certainly, also with other regional and hemispheric countries and entities in order to objectively manage identified risks and effectively respond to threats to national and regional values and security interests. Major weather systems disrupt livelihoods, displace communities, and take lives. The long-term negative impact on economic activity is well known as the knock-on effect on allowing man-made threats to grow. As an organization and national protocols are being continually refined to incorporate COVID-19 considerations into not just disaster management response mechanisms, but into the routines of daily life and critically for prevention. For example, the Barbados Department of Emergency Management with its interagency partners include the Barbados Defense Force and the Ministry of Health and Wellness have been working on structures and protocol to deal with the vulnerable SOPs or actions on for crisis situations. A joint interagency matrix is one of the approaches or tools being employed for this venture. Headquarters RSS has been developing adjusted deployment protocols appropriate to the still emerging and next normal. There will be a need for standardization across the member states, especially if we are to create a regional security bubble. Disease and pandemics. The COVID-19 pandemic has underscored the need for the region to have collaborative and well-coordinated mechanisms to censor global migratory risks and threats, raise levels of readiness, and ensure uniformity of response regionally. Now, moving to initiatives and the way forward. A few recommendations Colonel Granham has asked me to share can be considered in the following. A, the further development of security strategy that better encompasses the elements, agencies, and organizations in the local apparatus and forms more active linkages with the strategies of the RSS, CARICOM IMPACS to include cooperation of maritime strategies with our external partners. The maritime aspect of the strategy should be related to the other 4 or 5 domains of warfare. B, strengthening existing partnerships, building new ones, and strengthening international partnerships. Continued CARICOM international partnership engagement and leveraging of conjoined areas of cybersecurity, firearms, and information and intelligence sharing and the management of passenger information will be critical to mission success in the future. C, maximizing regional maritime domain awareness tools and capabilities wherein a common operating picture is shared across national jurisdictions in real time and in our actions better synchronized to preempt or respond to threats. D, the continued enhancement of intelligence and information sharing among our partners. The paradigm shift from the restrictive and unhelpful need to know approach or need to share needs to be moved to a need to share model, and it must continue. This is necessary to confront the full ranges of risks and threats from environment to man-made. Furthermore, consideration should be given to having a facility to link national emergency operations, either in crisis rooms or virtually. And lastly, a quote that many of us will know is that it takes a network to defeat a network. And I think the remarks shared by Colonel Granham fully expose this particular concept. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Carlos. We do have a few minutes for some questions, but as I said earlier, the central theme that I'm getting out of all the presentations from Vivian, who set the stage with the global framework, legislative framework that is, right down to you, Carlos, is a theme of cooperation, a theme of partnership, a theme of it being absolutely critical that we work together. And in saying that, I want to pose the first question to you, Vivian. And that question is, sovereignty separates nation states from strong commitments to global issues. Therefore, how can international law close the gaps to reach in those solutions that are necessary for human security?
Thank you for your question. Okay, so I think oftentimes we forget that it is the states that create international law. And the priorities and the actions of international law and the measures created by international law are created by states. So we are looking for international law to create solutions for ourselves. And sometimes that may be a solution where we have not looked at these things as priorities for the region. But I think what we need to also be looking at is what are the operational measures that we can institute? What are our true needs of the region? And then articulate that in international fora so that we can direct the resources required to address these issues. Very often you have beautiful international agreements being signed, but they remain non-operational, they remain ambition. We need to move beyond the talk, the discussion. We need to move beyond the ambition and realize the goals. And I think one of the methods for realizing the goals is really to try implementing on-the-ground measures, looking at what are our day-to-day hindrances. And then when we identify that, if there are commonalities amongst all the states in terms of what are our day-to-day hindrances in implementation, we can raise that as an issue that we can request the international community to assist us in addressing. Climate change is one of the most significant ones that is impacting the region right now. And we have several pockets of initiatives taking place. The MTCC is one of them as well. But it is very hard when you have very direct deliverables to step outside those deliverables to collaborate. So I think what is required really in terms of the international setting is recognition that we are the international law. We create the international law, and we can't forget that. And we have to make sure that our voices are heard to create the international law that would in fact benefit us and the region.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vivian. That certainly was very, very clear. The next question is for Brigadier Williams. This question came in off one of the social media chats, and it is, how does Jamaica mitigate drug trafficking emanating from Jamaica?
Okay, thank you very much for your question. Jamaica goes about mitigating drug trafficking emanating from Jamaica on two fronts. So there are activities we're undertaking to reduce production of, I know the major illicit commodity from Jamaica is ganja, or some say marijuana. So reduce production through activities to destroy illicit fields. There's also initiatives underway to divert farmers into other illicit crops. And probably most significantly, the efforts we took several years ago to establish a legal medical ganja industry. So all of that is geared at reducing production for illicit purposes. The other thing, of course, we do regularly, routinely, is interdict the illicit outflows through our enhanced intelligence and interdiction capabilities, which I spoke about earlier.
Thanks very much, Roderick. In some quarters, it's been suggested that the response to COVID-19 has placed an immense amount of pressure on security forces. In fact, security forces have been redirected, so to speak, to work with ministries of health and so on. Perhaps Lieutenant Colonel Lovell or Commodore King, can you share some perspectives from your own forces as to if that is the case?
Okay, thank you. And our organization has no doubt we've been strained because we actually actively engage in the curfew enforcement. We are providing sentry details for the quarantine facilities, sentry detail at the social distribution, check distribution centers, the food distribution programs. In addition to, we still have a footprint in the Northern Bahamas assisting the police force with the security operations in Abaco and in Grand Bahama. And so we've been severely strained, and we're still being asked to maintain our posture in terms of patrolling our waters and protecting our borders. And so several initiatives have been presented to our government to permit us to expand our reserve forces and to focus primarily on retired peace and military officers who would have been vetted in the system and who have been trained. So the training curve could be a lot shorter. And in some cases, to get the government's permission to release the Defense Force in particular. Because from some of its shore duties like diplomatic security and military assistance to civilian authorities at the government and quasi-government institutions, and to possibly outsource those functions to private security firms or the reserve unit, or to contract retirees, retired law officers. And so that's a burden that we face, and our rate was as high as 42% of our personnel were just deployed outside of the mainstream functions. And it's a delicate balance. Now that and it all depends on the prioritization of our response to those national COVID-19 taskings. We would have to prioritize and maybe draw down and reprioritize and move manpower around, because we refuse to compromise on the border security. That is what we're all about: border protection, border containment, border security. And we can't relent on that. And so it's a delicate balance, but we have received governmental support. It's just a matter of receiving financial support with those initiatives, so we can have our persons on the front line doing what we do best.
Thank you very much, Commodore. Carlos?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for that question. And quite similar to Bahamas, the Barbados Defense Force has been incorporated in the government's COVID-19 response efforts. The government has leaned on us significantly. However, we see it as part of our mandate, which falls all under the umbrella of preserving and protecting national security. And as you would be aware, sir, the government of Barbados has leaned on the BDF and assigned us several tasks in the areas of consultation and planning. We have a number of officers who reside in our National Emergency Operations Center and our Health Emergencies Operational Center, providing assistance with planning, crisis management, and a whole host of other joint operational plan initiatives. We also provide our normal security role, which is curfew enforcement, and that we will see, or we are projecting, will probably expand into contact tracing. That has been done in the UK, as the UK military has been assisting with contact tracing in those domains. Members of the Barbados Defense Force have been training over the past 6 weeks in contact tracing. We see that as the next operational task for us on the horizon, as we've reopened quite recently. From a medical standpoint, the medical units within the Barbados Defense Force have been used to bolster the national medical apparatus, or the national health apparatus, where we've been assisting at the ports of entry with swabbing, scanning incoming passengers, and also going into the communities and basically transporting, from a medical standpoint, safely transporting suspected or confirmed COVID-19 cases to and from the national quarantine facilities. Mentioning national quarantine facilities, even one of our bases, Paragon Base, has been employed and is being utilized as a quarantine facility, mainly for repatriated Barbadians and some visitors, whereas the isolation facility is in the north of the island. We have been providing assistance as well with security at the quarantine facility, and a major role has been the safe transportation of COVID-19 confirmed cases or suspected cases, based on the high requirement for persons for decontamination and sanitizing, not just the transportation assets, but the personnel and the need to stick to these protocols, it was recognized that members of the military are more adept to sticking to these SOPs and these protocols, and basically helping not only the Ministry of Health, but also the National Transport Apparatus in terms of the Transport Board in relieving some of the stress on the Transport Board, and members of the Barbados Defense Force have been employing some of those assets to move large numbers of COVID-19 cases to and fro across the island, to and from quarantine centers. The field medical facility has also been employed as a COVID-19 alternate mobile community, so I would say a mobile swabbing center where it can actually go into communities and be set up in about 24 to 40 hours and provide an expanded swabbing facility for the government. So far, it has only been used in one location, but since we've been able to get the COVID-19 cases in Barbados under control, it has been withdrawn, and it basically stands ready to be launched into any of the communities across the island to provide a mobile swabbing apparatus to be able to take some of the pressure off some of the local polyclinics and the main general hospital on the island. And those are some of the roles that the Barbados Defense Force has been employed to basically assist the government in the national COVID response framework.
Thanks very much, Carlos. So it's fair to say, certainly from Jamaica, Bahamas, and Barbados perspective, that the use of the security forces going forward, that dynamic will of necessity change because of the impact of COVID-19. I'm going to pose one last question. Whoever wants to take this question can do so, and then I will give each panelist just about 60 seconds to deliver their parting shots. The question is, what measures can be taken to enhance the participation of women in maritime affairs in governance? Vivian, you're the only female on this panel. If you do not want to touch it, I'm happy.
No, it's quite okay. I have participated in gender studies. So there are opportunities and scholarships internationally that target women in particular. But I think as an industry, as universities, we need to also provide scholarship opportunities specifically targeting women. There's also the Women in Maritime Association, Caribbean, that has been seeded by the IMO. That institution exists, and they in fact have several parallel webinars taking place, and they had a meeting as we were having a meeting this conference. So I think there needs to be better accommodation of women in maritime education in the first instance, so that they can transcend and legitimately be a part of the governance structure in maritime, because women seafarers find it very difficult to access training opportunities even within the Caribbean region. And that's not necessarily because the companies themselves want to discriminate. There are international law standards that require particular cabin spaces, and they can't share cabin spaces with other genders. So it requires concerted action for greater participation. Having said so, Caribbean generally, in terms of women in governance, women in decision making, women on boards, we tend to do far better than most of our neighbors and other regions. Jamaica being one of the exemplars, actually, in terms of Jamaican participation on boards, on decision making, and in maritime governance. So I think there are opportunities, but I think the opportunities also have to start to ensure that we have persons who are in fact from the maritime sector being facilitated in getting involved in maritime governance.
Thanks very much for that, Vivian. Would any of the other panelists wish to comment, or at least make a 60-second closing remark from this panel? Because I want to flow straight into the next panel, which looks at regional and international activities to support maritime security. Commodore?
I was actually yielding in the essence of time because you want to be a part of
that next panel,
the next session. So I yield, but the opportunity is always great to share experiences, to learn and feed off each other, strengthen those relationships, and it's all about friendships, relationships, partnerships, and enhancing those. And I seek to be a part of it. Thank you.
Brigadier?
Yes, thank you, moderator. I guess the parting shot I'd like to leave us with is that we as countries in this space with these kinds of threats need to do everything we can without any further delay to strengthen all the multilateral arrangements that we can for maritime law enforcement and maritime safety in particular, as we try to deliver the maritime security outcomes. The other thing I would say is that we need to begin the conversations with our populations and other key actors around, investments in our economy about protecting our maritime environment, because I think we take it for granted and we don't realize how dependent our societies are on that space. And I think we could do a lot more collaboratively to see to better environmental protection in the maritime space.
Thank you very much. 60 seconds, Carlos, from the Barbados Defense Force perspective. I think you're muted, Carlos. You're muted.
My apologies, sir. Right, I was saying that my parting shots can be encapsulated in this one slide. It basically has quite a few important points. However, I'd like to focus your attention on the two points highlighted in red, which basically say the same thing that we've been speaking to for the entire session. What we have a number of very small island states with very limited resources, but the seas in between us, the maritime domain that we are required to police to maintain sovereignty is vast, and there's quite a bit of uncertainty. And the only way that we will be able to overcome that, the only way that we will be able to dominate and secure those spaces to ensure freedom of action and safety and security within the region is if we continue to strengthen the existing partnerships that we have and build new partnerships, not only within the region, but outside of the region as well, to leverage some of that support that we have internationally to help to make to make the region a much safer place. So that is basically my parting shot, and it was my pleasure to be involved in this very important session.
Thanks very much, Carlos. I'm going to suggest that we segue almost immediately without breaking into session 12, which deals with the regional and international activities support maritime security. In another conference such as this, I made a suggestion that multilateralism is the key to wrestling COVID-19 to the ground. And I was not only speaking in a security context, I was actually speaking in a much wider context to address all the issues, not only security, but certainly the economic side of it and the social side of it as well. In this regard, this particular session is going to look at what international agencies have been doing and certainly what is possible to support the efforts at the national level. Our panelists, we have 4 panelists for this particular session. There are Ms. Anais Rios, and Anais is the Program Associate of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, Global Maritime Crime Program for Latin America and the Caribbean. She is based in Barbados, and she's co-located with the Joint Regional Communications Center. Anais has been with UNODC Global Maritime Crime Program in various regions previously, including East Africa and Southeast Asia. She herself is from the region. She's from the island of Guadeloupe, and she has a background in maritime and environmental law. Our second panelist for this session is Mr. Giovanni Snidel. And Gio is a senior coordinator for hemispheric security policy at the Department of State of the United States mission to the Organization of American States. Gio is a career civil servant and is responsible for advising on regional security cooperation and hemispheric security issues at the Department of State. He has served as a security and defense advisor to the US permanent mission since 1992. He has worked on Caribbean security issues for more than 32 years. And I've heard some people refer to him as a permanent secretary for the Caribbean in the State Department. I certainly would not be surprised if he had citizenship in every CARICOM state, as well as the Dominican Republic. Our third panelist is Mr. Hein Connect. Hein is the Regional Security Advisor for the Caribbean region from the Kingdom of the Netherlands, from their Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and he's been in the region since 2018. Hein is based at the Dutch Embassy in Santo Domingo, and he would work mainly on enhancing the Kingdom's security objectives in the region that evolve around the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Caribbean territories, specifically on areas relating to regional cooperation, combating transnational organized crime, and disaster management. Previously, Hein would have served in areas like the Middle East, Afghanistan, Iraq, and most recently, Venezuela, where he would have been working on a wide range of international security issues in a diplomatic capacity. Our final panelist for this session is Dr. Ian Ralby. And Ian is a recognized expert in maritime law and security and serves as the Chief Executive Officer of IR Consilium. And IR Consilium is a family firm that specializes on matters relating to maritime and resource security. Ian has worked in the Caribbean and was previously based in the region for the UNODC's Global Maritime Crime Program. Among other projects, he is currently engaged by the National Center for States Court, working on an analysis of maritime traffic laws in the region. He holds a Doctor of Laws degree from William and Mary Law School in Virginia, a Doctor of Philosophy in Politics and International Studies from the University of Cambridge. Panelists, my very fond and warm welcome to you all. And certainly as we continue with this discussion on maritime security, I want to invite Anais to lead off to give a perspective from the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. Anais, you have the mic and the floor.
Thank you, Captain, and good afternoon, everybody. So for the past 5 to 6 months, the region has had to face tremendous hardships with a critical health situation, which has now evolved into major concerns towards food security and economic stability, overall stability of the region, really. And if it is important to applaud the whole region for how well each and every country has handled the health crisis until now, we also have to realize that we are entering a dire marathon. Concerns towards smuggling of migrants and trafficking in persons at sea, illicit trafficking of guns and drugs, blue economy, as we just talked about in the previous session, and disaster relief are high. In fact, the collapse of Venezuela in this time, with potential even larger number of people leaving the country and reaching CARICOM states with the opening of borders, is now posing a considerable health threat too, as there is a further chance to spread the virus. Illicit trafficking of guns and drugs has continued, even though we have observed slightly different shifts in pace and also routes. The blue economy seems to be at a standstill, as its focus was historically geared towards tourism. Tourism now rare. Law enforcement and state institutions have been stretched thin in responding to COVID, and the opportunity is there for the criminal networks to move faster than ever before. And on top of all of this, we are now square into the hurricane season. In such a layered and dynamic situation, threats will only be understood, deterred, and stopped through an all-of-region effort. The UNODC Global Maritime Crime Program, or GMCP, has been engaging in the region for the past 2 years, with an established formal presence in Barbados, co-located with the GRCC since 2019, where I sit now. The GMCP mission is to improve the capabilities and capacities of member states' criminal justice systems to effectively prevent, investigate, and prosecute maritime crimes within a sound rule of legal framework and through fostering regional and international cooperation. The GMCP has been doing just that in close collaboration with CARICOM IMPACS and the RSS, with two main pillars. One on maritime law enforcement cooperation, and the other one on the legal finish to maritime crime. On the maritime law enforcement front, the GMCP has delivered in-person sub-regional tabletop exercises in the Caribbean, in the whole basin, to which actually the latest one held in Barbados in March and co-designed by Dr. Ralby here, include a large scenario on maritime law enforcement in time of disaster relief and humanitarian crisis. After consultation with counterparts, this format of tabletop exercise will be reproduced at national levels to encourage domestic multi-agency coordination and decision-making, to encourage decision makers to see the need of cooperation at the regional level. And we are looking for ways of making those doable within the new normal. However, at the moment and during this time of physical separation, the limelight has been slightly shifted to create a space for practitioners to connect virtually. Last week, the UNODC GMCP kicked off the first session of the virtual series of its Caribbean Forum on Maritime Crime. This forum, the forum itself, is to be launched in 2021 in person. It will be an annual umbrella forum that will bring together maritime law enforcers and prosecutors from around the Caribbean basin to share trends, cases, and best practices, and also build their network and coordinate their responses to the multitude of maritime crime threats affecting their shared maritime space. Building towards this in-person forum, and because of the current situation, we have created those series with monthly thematic sessions. Each session includes an assessment of current trends, case studies from regional practitioners, and an opportunity for discussion. The target audience is maritime law enforcers and prosecutors. Last week's session gathered 24 countries with about 100 participants, and it was on the subject of modern piracy in the Caribbean. Next one will be on trafficking in person and smuggling of migrants, and I can always develop if you want to know more on those. So intercepting criminal acts at sea is a challenge and costly endeavor. And it is key that those efforts end with the criminal facing justice. The UNODC GMCP has been working to support the legal finish to maritime crimes through the annual Pan-Caribbean Maritime Exercise, TradeWinds 2020, by including to it for the first time a simulated criminal trial to allow responders and prosecutors to work through an interdiction case from the interdiction to the judgment. The purpose of the simulated trial is to increase interagency awareness and cooperation and advance national expertise in maritime prosecution to help ensure a legal finish to crime committed at sea. As you are aware, the TradeWind 2020 hosted by Guyana had to be cancelled. However, we have been working to find alternative means to providing a simulated trial experience. As a result, we will be offering a 4-day immersive virtual training for our Guyana counterparts in September. And while done virtually, the training will follow a similar sequence, beginning from the interdiction and then continuing through to case preparation. This training will be fully interactive. The GMCP also has started the preparation and the planning for a simulated trial in support of TradeWinds 21. And this one is to be held in Barbados, hopefully, if the overall health situation allows, next year. We're also glad to announce that the UNODC GMCP will be placing a maritime prosecutions advisor in the region. It will be co-located, I say he because we have identified him, not because I suppose it was a he, but he will be co-located with CARICOM IMPACS in Port of Spain, hopefully in November. This post will be a contribution to the prosecution's capability of the region as it relates to crimes committed at sea. The main objectives of this advisor will be to provide ad hoc and case-based mentorship to CARICOM prosecutors, and maritime legal advisors, run trainings on maritime legal finish through CBSI Connect, work with regional counterparts on harmonization of maritime crime-related laws, and that would include also drafting laws for review, and support the cooperation of prosecutors from around the region. This advisor will be working in close collaboration and cooperation with the Asset and Recovery Unit of the RSS. So as we continue to face the challenges of COVID and what may be a different word, and our team will remain dedicated to ensure that the engagement we provide is geared to the challenges that new reality, whether it will be changing trends, the need for a new partnership, and responding to dynamically and efficiently to multiple threats like criminal activity in times of health crisis and natural disaster. And while it is crucial to react to the current stresses on maritime situation, it is also the opportunity, and it could be the time, to reinforce resilience in the Caribbean basin as a whole for the next challenges to come. And this is what the GMCP aims to support with. There are some recommendations that we feel are important to mention. 5 actually. So the first one will be to open the dialogue to work towards homogenization of maritime laws throughout the region. The second one is to use the shipwrighter agreements, and reopening the case of the San Jose Treaty could be the way to go, as Hein and Giovanni will develop a little bit more later. The third one is to consider further cooperation tools such as asset sharing. The fourth is to build networks and cooperation at the domestic and regional level, because we will all need a hand these days. And then the fifth one is to agree to work together for secure and healthy maritime spaces as we face a coming time of challenge. They are key to the life and livelihood of the region. And as I like to say, there is no blue economy without maritime security. So that concludes my remarks. And back to you, Captain.
Thanks very much, Anais. Good that you could identify the assistance that UNODC has provided and is planning to provide to the region. And I like your closing comment in terms of maritime security and blue economy, because that is absolutely correct. In fact, I would even go outside of maritime security, although this is a session focusing on maritime security, but there could be no development without security, and conversely, no security without development. Our next speaker is Mr. Giovanni Snidel. P.S. Snidel, you have the floor, sir. Unmute.
Oh.
There you go.
Thank you, Ricky. I really like that title. I appreciate that. I'm really pleased to be part of this conference, and in particular in part of this panel. I know that we have a very large audience of practitioners, policymakers, academicians, and students. I think this is very, very valuable. I know there were lengthy bios that were read. I know that Dr. Ralby is actually a graduate of a very distinguished college in Virginia, the College of William and Mary. I just want to make it clear that I'm a graduate of Thomas Jefferson's University, the real University of Virginia. So just off the bat, I'd like to make that comment. But before I begin also, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate CARICOM IMPACS on this significant week of meetings that have been dedicated to really fostering partnership and addressing the critical issues for the citizens of the Caribbean. This conference has been really well organized. I've followed it throughout the week, and I think it's provided some very valuable prescriptions for us to follow in the future. So I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Michael Jones, the executive director, and Tanya Awal, and the staff at IMPACS for this undertaking. It was a big week. It was a significant week, and I think there's a lot to follow up on. So let me begin. I think we've saved the best for last. This is panel 12. Now, why do I say that? One of the reasons why I say that is not because this is a strong panel with very distinguished representatives, but it's aware that the blue economy and public security rest with a secure Caribbean Sea. This is a point, Captain, that you did make. It's a point that's been made throughout the week. I think it's something to really keep in mind. For all the participants, COVID-19 has turned the world upside down, but transnational criminal groups have always adapted quickly to shifting circumstances, and this situation is no different. According to UNODC, restrictions on movement of goods resulted in drug trafficking routes shifting from land to the sea. Even before this pandemic, traffickers were exploiting the anonymity and the convenience of communications technologies such as the internet, the dark web, encrypted peer-to-peer messaging apps to market and sell drugs and engage in illegal activities aggressively to clients all over the world. Now, we were already struggling to really keep pace with this ever-evolving criminal organizations, and our efforts are being further exacerbated by the pandemic. Now, everyone knows me. I hate to paint this bleak picture, but I do want to underscore that now more than ever, we must redouble our efforts to combat these criminal organizations. We cannot let the pandemic present a safe haven for illicit trafficking to flourish. Under the Caribbean Security Strategy, the United States remains committed to fighting drug trafficking in our hemisphere. On April 1st of this year, the United States launched an enhanced counter-narcotics operation with 22 partner nations to combat the flow of illegal narcotics across the Western Hemisphere. The result of this joint action was the seizure of over 122 metric tons of cocaine, 18,000 pounds of marijuana, and more than 70% of these interdictions included partner nation participation. The Department of Justice has charged more than 600 individuals in US courts on drug trafficking related charges. We're showing that you're not only taking drugs off the street, but we're also prosecuting those responsible. Now, while criminals are using the pandemic as an opportunity to change their tactics, this enhanced operation shows when we work together, the results are impressive. we cannot remain passive, as we know. Last year in Barbados, we successfully gathered maritime authorities and operators from all the Caribbean states and international partners. We defined priority actions to strengthen regional maritime law enforcement cooperation and coordination among Caribbean states. This roadmap of concrete actions is pending approval by the heads of government of CARICOM and the Dominican Republic. It lays out the key actions we need to take together to be successful in ensuring success of the blue economy, and I think more importantly, in securing the ensuring the security of our citizens. This conference, I would note, it opened on a call for unity. The conversation in particular among the three prime ministers earlier this week hearkened to the days of the Cricket World Cup and the incredible efforts and security structures that were put in place by the Caribbean states to ensure the security of the global event, but also the safety of all citizens. One space, one team, one Caribbean, and I know we all know this litany, this phrase, was a common reality then. It applies today, and it's certainly something that we really need to work on. This panel will highlight one area where unity would benefit all of our citizens. That key tool for this unity, from my perspective, is ratification by all of the Caribbean countries of the agreement concerning the cooperation in suppressing illicit maritime and air trafficking in narcotics, drugs, and psychotropic substances in the Caribbean area. This is the treaty, of course, known as the Treaty of San Jose. It's also called the Caribbean Regional Agreement. It also has an acronym like everything else of CRA. But this treaty provides our maritime authorities and our operators in the region with the legal tool that they required to facilitate the dedicated work that they're conducting. I can't emphasize that enough. The CRA provides a regional approach to international narcotics trafficking by sea and air, a threat recognized by every country within the region and with interests in the region. The countries of the Caribbean have long recognized the compelling need for a regional approach to the problem of illicit trafficking of drugs, firearms, and people. One of the primary goals of the San Jose Treaty is to assist all countries in the Caribbean region in preventing drug traffickers from using territorial seas as safe havens to escape maritime law enforcement vessels and aircraft operating in and over waters beyond the jurisdiction of all of our states. Accordingly, the San Jose Treaty contains provisions and expedited procedures for the exchange of information, deployment and exchange of shipwriters, authorization for boarding and search of suspect vessels, entry into territorial water when in pursuit or investigation of a suspect vessel or aircraft, and overflight and relay of orders in national airspace. The CRA, the San Jose Treaty, permits each state to offer its fullest cooperation according to its political, policy, and operational needs and capabilities. By providing this flexible framework, the treaty can reduce administrative burdens and ensuring that delays in responding to requests do not happen, which often hamper the response capabilities of the competent agencies and the coordination of international operations. While preserving existing and future bilateral relationships and agreements, the San Jose Treaty provides an additional framework that can be used for cooperation between any participants, facilitating cooperation between states which for a variety of reasons may be best or only able to cooperate through a multilateral framework. States considering signing or ratifying the treaty do not need to alter any of their rights and obligations pursuant to other agreements in force on maritime drug interdiction. Consequently, the San Jose Treaty reserves and preserves the right of many existing bilateral arrangements in the region, in particular, the treaty establishing the regional security system. Countries may sign or ratify and deposit their instrument of ratification with the Costa Rican government by contacting the head of the Department for Disarmament, Terrorism, and Organized Crime at their Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I do hope that next year, when the treaty holds its states parties meeting, I hope that all Caribbean countries will be represented there. I'd like to reiterate the commitment of the United States to working with you on a bilateral and regional basis to seek innovative and integrated solutions to the Caribbean region's most pressing challenges. The citizens of our countries really deserve a safe, secure, and prosperous Caribbean. Thank you for this opportunity to bring to the attention of our audience the importance of the Treaty of San Jose. I hope that we do make some progress this year and can see real concrete actions that will ensure the success of the blue economy and the safety of our citizens throughout the region. Thank you again for this opportunity to cooperate. And I apologize to Dr. Ralby for attending a lesser university, but it's okay. He's an outstanding individual and we'll hear from him. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Gio. I'm not going to get into that tete-a-tete between yourself and Ian, but certainly you have in your presentation outlined the commitment of the United States government through the Caribbean Basin Security Initiative to support the region. And the example that you give, it was really a classic example of what cooperation can do, and certainly ties into what came up from the previous panel, in that to deal with this whole challenge in the maritime environment, we need to cooperate. Transnational organized crime, by its own definition, is across borders. Therefore, the response to provide a very simplistic response, the answer, the response to transnational organized crime has of necessity to be transnational as well. Our next presenter is Hein, who will give the perspective of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Hein, you have the floor, sir. Are you there? Ah, excellent. You have to unmute. I think we're seeing your slides.
Oh, sorry.
There you go. We're hearing you.
Great. Yeah, I just wanted to note beforehand that if somebody could respond to a next please from my side, that will then switch to the next slide. That would be great. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to CARICOM IMPACS for the opportunity to speak at this important forum. And thank you, Chairman Captain Sherlin, for your introduction and for leading today's excellent discussions. I'm mainly here to speak to you about the Treaty of San Jose, so I'll be reiterating many of the messages that Giovanni just so profoundly proclaimed, and I'll try not to come up with too much repetition. We'll see. But anyways, it's an important message, so some repetition I think is justified. My presentation will mainly be a pitch, therefore, for the treaty's relevance as a legal base for enhancing maritime security cooperation in the region. And after this presentation, I hope you agree with me that joining this treaty under the current threat levels and circumstances in the region is a so-called no-brainer, I would say. Not to simplify things, of course. The Kingdom of the Netherlands has been one of the initiators of the Treaty of San Jose, and since its inception has been a staunch supporter of its relevance and its application. Next, please. Well, we all know, I think that's what we discussed this week, that the security and stability in the Caribbean region is under serious threat of rising crime levels, exacerbated and complicated by the COVID-19 crisis, obviously. Increased trafficking of drugs throughout the region, spectacular increases in production levels in the region, especially in the Andes region, exacerbated by the Venezuela crisis, and Venezuela having developed into an important transit nation for narcotic drugs trafficking, and a bit of a black hole as it comes to information on what's going on there. Next, please. As I said, the Kingdom of the Netherlands is very committed to combating illicit drug trafficking. The Kingdom, of course, is through its constituent countries of Curaçao, Aruba, and Sint Maarten, and the special municipalities, islands in the region of St. Eustatius, Ceiba, and Bonaire, a proud part of the region. But also there, unfortunately, drug trafficking is undermining the stability of those island societies. However, the destabilizing effect of transnational organized crime is not limited to the Caribbean parts of the kingdom. Drug-related crime in Latin America and the Caribbean region has a huge impact on European Netherlands as well. The ports of Rotterdam and its sister port of Antwerp are the main points of entry to Europe for drug shipments from the region. An estimated 500 tons of cocaine arrive in the European Netherlands every year. In 2019, a total of 100 tons of cocaine was intercepted in both ports, which was a significant increase compared to previous years, with a wholesale value of between 12 and 16 billion US dollars. Criminal networks operating from Dutch soil are increasingly linked to an active in the region, also taking up more and more, I think, attention and capacity of Dutch law enforcement also over our borders or outside our borders. And combating transnational organized crime, therefore, in the Caribbean region is not only a shared concern in our view, but very much a shared responsibility. Next, please. I'd like to elaborate on the importance of a legal base for strengthening regional maritime security cooperation that the treaty provides. There seems to be general agreement in the region that there's an urgent need for a legal instrument as a basis for more effective operational maritime security cooperation. Again, our pitch would be that instrument exists. It's the Treaty of San Jose, but unfortunately it's largely underused right now. Since the 90s, several attempts at designing legal instruments to strengthen operational maritime cooperation have been made, and this culminated in, among others, the Caribbean Regional Agreement. I'll skip the official title this time, it's a bit too long, or the Treaty of San Jose, as most people would know it by. It came into force in 2008. Currently, 9 countries have signed and ratified the treaty. I'll elaborate on that later. And at the time of its design and adoption, however, there was a significant number of countries in the region that were not able or willing to commit to the treaty for a variety of political and legal complexities that prevented a larger following at the time. However, as stated before, I think we're seeing a new reality, higher levels of crime in the region than ever. This might have, we see eroded old complexities and sentiments towards the treaty, a different, say, political environment right now. And those may inspire innovative approaches to strengthening cooperation and perhaps an attempt by all of us to brush off to renew interest in the Treaty of San Jose. As I think Giovanni also alluded to, could be concluded from recent discussions on regional security in CBSI fora and CARICOM meetings, the region now also seems to acknowledge the need to increase the awareness of the Treaty of San Jose and its potential to serve as a legislative basis for strengthening maritime security cooperation. Next, please. Yeah, the Treaty of San Jose, as I mentioned, 9 states have signed the treaty and ratified, which means that they're applying the treaty up to different degrees. 4 countries have signed but not yet ratified. I'd like to zoom in on that a little bit, because if you look at those countries, one is a CARICOM member, Jamaica, 2 are, and Haiti, Panama, and the United Kingdom. And it's obvious to see that, that their that ratification by these countries would probably hugely benefit the applicability of the treaty. It's also important to note that that many or most of the CARICOM members have not yet signed the treaty, and it would be a great addition if they would, except for Belize, that has already signed and ratified the treaty. Next, please. I'll be quick when it comes to the key elements to the Treaty of San Jose, as Giovanni already mentioned those before as well. But I think it's important to note and underline that, that the treaty in its design is based on the UN Convention on illicit drug trafficking. It's also legally tied to the UN Convention, which I think is a very important part, in fact. The treaty remains extremely relevant and useful as a tool for overcoming current obstacles to operational cooperation. Most of those were mentioned by Giovanni, so I'll go quick. But it grants each other permission, the nations, the partner nations, to board suspect vessels of their flag on high seas. Partner nations agree to a legal framework for boarding suspect stateless vessels. Partner nations give each other permission to operate in each other's territorial waters. Also important to note there is that there's different modalities to granting that kind of permission. And partner nations provide opportunities to exchange law enforcement officers. Most important to underline is the treaty fully respects the sovereign rights and authority of flag and coastal countries, and is flexible in the way potential or member states wish to apply the treaty. The power to determine disposition and exercise jurisdiction always remains with the flag or the coastal country in accordance with international law. Next, please. Oh, interesting. On this slide, some of the colors seem to have vanished, but well, what I wanted to point out with this map is the main, there we go. The main obstacle to the effectiveness of the treaty currently being its limited geographical coverage. If you look at the red areas on the map, you can see the territorial waters and EEZs of the member states. And it's obviously to note that there's large gaps in the jurisdiction of the treaty right now. The dotted lines are the borders of the territorial waters and EEZs of potential member states, as particularly the ones that have signed but not yet ratified. And then it's also easy to deduct that that would considerably enhance the coverage of the treaty. But of course, ideally, more countries, and especially the CARICOM members, would come on board, and that would help expand the applicability and the jurisdiction of the treaty. Next, please. Having mentioned the geographical coverage and the current gaps in the treaty's applicability, there's a few other challenges with regard to the treaty and its operationalization. The first being that crime in the region, well, as it states here, has evolved, but has developed and has mostly intensified. Human trafficking, arms smuggling, it's not that they were not there before, piracy, but they've all definitely developed to graver problems than they were before. Those threats, however, currently fall outside the scope of the treaty. That also poses the question, is there a need for amendment? I know that several law enforcement agencies, representatives of countries in the region have mentioned this, and I think there's a general wish for possibly expanding the treaty towards covering those kind of crimes as well. Of course, there's an option there. That would be a very a rather complicated question, because that would imply amendment. But it's an interesting issue that we're very willing to discuss. There's perceived, and I can't underline this enough, there's perceived sovereignty issues. As stated before, the treaty does not infringe on any sovereignty of any state. But many countries seem to have been careful or reluctant, perhaps, to participate in the process of becoming a member because of existing, for instance, maritime border issues with bordering states. And I think it's for any countries having those kind of doubts, it would be interesting to discuss those in more detail. But once again, the treaty does not infringe on any sovereignty issues. The drug-producing countries, as it stands, mainly the Andes countries, do not participate in the treaty, which is not a prerequisite, of course, at all. But I think in terms of information exchange, cooperation, etc., it would really help if those countries were able to participate. And drug producing here, of course, mainly refers to cocaine. Panama, the country with arguably the most ships under its flag in the region, has not yet ratified the treaty. It would be a tremendous help if they would, as so many ships come under their flag. There's a general lack of exchange of information also, I think, currently between the existing member states, and this is definitely a point of attention, as is establishing a network of points of contacts to further operationalize the treaty. Many island nations, I think we know, might not have or have doubts about their own capacity to be able to implement the treaty, which might have withheld them from taking a further interest up to this point. Some of these nations might not have might not have a navy or coast guard, and I think it's interesting to discuss there how member states could support each other in building those abilities. And then the last one is not so much, I think, an issue or a challenge, but more an opportunity, that the treaty now only covers the Caribbean. But of course, it's an interesting question to ask if it should not also be applied to the Pacific, which would imply, of course, a further expansion, but perhaps a second treaty. Next, please. Well, that brings me to the end of my presentation. As Giovanni mentioned as well, we as the Netherlands are taking the initiative to organize a high-level meeting of the state parties, which would be very much a promotional event, but also an event to come together and to invite potential new member states to join discussions, and hopefully for some of them to perhaps even announce joining the treaty. However, this had to be postponed. We were planning on doing this in November, but due to COVID-19, it has been postponed to next year. We're looking into possibilities to holding this conference as soon as possible, when circumstances, of course, allow. And a meeting with that objective, our preference would currently be to not have to do that digitally or virtually, but physically. Anyways, those challenges remain. But what I think is also very important is the process towards this high-level meeting. Like I said, the main objective would be to provide a stage for attaining high-level political support for the treaty. I just wanted to underline that, and hopefully to welcome new state parties. There'll be ongoing discussions in the next few months with partners like UNODC, the United States, Costa Rica, and anyone who would like to join, to shape a working agenda to identify potential state parties' remaining barriers or questions with regard to joining the treaty. We will try, and our partners as well, to provide tailor-made information and solutions to encourage and to enable potential treaty members to join this important treaty. And all of that we would very much wish to do in close contact with CARICOM IMPACS and with RSS. Just to end, we warmly invite CARICOM and its members to participate in upcoming discussions, and we sincerely hope your countries will consider signing the treaty. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Hein. You certainly provided the history and the background to the Treaty on San Jose, while explaining its benefits and also identifying those challenges and giving a way ahead. The previous panel and this panel have, as far as I am concerned, put forward a very viable solution for cooperation at the international level. We have also highlighted some of the activities at the national level. I think we are providing some solutions, which is very, very important for CARICOM IMPACS, for the region, that we can put those solutions forward. So thank you very much for that very, very detailed presentation. Our final presenter for this panel is Dr. Ian Ralby. Ian, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, and very pleasant good afternoon to everyone who's attending. I know that I stand between everyone and the end of the work week, so I will start off by saying that though I am a maritime lawyer by background, I am not going to make a legal presentation, and I want to thank all the previous speakers for having done a fantastic job on covering some of these legal issues. But I can't really thank all of the previous speakers. I can only thank most of them because it behooves me to at least address the cavalier dig at my alma mater and the alma mater of Thomas Jefferson, William and Mary. And you might think that in response, I would make some kind of derogatory comment towards P.S. Snidell's attending an educational startup in Charlottesville. I learned at William and Mary that would just be undignified. So let me proceed to move on to thank instead the fantastic job, and I mean this in the most sincere manner, that CARICOM IMPACS has done this week. I think one of the biggest hindrances to security worldwide is a lack of open and honest dialogue. And I work a lot in different parts of the world on maritime security. And this week has exhibited, I think, a model for how to not only conduct a conference virtually in this new bizarre context in which we now sit, but also to really facilitate and foster honest communication with some serious push towards, as Captain Sherlin just said, finding not just the problems, but the solutions to the problems. So thank you to CARICOM IMPACS, and thank you for the opportunity to close out this week. I have, over the last few weeks, had the opportunity to collaborate with CARICOM IMPACS, and I'm delighted to now share my screen and start this presentation on something that has really, I think, been different in terms of how I personally have engaged with other entities in the rest of the world on cooperation. And that is to say that we, myself and my team at IR Consilium, together with CARICOM IMPACS and the regional security system, have actually just done an analysis together and published an article that just came out yesterday. So if we still had printing presses, it would be hot off the press. Instead, it's fresh off the internet. And I direct your attention to CIMSEC, the Center for International Maritime Security, where it is published. And what you'll find there is an article titled Maritime Crime During the Pandemic, Unmasking Trends in the Caribbean. And I just want to start by thanking Colonel Jones at CARICOM IMPACS, and together his team, Tanya Ayo, Calixtus Joseph, and Chesley Oliver, as well as Captain Sherlin and his team at the RSS, Mr. Sobers and Mr. Jeffrey Ford, as well as my own team, Dr. David Soud and Rahini Ralby, with whom we all collaborated to produce this. And what I want to show is the Caribbean side of the story of what is happening in the Caribbean at the regional level, not just the national level. And so I think it bears noting that from an outsider standpoint, and I left the Caribbean on March 12th. I did not expect to spend the next several months sat at this very desk, but here I am. I think what I've seen from this vantage point, rather than being in the region, is that most of the rest of the world has concentrated on three things in the Caribbean over this time. Number one, the cruise ship situation, where countless cruise ships were stuck at sea, either with COVID patients on board or crew members who could not get off because of COVID-related restrictions. Number two, the Iranian fuel and supply vessels that came from Iran to Venezuela in violation of sanctions of different sorts. And number three, the increased US presence focusing on counter-narcotics in the Caribbean, involving US Fourth Fleet together with the US Coast Guard, engaging in a much, much greater amount of interdiction operations for counter-narcotics than it has in recent memory. And so that's been the outsider's perspective about what's been going on. But let's take an insider's perspective using data from the region and using some novel approaches to looking at what has happened. And let's start with what has happened legally. So the air travel and maritime travel reductions in the region have been dramatic. In the 4 months prior to the pandemic, between November and March of 2020, compared to the last 4 months, so between March and July of 2020, we saw a more than 95% reduction in air arrivals into the region. That is immense, absolutely immense. That is almost paralleled by a 91% reduction in air travel departures from the region. In other words, air travel more or less ceased into and out of the region over this period, with very few exceptions. And so you'd think that the maritime space may have had a similar reduction, but it did not, because of course, maritime commerce is still necessary for our daily life, no matter what is going on land. And so we live by the moniker, no shipping, no shopping, and that is true even in a pandemic. And so the maritime space has continued to be active, continued to be dynamic. And we did see, however, a major reduction from November to March to July of over 50% of the port calls that we would normally expect. And so we saw a great decline in activity. And you'd think that perhaps that would parallel a reduction in criminal activity, but we found it did not. In fact, the seizure of cocaine, marijuana, and illegal migrants in the region only dropped by 40%. So port arrivals dropped by more than 50%, air travel dropped by more than 90%, but criminal seizures of cocaine, marijuana, and migrants only dropped by 40%. So that's not parallel. And that also has to be kept in mind to be in the context of the increased US counter-narcotics presence. We have, in the United States, interdicted more than $1 billion worth of drug seizures in this time during the pandemic. And so you'd think that that would also mitigate the quantity and frequency of interdictions within the region, but it does not seem to have been the case. And in fact, if you look at the number of incidents between November to March and March to July, there was actually an increase from 23 incidents in that first period to 27 in the latter. And so we actually had more maritime interdictions during that time. So now what we did, taking that sort of general sense of shifting trends, we started to dive into additional data sets. And we looked at using a couple of different maritime domain awareness platforms and honed in on the Windward platform, which is an advanced artificial intelligence maritime domain awareness system that allowed us to pull data on a number of different suspicious activities involving suspicious vessels. So vessels that themselves, based on the algorithms of the program, exhibited unusual or behavior characteristic of illicit activity, we were able to hone in furthermore on what exactly was happening in terms of different risk indicators. So what you'll see is that the number of actual suspicious activities or suspicious vessels operating in the region did not really change that much. It dropped a little bit, but not much. However, we saw an increase, an absolute increase, not just a year-on-year increase in dark activities and sailing below 3 nautical miles per hour. And that is really quite interesting because dark activity is when a vessel turns off its AIS system, its transponder that allows for satellite-based tracking of the vessel's presence. And that is not about signal failure. It's not about loss of transmission. These are incidents where the vessel actively turned it off. And technically, without some sort of verified reason logged in the logbook by the master of the vessel, you are not allowed to do that under the SOLAS Convention. And so this is a major indicator of illegal activity because vessels that turn off their AIS are often doing so in order to obscure the fact that they're engaging in other illicit behavior. Similarly, sailing below 3 nautical miles per hour is something that we have seen a lot more of in the Caribbean recently. The transshipment and movement of drugs via small vessels, go-fast fishing vessels, and even small luxury craft has been the sort of mantra of the past, but we are increasingly seeing major drug shipments ending up in ports all around the world, having come from the Caribbean. But the drugs were not embarked in port, but rather at sea. And that means that they had to slow down and fish the drugs out of the water in order to embark them onto the ship for transatlantic passage. And so sailing below 3 nautical miles an hour, as well as course deviations, which often exhibits a zigzagging pattern, indicate that kind of behavior where a vessel is looking for the GPS located drug package that's been left in the water. And during this pandemic, we have seen an increase in that activity. It is interesting to note as well that the only indicator that really dropped was meetings. And of course, in a socially distanced era, that is entirely appropriate and entirely what you might expect. But otherwise, the risk profile of vessels operating in the Caribbean seemed to increase rather than decrease. So let's look at a couple of the trends that then helped us to highlight. And this first one is quite interesting because you'll see in the vessel pattern of this track off of Suriname, a vessel that very clearly exhibited that crisscrossing back and forth activity of course change and slow sailing below 3 nautical miles that is indicative of looking for GPS stamped drug packages. And this particular one is quite interesting because while this vessel has never been arrested for drug trafficking, its sister vessel has. So if you look at the ownership behind this vessel, which isn't easy to do if you're just looking at vessel activity, you actually have to go into the data sets a bit more intently. You can find that the sister vessel was actually arrested not long ago in another part of the Caribbean for drug trafficking. And so the owners clearly have a modus operandi, and only by recognizing that these vessels are linked through that ownership can we start to focus on them. And this is something that the region, I think, can really benefit from doing, is making the list of the vessels that have already been arrested, either in the region or in other parts of the world for drug trafficking, and find their sister vessels. And that will very quickly create a vessel of interest list that can be very helpful in streamlining that intelligence-led targeted interdiction that's been mentioned by so many of the speakers. Additionally, we see that the narrative has been about sanctioned activity coming into the region, particularly into Venezuela, but we also have to look at what might be going the other direction. And this particular incident is quite interesting. The vessel is a livestock carrier that left Colombia and continued at a normal speed of about 10.5 knots all the way past Dominica when it turned off its AIS. And it went dark for over 20 hours. And when it resumed activity, moving again at that speed of about 10.5 knots, it was 19 hours and 57 minutes of black time. In other words, it would have only taken 4 hours and 20 minutes between when, excuse me, it wasn't 19 hours and 57 minutes, excuse me, I'll come back to that. It was only 4 hours and 20 minutes between where it turned off its AIS and where it resumed, if it had continued at that speed. However, it was dark for 15 hours and 46 minutes, which means that there's a big period where that vessel's activities are unaccounted for. We don't know what they were doing. We don't know who they met with. We don't know what they might have picked up. And so noticing that is one piece of the puzzle. But if you watch the rest of the voyage, in the middle of the Atlantic, that vessel changed its draft from 7 to 7.3 meters, which means it got heavier, it got deeper. And the only way that could have happened is either if it had taken on ballast, which it does not appear to have done, or pick something up along the way. And that is exactly what it seems happened. But what is odd about the end of the voyage is that it was destined for Qasr in Iraq. But rather than going straight to Iraq, it first went dark again and turned up in Iran. And so we see this weird reverse route of what we've been talking about and focusing on of activities involving groceries and all kinds of supplies, as well as fuel coming from Iran to the region. And here we have things coming from the region and seemingly ending up in Iran. And so that opens our eyes to potential different approaches. And just as I mentioned that the last vessel was a livestock carrier, we also see some very unexpected activities involving vessels you wouldn't necessarily expect to find involved in drug trafficking. And this is true of a number of different maritime crimes around the world. Last July, just over a year ago, the MV Nika was arrested in Indonesia. And the MV, not FV Nika, was a cargo ship that was actually arrested for illegal fishing. In other words, it used the fact that it was a cargo ship to obscure the fact that it was engaging in IUU fishing in different parts of the world. And so that sort of mixing of a type of vessel with an unexpected type of illicit activity should be a notice for everybody involved in maritime law enforcement to maybe broaden their horizons and think differently about what different types of vessels might do. And so here, this visual is of a cement carrier that seems to be heading into to head to port in Haiti, but it turns its AIS off before it gets to port, never calls at the port, and turns its AIS back on 4 days and 13 hours later, heading away from Haiti. So again, we don't know what it did, but noticing this early enough and noticing these kinds of patterns can help maritime law enforcement officials around the region become a bit more quick in targeting their interdiction efforts at vessels that are exhibiting suspicious and undesirable activity. And so CARICOM Impacts, the RSS, collectively can help create, together with partners, that international common operating picture between all the different states of the region and help enhance the efforts of the region. So let's just talk for 1 second about some of the pandemic problems that this helps tease out, and then look at where to go next. So just very quickly, some of the unique things that have occurred in the last few months. Air to maritime trafficking. We noted that 90% of the air travel had dissipated. That means that hiding things on airplanes is not that easy anymore. And so a lot of the routes for illicit trafficking of all sorts, including of gold, of mercury, of all sorts of minerals that used to travel by air, antiquities, other things, are now being moved to the sea. But it also has implications for the drug trafficking, because synthetics, which tend to be lower in quantity, higher in value, and more potent, for example, fentanyl, which only requires a small bit to be lethal, a single grain can kill a person, does not need to be quantified in the tons. It can be quantified in very small amounts in order to have both high value and high effect. And while that had been moving by air in many cases, it is now moving by sea much more increasingly. So we're seeing methamphetamines and other opioids and synthetics moving by sea. We're also seeing a huge amount of storage happening at sea, and this is particularly problematic for oil. The oil market has bottomed out. We've seen a drop in the price of crude to historic low levels, even falling negative at one point. And so there's a glut of crude. The demand has dropped, and a lot of providers are using ships at sea, tankers at sea, to store oil. This presents a vulnerability because it is open to attack, but it is also open to the normal wear and tear of vessels sitting out at the water that can spring a leak, that can have an accident, that can sink. And that creates environmental uncertainty and challenge for the region to be very cautious of in order to make sure that oil spill response is ready at a heartbeat, particularly as we enter this hurricane season and volatility of the water becomes a bigger concern. Abandoned vessels are also a major issue, and this doesn't mean that they're just floating out at sea. In some cases it does, but often owners that are going bankrupt are leaving their crew on their vessels out at sea without any provisions, without food, without water, without any kind of support to get into port, and this is becoming a real problem. And so these abandoned vessels are a real security threat because desperate people who are hungry and thirsty on a ship can become very aggressive towards getting that food and water, no fault of their own. That desperation is real, and the seafarers' welfare is a major concern. And that also transitions into the next point, which is that at the moment, there are over 300,000 seafarers stuck at sea, waiting to get off ships. There are an additional 300,000 seafarers stuck on land, waiting to get on ships. So these 600,000 people are stuck in their respective camps, waiting for a crew change, unable to do so because of the pandemic. And that is creating a serious vulnerability for not just local regions and local navies and coast guards, but for the global economy, because this is a vulnerability that we perhaps don't understand enough and overestimate how easy it is to keep commerce moving. 90% of world trade happens by sea, and if the people who are responsible for that can't work because they're all stuck out at sea and thus begin to strike, we are going to see a major, major harm to global commerce. Finally, we move into a couple of weird trends in the pandemic era of criminality that has changed. You would think that migrant smuggling and human trafficking maybe became more difficult because of the reduction of activity, both in air and in some cases on the water, but that is not the case. In fact, the reduction in legal means of transport, in other words, the closed borders and the barriers to legal transportation, has actually increased the amount to which people are turning to human smugglers to move them into other jurisdictions. And that has in turn led to an increase in human trafficking, because once you're in the hands of a migrant smuggler, it is often very difficult to avoid being trafficked as a result. And so that is a very scary and very concerning issue, particularly for the region. And so that also brings up, I'll jump to the final point, which is the spread of disease. A real concern for people being smuggled in to otherwise closed borders that have COVID. And we are seeing an uptick in certain areas, including in the Caribbean, of infections brought about likely by people smuggled in via fishing vessels and other small craft. And that is something to be very conscious of and concerned about. And finally, going to the whole barrier to the spread of the disease, one of the newest commodities in the world is PPE, personal protective equipment. And so we have a real concern about counterfeit PPE moving around the world. The US today announced that it has interdicted thus far 10 million counterfeit masks coming into the US. And in some cases, I know that they have been tested, and while they say and look like N95 masks that are designed to keep out 95% of the particles that would otherwise do you harm, in some cases they have been as low as N3, only excluding about 3% of the harmful particles. And so this is a serious concern about both economic issues and health issues as that particular criminal modality advances. So finally, next steps. Creativity, cooperation, and adaptation should be the mantra of the region. Creativity is what criminals do best. They are incredibly innovative in how they find means of advancing criminal profit and avoiding risk. And we need to be creative in how we counter that. And right now, the status quo needs to be thrown out the window. What we think, what we knew, is done. And now we have to reevaluate everything. And this particular approach of working with CARICOM Impacts and RSS on this article and this analysis, I think is a great example of how that creativity can manifest. In addition, cooperation along these lines is also really important. And cooperation isn't just about states working together. There are at least 7 different layers of cooperation. The first being intra-agency, so within an agency, and that is something that is overlooked in many cases where one part of a single entity, whether it's a military unit or even an agency like fisheries or port administration, do not know what another part of that agency is doing. And so intra-agency cooperation is a starting point. Then we move to interagency cooperation, and that whole of government approach eludes so many states around the world, but we have to keep working towards it. It's the only way to have a team-based approach to dealing with national challenges. Then we have bilateral and regional cooperation. We have inter-regional cooperation, and I think there's a lot of space for the Caribbean to work with West Africa in particular, as the roots for criminals are quite cooperative along those lines, but the cooperation between the security mechanisms on either end are not as well established. Then we have international cooperation, like with UNODC, like with partner nations around the world. And then we have, within the states, public-private cooperation and whole of society cooperation, engaging with academics, with NGOs, with civil society groups, with experts of different sorts, with technology companies, with shipping companies, with fishing companies, is a really important step for how we create a community that seeks to secure, govern, and develop the maritime space and make it uninhabitable for criminals. That is our goal. And so we need to adapt. We need to take where we are now and continue to watch as the maritime space evolves and what new threats emerge. And we need to adapt accordingly so that we are the leaders of this dance with the criminals, not the ones following and letting them lead. So to do that, we need to leverage technology like the Windward platform that we use for this particular study that was so helpful. We need to leverage relationships of all kinds. And we need to leverage the instruments like the Treaty of San Jose that has been talked about so much. And finally, we need to leverage the mechanisms. And on that note, I want to stop and thank CARICOM Impacts one last time for doing an amazing job of creating this opportunity, both for me to share, but also for all of us to share across so many different disciplines and countries and geographies. So this is a really wonderful event, and I thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much, Ian. Your presentation highlighted the importance of data and being able to connect the dots within the maritime domain. So essentially, maritime domain awareness, and also your solutions that you presented were very useful. By way of question, there was a question from the last panel in relation to the presentation that was done by Commodore King. And I specifically did not ask it in that particular panel because I know it was going to come up in this particular session. It read that Commodore King's called for cooperation. And the question was, has the region been making progress towards implementing the San Jose Agreement or a similar structure. Hein had outlined what the San Jose Treaty was, but perhaps I'm really asking you, Ian, if you can give certainly from your perspective, being a maritime lawyer, what are some of the perceived challenges, and certainly how can states overcome those challenges in ratifying the San Jose Treaty?
I think it's an excellent question. And one of the things that I find very interesting about these international legal cooperative agreements on maritime security is that the most effective ones are always operator driven. In other words, they aren't the ones that were made by a bunch of lawyers sitting in a room far away from the water. They're the ones that come out of the experience and the demands and the needs of operators who are engaged in the day-to-day challenges of maritime law enforcement. And I think we've gotten to the point where in the Caribbean, there's enough of a call by the operators for what they need, and the matching elements of that is actually pretty well met by the Treaty of San Jose. And so we've kind of overcome one of the big hurdles, which is that implementation is often the challenge, because if you write something in a room far away from the water and then give it to a bunch of operators, they might not see the value, they might not see the need. Here, we see the value, we see the need, we have the document, and all that's left really is to close that gap by signing and ratifying the agreement. And so the tools are in demand, the tools are present in the document. We need to help them close that loop.
There's been some suggestion that the treaty in some way impinges on sovereignty. How do we get around that? How does the treaty say that a vessel can come in to another state's waters and just act unilaterally?
I think the sovereignty piece is really important to address, and if I can answer that, I think there are two sides to sovereignty. There are sovereign rights and there are sovereign responsibilities. You have the sovereign right to choose whatever you want to do within your jurisdiction. But you also have the sovereign responsibility to do what's in the best interest for your jurisdiction. And this is a case where those two actually line up, where you have the sovereign right to choose what you want, and you can tell all your neighbors, you know what, we're going to do it on our own. But you also then need to consider how that affects your responsibility to look out for the state. And right now, criminals have for years been taking advantage of divisions within the region. I think Hein's map of the red and non-red parts show just how broken up it is and how many opportunities there are for exploiting that division. And so in order to create a unified front against criminality and to make sure that the region is resilient against opportunistic criminals, there is a sovereign responsibility to exercise the sovereign right to choose to cooperate. And this treaty does not open up the door to a foreign country coming in and operating in your jurisdiction without permission. That is not what it says. What it does is it creates standardized processes for allowing someone else to come in. And there's no better context than that than what Anais mentioned at the beginning, which is the HADR context in the post-hurricane situations, where you have horrible devastation on land, and you have full deployment of all the forces of the country towards HADR, but yet a criminal element that will continue to capitalize on the chaos and instability. And so you need to leverage as many opportunities as possible to engage in maritime law enforcement and security during that time. And the best way to do it is to have a standing agreement like the Treaty of San Jose that allows for counter-narcotics operations to continue by putting a single person from your country on another country's ships and letting them operate in your waters through that agreement. But you're not inviting people to come in and do law enforcement operations in your jurisdiction. You're just creating a mechanism by which it is easier to do that when the time requires. You are also streamlining the processes under Article 17 of the Vienna Drug Convention, which can be quite onerous when trying to interdict vessels for drug trafficking outside of 12 nautical miles. There are a number of different international crimes. You have piracy, slavery, and illegal broadcasting that can be interdicted anywhere. And then almost everything else requires some sort of enforcement jurisdiction element within your own territory. Drugs are in between. And drugs, because of Article 17, can be interdicted anywhere outside of 12, but with that procedure. And this helps streamline that procedure so that it is much quicker, more efficient. And when you're talking about states who have only a few minutes of a speedboat moving between when they enter the jurisdiction and when they leave it, you have to be able to move quickly. And that's what this is really about.
Yeah, in a former life, being a Coast Guard officer and doing maritime drug interdiction, I know the challenges of trying to go to a state and going through the hoops of bureaucracy in order to board that vessel, getting the permission and so on. I can easily see where this would reduce that level of bureaucracy in order to do boardings and to carry out maritime investigations.
Captain, if I may interject just for a second, because I didn't want to get into the technicalities earlier in my presentation, also due to time constraints. But in addition to what Ian says, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ian, but I mentioned the modalities that the treaty contains, and that's the interesting part, because partner nations, upon signing and ratification, can actually choose modalities within the treaty. One is where they would only allow a vessel from another state to enter their territorial waters upon notification, and then there's deadlines to that. But for nations that would trust each other, or anyways, for a nation that would have more trust in other nations to handle it, there's also the opportunity, I think, to waive the notification. Is that correct, Ian?
Absolutely. I mean, this is a kind of a user-friendly agreement. In fact, to underscore how user-friendly it is, other parts of the world have looked at it and said, this is really helpful, copied and pasted, and turned it into an agreement for their own purposes elsewhere. So this is, and that is actually the best example of that is in West Africa, where sovereignty is by far the biggest consideration in any kind of multinational agreement. And so I think you're spot on, Hein, that you really have a menu of options for how to leverage it to maximum effect. And again, it's about, I talk about law as an asset. You have vessels are an asset, radars are an asset, a maritime domain awareness platform is an asset, but a law is an asset as well. And you want as many of those tools at your disposal as possible to be able to have that agility and that creativity to confront the criminal element as they themselves continue to adapt. And this is one of those examples where you sort of have a menu of options and can implement it in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, and that also means that on a case-by-case basis, states would always preserve the right to reviews requests. And they're notified, and they can also say, well, in this case, we just do not allow you to enter our waters despite having signed the treaty. So there's a range of options there, and that's also what makes the treaty so useful and so flexible.
One of the questions from the one of the social media platforms, are there any practical back-end requirements, for example, ensuring that states have up-to-date information on vessel ownership that we need to set up? I don't know who would wish to address that question.
I mean, I'm happy to take that on. I don't think there's any barrier to entry at the moment. It's come as you are. But certainly any of those initiatives to have a greater global vessel record within the region that not only identifies the vessels with IMO numbers and MMSI numbers that are AIS transmitting, but also the smaller vessels, the luxury craft, the smaller vessels that are so problematic that go fast, etc. It'd be great to have a record of all of them. It would enhance the ability to identify and interdict. But that isn't a prerequisite for either signing or ratifying.
Okay, thanks very much for your response, Ian. There was another question from a previous panel, which says, what is the status of the maritime units established under the CCOP program? I'm not sure if the CCOP program was a UNODC initiative or not. But can any one of the panelists address this, or should we leave it alone?
I know that the CCOP program had a presence in the region through probably middle of 2017, but it became a completely virtual interagency cellular approach thereafter. And I don't know its current status, but that is an EU program. So I defer to anyone else who knows more about it.
Okay.
I only know it's an EU program as well, but I don't know what the status of it is right now.
Okay, Hein. Thanks very much. Before we conclude, I want to give the panelists 60 to 90 seconds to make some closing remarks before I wrap up and hand back over to CARICOM Impacts for their concluding remarks. Let's start first with Giovanni.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you. Just two concluding thoughts, and I think it's also two, I think, hopes. My first is, I do hope that the CARICOM heads of government can urgently look at the document that was defined for them by their maritime officials, by their maritime authorities, that really laid out concrete actions in the short term, the medium term, and the long term, if we're going to be effective. This script is there. This is what the maritime authorities defined as what they needed. And certainly one of those needed tools is the legal tool of San Jose. And that would be my second concluding point. I do hope that the Caribbean countries can urgently move forward with the consideration of signing and ratifying the Treaty of San Jose. While we are doing this consideration in this very lengthy process, transnational criminal groups they're not waiting around. They are operating. One of the and I've been involved with this for many years. We've been talking about the need for maritime and air agreements for many years, and nothing has happened. But this treaty gives us the platform that we need. So I do hope that we can take advantage of it. I'd like to conclude with those two thoughts, and with that concrete plea that coming out of this conference, that document can be urgently looked at and can be approved. It would benefit all of our maritime officials, and it would certainly in the long run benefit our citizens with greater security. Thank you, Captain.
Thank you very much, Giovanni. Can I ask Anais to go next?
Yes, sure. Well, I was thinking about two things. One is, I think there is a need in all of the CARICOM islands and states to train prosecutors in maritime law. Many of them don't seem to have had that specific training. And maritime law, even though it's probably the only real international law, is also very specific. And we need to understand it, to use it best, to have a legal finish for what is happening at sea. And also definitely increase cooperation at sea. And as we said, well, the San Jose Treaty is user-friendly and it's ready to go. So why not that one? That's all.
Thanks very much, Anais. Hein.
Yeah, I can only reinforce the messages of the previous speakers and my fellow panel members. I'd also very much like to reinforce the message that I gave before, for countries in the Caribbean to engage with us, with our partners, individually via CARICOM Impacts about the treaty. In upcoming sessions, workshops, or directly with us, we're willing to answer all your questions as far as we can, of course. And I'm not even the biggest experts, but I have a ministry behind me of people who know how to address your questions, I'm sure. Ask your questions, share your concerns and wishes with regard to the treaty. Anything that may help you in considering to join and help you to operationalize and acquire the abilities for your countries and your law enforcement agencies to implement it maybe in the longer term. But anyways, and a call on all of us, of course, here represented in the panel as well to continue our thinking on a working agenda, as I mentioned before, like what moments can we identify for interaction with the CARICOM member states. I would very much encourage that from a Netherlands government point of view, and to create moments to have further exchange and to see how we can bring a possible membership of CARICOM member states further. Thank you, and thanks again very much for the opportunity.
Thanks, Hank. Thank you very much. Ian, your closing thoughts.
Thank you, sir. I think that too often our goal is stasis. We are trying to maintain the status quo and a balance between law enforcement and criminals. But as I said before, the status quo is out the window now. And that presents an opportunity not to repeat a sort of old dynamic, but to create something new. And I think we, just as criminals are capitalizing on this opportunity, should also capitalize on it and look for how we can find a process for continual improvement. And I think the answer to that has been emphasized throughout the week as being cooperation. And I think part of cooperation is about not only recognizing our value of the maritime and commerce, but how we value the commerce of ideas, of experiences, of knowledge, of insights, even of failures. And so by creating a platform for sharing this week, I think Impacts has set the bar a bit higher than it has in the past, and I think that's a wonderful thing. And so this is a great start to that notion of continual improvement. And I think all the regional organizations, your own Captain Sherlin, the RSS, has done a tremendous job, and now it needs to reinvent itself and how to proceed in this next normal, as it was said in the last panel. Same with SEDIMA, same with the OECS, same with all the others. So I think my closing thought is continual improvement is the only way to move forward towards securing, governing, and developing the maritime space so both the maritime economy and the blue economy can thrive, and we can secure the waters, not just against maritime threats, but for the enrichment of life on land.
Thank you very much, Ian. I think we all agreed there are significant benefits to be derived from the blue economy through fisheries, shipping, energy, and tourism, to name a few. But these benefits, they come with challenges, and those challenges, I would suggest, are exacerbated or increased by the current COVID-19 pandemic. Today's two final sessions, sessions 11 and 12, though focusing on maritime security, I would suggest cannot fully extricate criminal activities such as piracy, armed robbery, trafficking, illegal fishing, illegal dumping, from other threats such as pollution, climate change, natural and man-made disasters. In some cases, one obviously affects the other. It is therefore very, very critical that the Caribbean region formalizes a regional strategy to not only identify potential threats and risks, but also to identify ways to address those threats in as holistic a manner as possible, not only through law enforcement operations, but also through prevention and education. And I want to suggest that today, more so than ever, recognizing the importance of the blue economy and the importance of viability and sustainability of maritime resources in the region, that we need to move with some dispatch to look at the problem and implement some of the solutions, if not all of the solutions that have been identified in panels 11 and panels 12. I want to thank the panelists from panel 11, Vivian, Commodore King, Brigadier Williams, and Lieutenant Colonel Lovell, who presented on behalf of Colonel Granum, as well as the presenters from this panel, Anais Rios, Giovanni Snidel, Hein, as well as you, Dr. Teralbi. You have both presented your perspectives, but more importantly, you have given us some solutions. And I think we need in the region to move past just hearing the solutions. We need to get to the stage of implementing some of those solutions. I've heard before that the region has an implementation deficiency. I would be one of the first persons to say that that is quite true. And I think the solutions that have been identified in today's two panels are not only worthy of consideration, but worthy of implementing. In thanking the panelists, I also want to thank those who have joined us online on the various social media platforms and sent in their questions. And my final thanks, of course, goes to CARICOM Impacts and my dear friend and brother and colleague, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Jones and his team for organizing this not only timely, but very necessary conference. I want to finish by making two quotes. One is by Khalil Gibran, and it says, "In one drop of water are found all the secrets of all the oceans. In one aspect of you are found all the aspects of existence." And the last quote is by Ambassador Doreen Debram from the Marshall Islands. And it reads, and I quote, "While some like to dismiss us as small island nations, we are in fact large ocean nations." Thank you all for the opportunity to chair this panel. CARICOM Impacts, I now hand the floor back over to you.
Thank you, Captain Sherlin. I suppose we can say in our Jamaican parlance, we might be little but talawa. As head of the institution, it would fall on me then to offer sincere thanks and gratitude to all the panelists, special invited guests and guest speakers and so on. You've already done this for the last two sessions, so I wouldn't go over that. Particularly because in trying to thank all of the persons and putting something together like this, you stand a chance of forgetting someone, as I did in the previous session 10, I believe, and expressing my thanks to the prison group or panel. I forgot to express my appreciation to Commissioner Murillo from Belize. So I'm making wrong things right in that regard. But generally to say we are indeed appreciative of all of your support, your constructive criticisms, your kudos, and we intend to learn and do better from this. Instead of all of the different thanks and so on, I think I would speak to what I've learned. So akin to the 3 R's that we had at school, I came up with 5 R's, sorry, that were the underlying theme, particularly amongst most, or if not all of the sessions. And the first R was relationship. It might have been said about partnerships or collaborations, removal of silos. But again, you also mentioned it, Captain Sherland, about the importance of multilateralism. I don't think I need to say any more about that, but essentially, many hands make light work. The second R will be representation. It is important for us to at the regulatory tables, and we have an opportune time in that St. Vincent and the Grenadines has a non-permanent seat at the United Nations Security Council. And when Ambassador King was on earlier this week, the invitation was extended and accepted that we should rally around St. Vincent to represent our nuanced needs and issues at such a global forum, and not just at the United Nations Security Council, but on other agencies or regulatory bodies such as ICAO or WC, World Customs Organization. In fact, I think we have 5 of our CARICOM member states that are not members of the WCO. And yes, we acknowledge that it is an expensive undertaking to have our representatives go to all of these different meetings. But something that Dr. Robert mentioned just now about a sovereign right, but a sovereign responsibility as well. And I would phrase that in the sense that we have a sovereign responsibility to be our brother's keeper. So that even though or when we find the occasion that it is just one or two of the 15 that are present, that we ensure that we speak up on behalf of our brothers and sisters in the region. Third R is resourcing. On the first day, where we would have had a conversation with the leaders, they spoke about basically, it is time to move past the lip service of the importance of the work that the regional institutions are doing, and to ensure that there's a automaticity of funding for them to do that work. So while the financial resources are also important, it is equally important to ensure that we have flexible and timely legislation to facilitate the work that is required, which is closely related to the other R of ratification. I wouldn't speak about the San Jose Treaty that was mentioned as it relates to the maritime security in this regard, but we can cite other examples such as the Budapest Convention as it relates to cybersecurity as well. So in that regard, we need to ensure that we provide the supportive legislative framework that we can do our work as best possible. Another R would be research and development. There's lots of data, as you can see out there, and it is important that we speak not anecdotally, but from a point of evidence, that we can differentiate ourselves from being grouped into large groupings or classifications that would tend to distort our own story. So that is particularly important as well. And I think that once we start doing some of these things, it would increase our resilience. We were so bold as to say that we wish to be the first climate resilient region in the world. Let's go for it, because I think it is important that this should ever be the goal before us, because, again, several speakers spoke about the integration of security and development and so on. And if we don't address these threats in this particular or first order domain, like I said, I think that the secondary economic, social, and development threats, if they're not addressed. So what has been our response? But you heard Brigadier Williams spoke about the document that is to come out with all of the recommendations that we heard, whether implicitly or explicitly, the recommendations, the criticisms as well. Like I said, we're going to put those in there as a tool for learning. But in addition to that, we've already started by one, reporting. There's a heads of government meeting due the 3rd of September, if I'm not mistaken, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as they're the current chair. And so to remind them of some of the ratifications that need to be done, decisions that need to be made, and that sort of thing. Secondly, during the course of this week, given the large interest that was exhibited by some of the international partners, we have already started and put up one or two proposals to some of those partners as well, so we can attract more resources, whether in terms of funding or technical assistance, to spur on some of the work that we've been doing. So already action learning has started. A revision of our, not necessarily protocols, but in terms of the MOU, having identified some of the latent stakeholders that existed, having them play a more active role in the security infrastructure in the region. For example, we've been using the regional APIS and ACES system now for a number of years, and that information predominantly would have gone to the immigrations, police, and customs, and so on. But COVID has taught us that having that information being provided as early as possible to entities in our health security component is critically important. And we've already started work in developing an interface in several of the member states so that that could be gleaned or pulled into their systems quite quickly. Again, research and development, there are a number of topics that came up that needs further research and discussion. We've already made some overtures to one or two universities to expand the work in that regard. So there's lots to be learned, and we certainly intend to, like I said, make this action learning. It's not good enough, I think, as Sherlyn was talking about implementation deficit that we've spent the last 5 days, whereas most of us here are in the Caribbean, where it's just 1 or 2 hours difference. We've had viewership from as far east as West Africa and some parts of Europe. I think Hein is back home, so he's 6 hours ahead. So for persons to break up the night rest, as the old people would say in Barbados, and then we just make it a top shot would not be good enough. So again, I want to thank all of you, both here within the room for this particular panel and those online. And we hope to see you again next year when we have the second virtual conference. Thanks and have a good evening.